Welcome to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Chanthivong and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of better regulation and fair trading, industry and trade, innovation, science and technology, building and corrections. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would ask, please, Mr. Sherrod, Mr. McCowan, Mr. Grant, Mr. Rowell, Ms. Mann and Mr. Taylor to be sworn in. I'll start with Mr. Sherrod, please.
I, James Sherrard, New South Wales Building Commissioner, swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. McCowan?
I, Gary McCann, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Grant?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Rowell?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And so for the next two witnesses, could I get you to please just state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. Ms. Mann?
I, Natasha Mann, New South Wales Fair Trading Commissioner and Deputy Secretary of Fair Trading and Regulatory Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Taylor?
Leon Taylor, Deputy Commissioner, Community, Industry and Capacity Corrective Services, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. I note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area, and I'd like to remind you that if you do come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. This assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m and 5:15 p.m. We'll begin with questions from the crossbench, and I'm going to throw straight to Ms. Sue Higginson, who is on WebEx there, Minister. Thanks, Sue. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister and witnesses. I'm just calling in from the Northern Rivers, so I have still got power at the moment, but if I do drop out, that's because I'm joining the many who have lost power. And I'm grateful to the Chair for giving me an opening time to ask questions. Minister, could you please give me an update and the committee an update on the review that you promised in relation to phone calls? Last time we spoke at budget estimates, we were talking about inmates of correction facilities across New South Wales being able to have access to free phone calls. You assured me that Acting Commissioner at the time, Mr. Leon Taylor, was looking into this for you. Can you please give the committee an update on where that's up to?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibbs. I hope you can hear us from here, and I also want to start maybe by sending our thoughts to the community up in the Northern Rivers. They've been through quite a lot, and know the government is doing all that it can to support our community. So just a quick update on the discussions we've had regarding phone calls. The short answer is yes, the former Acting Commissioner has done an analysis about the options that are available to us regarding inmates and their ability to make phone calls to contact their family and their friends. There are a number of options that are currently before me, and I'm going through the process of considering which option is actually best given the government's resources, and also trying to make sure that we have a balanced approach which regarding inmate phone calls, bearing in mind our fiscal constraints, but also on a security basis as well.
Am I to imply into that answer, Minister, that the fiscal constraints may mean that inmates won't have access to free phone calls on a basis going forwards?
Well, look, I think that in terms of your question is about a unlimited universal free phone call arrangement, that's not the government's position, but I'd also add that some inmates already do get access to free phone calls, and I said the analysis that has been undertaken is currently before me, and we're considering what is the best option for inmates to make contact with their family and friends. And in addition to the phone calls, I'd also add there are other avenues for which inmates can make contact with their family and friends, whether through our tablet system, official visitors programs, and the AVL suite. So there are other avenues in addition to the phone calls, but certainly I am currently examining how to expand to make phone calls free, but also to make them cheaper as well.
Minister, would you be in a position to guarantee to this committee that in any decision you will make, you will weight the heaviest and the highest priority the fact that the evidence is overwhelming that when inmates have contact with their loved ones, and this means free and accessible contact with their loved ones, that their well-being and the rate of recidivism is lowered markedly so. Will that be a priority consideration for you when you're looking at these options? And also, when will you have made a decision about this very important matter?
Yeah, look, certainly I said that the options are currently before me, and I'm carefully considering those options and also the impact it may have on the wider corrections network. The factors that you have outlined are, yes, I recognise as a input towards obviously inmate contact and also part of their engagement in the corrections system to reduce recidivism. So these factors will be taken into account, and I'm considering those options at present.
Also, can you please guarantee to the committee that when you're making a decision, you will also factor in right now this particularly special case of parents of children, inmates, and the fact that there is a campaign right now that is taking place by children of inmates who are suffering on the outside because they can't speak to their parents who are inmates, and those parents who are not able to have proper access to communications with their children.
Well, look, certainly we're all aware and acknowledge that contact between inmates and their family and friends on our side is important, and of course those considerations will be taken into account as I make a decision on the options that are being provided before me.
Sorry to interrupt. Will you take into account, I'm referring to a particular category right now of inmates, and that is the parents of children, minors, who are not currently able to access phone calls with their children. And This is about the children being able to access contact with their parents. Do you accept that they are a particular and special category?
Well, look, certainly where our children are involved with inmates who are in a correctional facility, we understand that, you know, these are important contacts. I'd also add that I am advised that there have been over 750,000 family video visits as of a few weeks ago. So, as I mentioned, phone calls is one form of contact, but there are also other forms of contact that inmates are made available to inmates. But the factors that you have raised are certainly areas for consideration for me as I carefully go through the options that have been presented.
Thank you, Minister. And what about the timing? You haven't answered that. When will you have made a determination?
Well, look, I said certainly I suspect by the next estimates there'll be an answer for you, but I'd say the options have just been recently presented to me, and I want to carefully consider those options and looking at part of the broader communication from inmates to their family and their friends, and some of the higher risk categories that you've mentioned are certainly areas of focus for me, and I'll make those decisions carefully and in consultation.
Can I just point out that the government is now taking over the Junee Correction Facility. It's now made a decision to take over the massive Parkland facility. If the government is considering that it's fiscally troubled about providing free and accessible phone calls to inmates, how do you remotely propose to be able to do this given you're taking over these two prisons in the coming period?
So firstly on Junee, the government made the decision to bring Junee into public operations, public hands. It is an essential public service as part of our justice system. Now that decision or the formalisation of Junee coming back into public operations will be done at the end of this month. And as members would be well aware, the Premier and I made the decision and in the announcement to bring Parklea also back into public hands as part of the justice system, because we've never hidden our preference for public ownership of public operations or what are essential public services. And we'll continue to take those considerations into account as we make changes and reform to the correctional justice network.
Minister, will you be taking on board the Inspector of Custodial Services reports and shutting down those wings of Bathurst that are not fit for purpose and those other premises that the Inspector of Custodial Services has provided in her other reports regarding other facilities? There's serious concern about the fact that some of the current cells and units and wings of these archaic Victorian-era centres are inhumane, they're not fit for purpose, they're arguably a breach of the government's duty of care to inmates. Many of these still have ligature points and they are just not fit for purpose. Have you got a proper program of shutting these wings down?
Firstly, I want to note the important role that the Inspector of Custodial Services plays as part of the oversight of correctional facilities. I welcome the ICS's report, and in regards to those facilities that you've mentioned, in particular Bathurst, Corrections is currently carefully considering those recommendations in regards to Bathurst. On the second point, or your point about shutting down these wings now, making a decision like that must be taken into account not only at a specific facility, but how it's part of the wider corrections network of a number of our facilities across there, and also bearing in mind the level of demand for prisoner beds as time proceeds.
Minister, have you had conversations directly with the Premier about his law and order agenda and the ever now increasing and escalating prison and remand numbers? Have you had direct conversations with him about the plan?
Yes, it's a whole of government decision, the decision that we've made regarding corrections and also our tough bail laws to keep our community safe, in particular for those serious domestic violence offenders.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms Higginson, the bell has rung. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and your officials. Minister, under the New South Wales real estate legislation, is there a problem? Is it illegal for an individual to own a property but a separate government-created body to be falsely listed as the landlord in a residential tenancy agreement?
That's quite a technical question. I might ask the Fair Trading Commissioner to provide an answer if she
Yes,
can.
so I don't have the answer, but maybe Ms Jones, the Rental Commissioner, might come up and address that question.
Apologies. Could you please repeat the question so I can answer that appropriately?
In New South Wales real estate legislation, is there a problem? Is it illegal for an individual, a private citizen, to own a property, but for a separate government agency to be falsely listed as the landlord in a residential tenancy agreement?
No, there could be...
Can I just,
sorry, is there a point of order?
Just in that the current phrasing of Mr Latham's question is seeking a legal opinion. I wonder whether he might either rephrase it or...
yes, and it seems like the witness was going to make the same point. Perhaps,
Yeah,
Mr Latham, you want to rephrase that?
Well, is it consistent with the statute to do that?
So I'd have to understand the details of the context that you're describing, but it sounds to me like you may be describing a head lease agreement where one person is the owner of the property and another person head leases that tenancy. I'm not sure if that's the context of the question.
So to be consistent with the statute, there needs to be a head lease or a sublease, does there?
I'm not sure about which statute you're referring to. In a context where one person is the property owner, another person can be the proverbial landlord, given that they have the head lease, but they're effectively the head tenant under legislation. So there are models where the government may head lease properties from private providers, and that happens all the time.
Okay, thank you. Minister, do you expect that public agencies would act with a higher level of integrity and honour if they are acting as the landlord on behalf of a private citizen in a residential tenancy agreement?
Oh, of course, Mr Latham. I think, our expectations of behaviour, I think in one sense, are always higher for, at least the public expectation is always higher for public representatives and also government agencies.
Right, so would you be open to writing into the real estate legislation and laws in New South Wales higher levels of transparency and integrity for public sector agencies that are performing this landlord role?
Well, we'll always continue our ongoing reform regarding rental legislation. The government has got a good track record since it's come into office about the changes that we've made to obviously get a more balanced environment for renters who are doing it tough.
Yeah, and in what circumstances would you think a public sector agency would act as the landlord for a private citizen using their public resources for that private advantage, all the costs?
I suppose this is, I'd really want to understand, I suppose, the context that you're stating your question, Mr. Labs. Are you suggesting that public sector agencies who are property owners are not abiding by the law, are not performing as the standard?
Thanks for that invitation, Minister. I can bring to your attention a case study.
Yes. Of
the Deputy Chair of Racing New South Wales, Saran Cook, owning as an individual a property at 270 Gilmore Street, Kelso or Bathurst, adjoining the 1400 metre chute of the racecourse. And in owning that property in the middle of 2021, she used Racing New South Wales effectively. She's a board member, but as a private citizen held the property. Used Racing New South Wales as the managing agent for the property, and I'd like, after the people opposite inspected, to table the residential tenancy agreement that was reached between Racing New South Wales, supposedly as the landlord. They never disclosed that Saran Cook actually owned the property, with Kirsty Delaney. So if you guys over there normally want to inspect these things and have a look at them before they're tabled, well, I am seeking to table this agreement, and I'll speak to it. And the problem was, Minister, that in using these public resources, Kirsty Delaney, who had ran it for quite some time, no, you can take that bundle there. Yeah, thanks. Said these were the worst people ever to deal with. Ultimately, she was evicted for no reason and left homeless for 6 months. There was an argument about the bond return, even though she'd left the property in very good
Point of order.
condition.
Sorry, there's been a point of order taken.
No,
Yep.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not quibbling with what Mr Latham is putting forward, but I would just suggest that the procedural fairness resolution states that adverse reflection should be made on third parties where procedural fairness can't be afforded to them. I would just suggest the question as it's currently framed is not in accordance with paragraph 13 of the resolution.
Yeah, look, I would remind the member to be mindful about adverse mention. This has come up in other committee hearings as well. So just be mindful of accusations and using people's names who aren't able to be here today to be able to give a right of reply.
Well, Chair, the name I'm using is Racing New South Wales, which is a public agency
And that's
established
fine.
by
That's fine. It's the
this Parliament,
individual's
and they're
name
acting
that
as the
were part of
landlord,
the
and I'm
point of
outlining
order.
what they did as the managing agent for the property, the eviction, the homelessness, the argument about the bond return, and using unqualified people from the Bathurst Turf Race Club to do the property inspections. Don't we need to guard against this sort of practice, Minister? It seems completely unethical. It's a corruption of public resources for a private individual on a board to be using the agency for these managing agent purposes, placing the ad, vetting prospective tenants, reaching the final agreement and all the other things I've mentioned.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr Latham. Look, obviously officials who are in the Department of Gaming and Racing fall outside my ministerial responsibilities, but certainly the issues around the rental regulations that you're referring to, I understand that Minister Harris was asked this question as well, and he is currently looking into the matter.
He wasn't asked about the tenancy agreement, which I found out about subsequent to the hearing on Tuesday. Do we need a prohibition on this sort of arrangement where a private individual holds a property in their own name? She paid nearly $1 million for it, uses the public agency on which she's a board member, and they use public resources, their property section and 3 different property managers to provide this benefit, which looks like a corruption of public resources given all the things they did. And it's also got to be said they did it very poorly.
Yeah, look, certainly. I mean, I can't comment on individual cases, which obviously I don't have the background information on, but I'm happy to consider the details that you've just mentioned and how this may impact or how the rental regulations could be obviously tightened in the future. You know, the ongoing journey of rental reform continues. Whilst the government has made significant reform, we'll continue to consider all reform. In this specific case, and I'm happy to receive the details that you've got and then ask the department to examine carefully about where it may fit within my portfolio responsibilities. And I suspect, as Minister Harris has also stated, he's also looking into the matter from another angle as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks for that undertaking, Minister. If you can do that on notice and have a look at this residential tenancy agreement, which I'll hand up to you. And perhaps also establish some standards inside the government that if an organisation that's set up in this case for managing and running thoroughbred racing in New South Wales doesn't have a head of power in its own legislation to act as a managing agent on behalf of private individuals, albeit a board member in these extraordinary circumstances, that the government does something about that, because it just appears to be a waste of public resources and plainly wrong.
Well, certainly the government will always consider these issues as they arise. I mean, the ongoing journey is always the ongoing journey of reform, of legislative reform, to make things more transparent and make people accountable is always a part of the government's agenda.
Okay, so you'll undertake to have a look at this rather unique arrangement and see what we can do inside
yes,
the
that's
government.
correct. Look, once we get all the information from yourself regarding this particular instance and how it connects to the rental regulation framework, certainly we can consider it. But
do you know of any other circumstances in the New South Wales public sector where a body with a head of power, in this case thoroughbred racing, no private rental managing agent authority in their statute has actually done this? It seems to be stepping outside the law.
I'm not aware of any, at least in my portfolio, but I can take that on notice.
Okay. Well, moving on to a separate topic that I did raise with you on the notice paper, and I would appreciate an answer.
Yes.
When did New South Wales Fair Trading last review the safety and regulation of pet food products in New South Wales, and what were the results of the review?
Look, I'm advised that the safe food pet products is actually a matter for the Minister for Agriculture, if I'm not correct. I might hand over to the Fair Trading Commissioner.
Fair Trading hasn't reviewed the standards and safety at all at any time.
And for the pet foods.
No, I'm not sure that it sits squarely within our portfolio, and in the time that I've been in the role, we haven't reviewed it, but I can
So
certainly
how long
look
is that?
into
What's that period you've been in the role?
So I've been there for 3 years.
3 years. Could you check if it was done earlier than that?
I can.
On notice? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We now move to the opposition for questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Minister, were you at the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Facility opening on Wednesday?
No, I was launching the industry policy roughly the same earlier in the day.
So
I think they're not being
the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing and Government Procurement was there.
Well,
That's correct.
Yeah, we're a team. We divvy up our work.
Okay, so who is responsible for manufacturing in New South Wales?
Well, so my role as Minister of Industry to set the policy framework regarding a whole-of-government approach to stimulate our local manufacturing sector. Minister Hughes has the procurement focus and regarding to domestic manufacturing.
Okay, so why was she at the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Facility official opening and you weren't?
Well, that's a question you should ask her.
But you decided to launch an industry policy which directly related to advanced manufacturing at the same time.
Well, advanced manufacturing is part, or local manufacturing is part of the industry policy. It's one of our 3 core missions.
Yeah.
And, you know, the government is doing a lot of work to stimulate our manufacturing sector, and divvying up all the work is, I would have thought, good teamwork.
Important things, why didn't you go to the launch and schedule that? Like, were you invited to the official opening? Well,
I said we divvy up the work.
Minister, were you invited to the opening of the AMRF?
We are a team focused on delivering our policy framework, and we'll continue to share the workload and continue to work on what is an important sector for the New South Wales economy.
So would you say that the following industries are priorities for New South Wales: agriculture and agri-food, resources, defence and aerospace, clean energy and waste, medical and life sciences, digital systems and software, international education and the visitor economy?
Oh, sorry, that was a long list. Can you just repeat that question again?
I'm going to repeat, Minister. Would you say that if you weren't listening...
Well, I was, but I was just quite a lot of this. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yes, I'll hear the point of order.
Just a lack of courtesy to the witness was just extended there by the member. I just asked that the procedural fairness resolution be upheld.
Look, I think probably the member was just frustrated because the question was fairly long to have to repeat it, but
also fairly clear.
I will remind both the minister and the member to be mindful.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, would you say the following industries are priorities for New South Wales? Agriculture and agri-food, resources, defence and aerospace, clean energy and waste, medical and life sciences, digital systems and software, international education and the visitor economy?
Well, yes, in the document in the industry policy, I refer you probably page 14. The key sectors that we've identified are the ones we believe would make the greatest contribution to the missions that we've set out, but that doesn't come at the exclusion of other sectors like the ones you've identified, and the industry policy makes that clear.
So you said in a speech in November 2023 to the James Martin Institute that for you, industry policy crystallises into a very simple multiplication. It is really a 4x4x5 approach. It is 4 missions reviewed every 4 years with 5 focus sectors and 2 enablers, and that you would focus on 5 sectors like life sciences, agri-tech and food, defence and aerospace, energy and critical minerals, with the enablers being technology and innovation and, of course, manufacturing. What happened to the 4x4x5 commitment, Minister?
Well, but that's what consultation is actually about, engaging with the sector. I had a concept and a direction that I wanted to proceed, but I think making sure that you get input from industry, from companies to say, look, this is some of the other things you need to consider. I would have thought that good policy making involves engagement and being open to new ideas. No one has a monopoly on good ideas.
No, that's right. Well, I'm wondering why then you have essentially repeated the ideas that the government has already outlined. I mean, why are you doubling down on a housing target of 377,000 homes by 2029 when the Premier has explicitly said that it will be extremely difficult for New South Wales to meet that target?
because we want to make housing one of the top priorities for the New South Wales economy. We want it to be a coordinated whole-of-government approach.
So are you responsible for that, Minister?
Well, the target regarding housing is a national agreement between the states and the Commonwealth
But will
to
you
build
take
housing.
I mean, this is your policy, so will you take responsibility if the government doesn't meet the 377,000 target?
These are missions targeted. Of course, we take our responsibility seriously to make sure that we can coordinate government resources, in addition to sending a clear signal to the private sector that these are some of the really acute issues that are important to the New South Wales economy, and we want everyone to be working together to have a coordinated approach within government and outside of government as well.
So have you got modelling to show that your policy will lead to the outcome of 377,000 new homes by 2029?
Well, the agreement, the missions and the targets are ambitious, but we want the New South Wales economy to be ambitious.
Right, but do you have modelling in building this policy to say that you're responsible for this? Do you have modelling that shows that your policy will help build all of these homes for the people of New South Wales?
The policy is directed at absolutely supporting initiatives to ensure that we build the adequate number of homes
that's right, but
for dwellings, rather, to the people of New South Wales.
Did you ask for modelling from your
we will
department
always
or from
continue
Treasury?
to do ongoing analysis regarding any policies that we create.
So how will your policy, with that modelling in mind, what has that modelling demonstrated to say that your policy will improve the government's chances, which are, as the Premier said, extremely unlikely, of getting to 377,000
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't set ambitious targets. Well, everybody knows that it is a very difficult environment for the residential construction sector.
But I'm trying to understand how this policy actually does anything to achieve this goal.
Well, it provides a focused, coordinated, whole-of-government framework.
But it's just
to
repeating
ensure,
something that already exists.
Well, no. What it does is making sure we send a clear signal to within government and to the external private sector that these are the really important acute issues that are impacting on the New South Wales economy.
Okay.
It's strategic, it's forward-looking, and it requires coordination across of government to achieve some of these targets.
So do you think that the government's net zero targets are achievable?
Well, they're ambitious target, and we should all be working towards it.
Have you read the Net Zero Commission's recent annual report?
Well, the Net Zero Commission is a matter for Minister Sharp, but we've set a whole-of-government framework with the targets.
But are you responsible for this, Minister? This is your industry policy. So are you aware that the Net Zero Commission has said in their annual report, unless the pace of build of renewable generation is accelerated, the roadmap targets will not be achieved in 2030?
Well, we'll continue to work towards that. These are ambitious targets that we have set, a challenge for government and for the economy. I don't know why we should be talking down ambitious targets for all of government to focus on, for the sector to collaborate with the government to ensure we can address some of these really acute issues, but more importantly, provide the economic opportunities for the New South Wales economy.
What measurable impact will your industry policy document have on the government's targets, and how can you possibly know that if you haven't asked your department or Treasury for modelling?
Well, look, firstly, this is a whole-of-government strategic forward-looking industry policy, the state's first industry mission-based policy to address what are really important issues for the New South Wales economy.
Didn't these targets already exist?
Point of order, can I... These are obviously important issues being raised by the honourable member that deserve a decent answer. The minister is seeking to answer them, and the member then keeps talking over him and asking another question. I asked that he be allowed to simply complete his answers.
To the point of order, I am asking clarification questions, given the Minister has repeated a lot of the things that he's saying, and I'm trying to get to some of the detail in his answers.
Further to that, a clarification question requires a clarification answer, and I'd ask that the Minister be allowed to clarify.
Look, what I'll say is this, is that there has been quite a bit of both the minister and the member speaking over the top of each other. That wasn't the first instance that was happening. I remind both of you that makes it very, very difficult for Hansard in regards to the transcript. So let's make the questions nice and clear, and let's make sure that the minister's given adequate time to answer. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, what is the point in restating the targets that the government has already announced?
Well, the industry policy, I said, is a strategic forward-looking document which keeps all government departments focused on addressing very important societal challenges that we have. It provides better coordination and collaboration. It is a consistent and provides clarity for the industry and for the private sector to work with government to address these issues. Okay. The targets that are set are ambitious. They involve national agreements which may have been agreed by around the housing targets, for example, but there are also some state targets that are in there regarding our social and affordable housing and our consumer and energy and infrastructure energy roadmap and also the transport rolling fleet emissions.
Are you familiar, Minister, with the 2022-23 budget in reply speech that the then opposition leader and now Premier Minns gave, where he promised that an elected Labor government would set a target of 50% minimum local content for future rolling stock contracts by the end of Labor's first term? Do you stand by that commitment?
Well, it's a commitment that's detailed in the document. It's under the local manufacturing target. You know, manufacturing is an important sector for the government. The records do show.
Can I just draw your attention to the discrepancy, which is that the Premier said that he would implement that by the end of Labor's first term, but this policy is that it is 50% local content by 2035.
Well, the target that is set is meeting an election commitment that we've got regarding local content, and we'll continue to ensure that manufacturing is stimulated in that way. I mean, I think you have misunderstood the document, you've misunderstood the policy, and we want to make sure that manufacturing, which in all fairness, as the statistics show, went backwards over the past decade, which has had significant impact, in particular on regional communities. So we are trying to re-stimulate the manufacturing sector, setting clear guidelines, using the powers of procurement to make sure that we continue to reach these goals.
Thank you,
manufacturing is not a flick-on, switch-off, flick-on, flick-off industry. It does take time to build up the foundations.
So what part of this policy are you responsible for?
Well, my responsibility is to address a whole of government approach
but
to
do you
ensure
have KPIs that you can be measured against?
To ensure that the government, all government departments and all programs are continually monitored and evaluated to ensure that
so
we
you're going
meet
to
these petition
evaluate
missions.
and monitor these goals?
Well, on page 46, I refer you to the evaluation programs that the government is running.
But are you responsible for those, Minister?
Well, we were all responsible to make sure that we work together to reach the ambitious targets.
How much did this policy document cost?
Well, that's I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary to answer that, but I understand that most of us actually internally are resourced. Deputy Secretary?
Yes, thank you. We did do most of the policy development in-house, and the only part that we used an external consultant for was running an industry consultation roundtable, and we used the James Martin Institute for Public Policy for that, and that engagement cost $22,000.
So they didn't listen to your 4x4x5 suggestion, obviously. So have you been able to secure any finance through ERC or Cabinet to support this policy?
Well, first of all, a number of policies already have resources attached to them. They're in Appendix A. I'd refer you to read that. It's actually a very good detailed list of some of the resources that are available, but all budget considerations go through the normal budget process.
But will you have any budget associated with this policy document?
Well, the budget process will go through the normal ERC budget process.
But what will you go through the budget process to fund?
Well, as I said, I'm not going to hit future programs. The policy will guide future programs that the government may consider, and that all budget all budget bids will go through the normal ERC process.
Okay, but I'm just trying to understand what the point of this industry policy is if you've not got any budget behind it.
Well, I think I think you've managed to misread and misunderstand it simultaneously.
So is my understanding correct then that there is very little in the way of new information, because all of these targets are actually monitored and administered by other ministers, and that, according to Appendix A, the budgets that are associated with them are not in your purview? So I'm really trying to understand what the point of this document is. If there is no funding, there is no particular policy that you are responsible for, and I mean, is my understanding incorrect?
Yes, your understanding is totally incorrect.
How is that? But you're saying there's no policy or budget.
Well, your understanding is totally incorrect. What this is about is to create a coordinated, clear strategy for government.
Policy. It's not a strategy, it's a policy.
Well, it's I disagree with that assessment.
So you're calling it a strategy. So this is the industry strategy.
Well, look, I think let's not get into semantics.
No, I think it's quite important, because you, in fact, have been in a semantic game with this. Is this a strategy or a policy? Because I understand that there's a trade and investment strategy in addition to this industry policy.
Well, I said you're misunderstanding the document. You understand the policy and the strategic framework that I have set with the industry
this is a
policy.
strategic framework.
Well, I think you can play word games if you like.
No, I'm not trying to play word games. I'm trying to be clear.
Order, sorry, there's been a point of order.
I'm sorry, Chair, but the length of the questions are often longer than the answers being provided by the Minister. I just ask that the courtesy be extended to the Minister to provide fulsome answers to what are often lengthy questions.
And further to the point of order, simply repeating a question doesn't actually aid in the conversation.
Yes, look, I do agree about the repeating aspect of it. There's no rule about the length of the questions or the length of the answers, but I do remind the member to allow the Minister to complete his answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, in your media release in September 2023 about the Innovation Blueprint, you said there's no room in the budget for spending that might not be delivering for the people of New South Wales. So have you determined that investing in your industry portfolios and this policy is not delivering for the people of New South Wales? Or actually, have you just not been able to convince your Cabinet colleagues that anything in here is worth funding from your portfolio?
Well, we continue to fund programs that support the industry policy initiatives.
So could you outline what those are?
Well, they'll go through the normal budget process. I'm not here to outline Cabinet decisions that are being made. The industry policy sets a clear direction. There are a number of programs that already are being funded. For example, the government has already committed $8.4 billion into social and affordable housing. I mean, that's not a small ticket item.
Not your portfolio, Minister.
Well, I said this is about setting a strategic framework, a whole of government, giving clarity and certainty both within government and outside the government. I'd encourage you to read the comments that have been made by those within the sector that have actually welcomed the government's new approach to industry policy to address some really important societal challenges that the New South Wales economy is facing.
Well, I think I'm getting different feedback to you, Minister, because I don't think you'd like me to read out the feedback that I've been receiving. Minister, did you ask your advisors or any departmental staff to request an extension to the return date of the SO52 for the Innovation Blueprint documents, which are due on the 12th of March next Wednesday?
Well, look, I understand you've asked for the SO52 and documents are currently being gathered or collated for you, and once that's finalised, you're welcome to
Yeah,
produce
no,
it,
but that wasn't my question. My question was, have you asked your staff or the department staff to request an extension?
No.
You haven't asked anybody in your staff to request that extension?
No, not that I'm aware of.
All right. So could you please confirm if you've been able to secure any finance to support the Innovation Blueprint?
The Innovation Blueprint will be released shortly, so I welcome you to read in the Innovation Blueprint once it's released.
So when will it be released?
Shortly, in the next few weeks.
In the next few weeks?
In a few weeks, yeah.
Okay. So we know that the 4I's framework has been scrapped, but what I'm asking is not so much about the substance as about the funding and the investment that the government is putting to the Innovation Blueprint. So have you been able to secure funding through ERC and Cabinet for any policy programs in the Innovation Blueprint?
Well, the Innovation Blueprint will be released shortly, and I'd encourage you to read it.
So it will have funding proposals and policy that is attached to funding?
Well, the government, I said, will be releasing its Innovation Blueprint shortly, and that any budget decisions regarding programs go through the normal budget bidding process, and we'll continue to follow that process.
So far that normal process has led to no funding in this space. Can I just clarify, in your policy framework document here, where it says it's a policy, not a strategy, you note that there's a minimal viable product ventures 2024-25, but could you please confirm if that will be an MVP ventures grant in 25 and 26 and into the forward estimates?
So I said the government, through Investment New South Wales and through Oxy, has allocated about $100 million towards supporting the innovation sector over the forwards, and that the programs that are outlined on page 11, which you've just outlined, will continue, are all working towards supporting the industry policies, missions, objectives.
So you say it will continue?
Order. Sorry, we're going now to crossbench time. Ms Kate Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Morning, Minister. Minister, in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning, there's a story about Strata once again. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about that. I think I asked you last time you appeared before budget estimates about the Strata manager Whitney Wang and the company PMSG. So fair trading, I understand, is suspended. Mr Wang, a 10-year ban on them as a Strata manager, yet it's in the paper this morning that he's been allowed to continue trading before his appeal is heard at the NCAT. How can that happen? How does New South Wales? How does a ban by New South Wales fair trading not stay in place?
Well, look, I can't comment on individual cases without knowing the full details.
Comment on. Let's deal with the law then, as you are able to exercise it and your officials. How has this happened?
Well, I said the government has moved a number of reforms regarding Strata and Strata managers to ensure that they behave according to, in the best interest of the owners, corporation and the residents, and specifically the legal technicalities of the law. I might ask the Fair Trading Commissioner to provide further advice.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So New South Wales Fair Trading took very decisive action against Whitney Wang and PSMNG. We cancelled both licences back in July for 10 years. The very next day, that was appealed in the tribunal. This is a decision which is subject to administrative review, and it was reviewed by the tribunal. The tribunal decided that the licence disqualification should not be in place, which means it has the effect that that they are both back in the market, essentially. The substantive issues have been heard on the 4th and 5th of February, and we're awaiting the response. I think if the question is, would fair trading prefer them not to have their licences in place now, I think the answer is yes. We've seen enormous consumer harm, but it is an administrative decision which is reviewable, and we are where we are. That's the framework that we have to operate in.
Okay, so fair trading's here saying that Strata manager Whitney Wang has caused enormous consumer harm. Is there anything then when they are now trading and still dealing with consumers as a Strata manager? Is there anything that New South Wales Fair Trading can do in terms of alerting people, or is it just standard practice at this point, and consumers won't know unless they Google and work things out themselves?
We have alerted people. We have a number of the consumers are under active case management by us. They are complainants, so they're very aware.
But if they're not complainants, I'm just talking just in the world, before they contact you, is there any way that you slap something on Mr. Wang and his company, so that people, when they go there, it's like this is under New South Wales Fair Trading has basically tried to
Yes.
place a 10-year ban on. Can you do that or not?
Yes, so there's two ways that we have done that. So the first is that we've done a very broad and active social media campaign. We've worked with the associations to try and get the word out about this particular matter. I think it's broadly known amongst those who live in strata plans managed by those particular Mr. Wang and PSMG that this action is underway. The second way that we do it is we have a public register. So if people look at the public register, we now have, it's a new feature, but we have a banner where people can see that these particular people are under compliance action with fair trading. So we are taking steps to try and alert people to the best of our ability, and we are hopeful. The tribunal decision, it was heard, as I said, on the 4th and 5th of February, and we're awaiting that decision. It's a reserved decision, but we are hoping that it is favourable to us.
Minister, just back to this then, is there any, thank you for that, Ms Mann, is there anything from your perspective then that can be amended in terms of the law? Are you looking at this to see whether reform is needed so that this doesn't occur?
Well,
is that part of what you're looking at?
Certainly, you know, the government has initiated a number of reforms into
I'm aware
Strata,
of those.
and we'll always continue to consider all issues to ensure that we lift the standard of Strata managing agents, and also to improve the level of transparency with information flows, like, you know, having to disclose ongoing any personal relationships that a strata managing may have with a service provider. And so these things are certainly being considered.
So just to be
ongoing.
clear, just after that situation, so New South Wales Fair Trading places a 10-year ban. Mr Wang goes to appeal it. He lodges an appeal, I assume, but it's not granted at that time. But he can still trade, is that correct? Just very quickly, because I can probe you more this afternoon on this.
So what happened was he went the very next day.
Just lodged it.
And yes, so we then appealed that stay decision.
Yes.
So, but
that's the question. That's the answer I'm after.
Yes.
So it wasn't heard, but he lodged it, and that was when NCAT said, while we consider this and while we go through this process, you can continue trading. Is that a fair?
No. So the decision. The decision was heard, and NCAT said that the stay ought to be lifted, and so it was. We then appealed that decision, and that decision, our appeal was entertained, but ultimately the appeal came to the same conclusion, that he should continue to operate until the substantive issues are heard and determined. So as I said, they were heard on the 4th and 5th of February. We are hoping that they will be determined very quickly.
I'm sure a 10-year ban by New South Wales by fair trading wasn't taken lightly, wasn't in
it was
terms
not.
of being considered. That is concerning, Minister. Will you look at take that to
Of
your
course,
back to
of
your
course. We'll
department?
continue
look at
to,
if we need to do.
Yes, of course, Ms.
reform
Fiona.
is needed.
And as we continue our ongoing journey of reform in the strata sector, I said we've passed 3 tranches already in less than 2 years, and there is ongoing work on the last phase of the statutory review, and also, as I've mentioned at the last estimates, we have made some inroads into the Commission's base structure within
I'll get
Strata
to that.
as
That's
well.
another question. McGrath-Nicol report. Released on 26th of February. I asked about the report, the last estimates, which that date was in September, I believe. And at that point, we were 10th of September last year. There were questions around different draft versions. At the time, I was advised by you, Ms Mann, that it was with the legal team. So that was 10th of September. So what has been released, of course, is just the draft, not the draft, but the summary of findings and recommendations. So first, that's 24 pages. How many pages was the report that was handed to Fair Trading by McGrath-Nicol, if that's the summary?
I can't recall the number of pages, but what I can say is that the summary of the findings and recommendations for full public exposure. And the other thing that I will say is this was an internal investigation or review conducted, and ordinarily regulators would not release publicly internal reviews that we conduct for our broader investigation. on this occasion, I felt that the public interest warranted us releasing the findings and recommendations, but it is not regular to do that. So this is something that is new for the regulator. I think it's been very well received by people across the community. They wanted to see what the report said, what the findings were, what the recommendations were, and I think I know you have read it, but it is extremely disturbing to see some of those behaviours and to see really that these strata managing agents have a fiduciary obligation. They're supposed to be acting in the best interests of consumers, and they clearly on occasions don't appear to have done that.
Thank you, Ms Mary. I'll maybe get to details later today as well. Minister, what's the government's process now to respond to any of the recommendations arising should they need government action and reform? What's the time frame for that?
Look, firstly, when I read the executive summary findings, it was a concern to me regarding some of the issues that were identified with the behaviour of net strata. Now, I'd also make the point that, in particular, around the commission structure that the...
Can I jump in? I've got 30 seconds. When did you have a look? When did you see it? As I said, my questioning in September last year, it was already with fair trading. So how long have you had this?
I said we've had ongoing discussions about the net strata investigation for many months.
Yes.
But in terms of the final executive summary findings, I've only received that in the last few weeks. Certainly the government will continue to consider the findings and take any broader investigations or...
I assume the department's provided not just this, but hopefully maybe recommended next course of action as a result of this report.
That's correct. Yeah.
You'd like to think some work's already
been done. Yes. The short answer is yes, some work's been done, but I'd also clearly make the point in one of the findings regarding the commissions, net strata disagrees with that finding. There is a legal contestability issue here.
Right.
They believe it's a service for fee arrangement, but the finding is a commissions-based one. So that's got to go through procedural fairness in an open, contestable legal contest about which version best reflects the different versions of what that is. So, but the findings of that are part of fair trading's broader investigations of what actions it may take.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Chair.
Minister, interior designers are still not been able to negotiate appropriate definitions for their work within building enclosures to be included in the proposed building bill, which I'm sure you're across. As it currently stands, they will be restricted from undertaking minor changes to non-load-bearing structural work and coordinating specialist services. And obviously this is going to impact all home renovations, slowing down the process and also increasing the costs. Are you able to provide an update on what is actually happening in this space and how you plan to address the issues that interior designers are facing?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. Look, firstly, I have been engaging with the Interior Designer Association about their work as part of the government's building bill reforms. Now, a number of the issues they have raised regarding their work and their scope of work. First, I can say that we are considering introducing sort of mandatory licensing for interior designers on residential buildings, but the scope of what interior designers are able to perform, that is not expected to change as part of our building reform agenda, but their conversations will continue to have. But if you'd like further information, I'm happy to ask the Building Commissioner to elaborate.
And I may come back in the afternoon if that's all right. But Minister, I don't know if you saw the article that was published earlier this week by the CEO of the Design Institute of Australia, and I'm happy to provide a copy of that if you don't have one with you. But I just wanted to read an extract from that to you. She says that the unwarranted lack of recognition of interior designers is yet another stumbling block in the way of improving housing supply and affordability, and urges that the current transition to a new building code in New South Wales presents a unique opportunity to rectify the oversight that has caused the sidelining of interior designers and which is contributing to further pressure on the timeliness of building proposals, housing affordability and supply. Minister, surely you agree that in the midst of a housing crisis, the last thing that the government should be doing is creating roadblocks or expenses for that construction process. this is a time we really need all hands on deck to be able to accelerate new housing. Have you had any briefings or advice on the impact that this is actually having on the delivery of new housing? And I know you said that you believe the scope is not expected to change. Have you had any briefings as well and advice on the effect of that by not actually changing the scope and making sure that interior designers can do the work that they've been qualified to do?
Look, our building bill reforms, which is currently, I said, going through the drafting as a result of the consultation process, which was a request to extend, which the government agreed to. Certainly the whole principle or premise of what we're trying to do in the building is to streamline and to harmonise and actually to remove as many regulatory barriers as we can so that housing supply can continue. And I would add quality housing supply can continue, and the work of interior designers is a part of that. We don't want to impose any further regulations that may inhibit our goal to supply housing, but also an important focus of professions within the housing space is also risk-based. We want to make sure that those professions who are, or trades or professions who are in much more a riskier part, so for example the structural, the electrical or the plumbing gets properly and appropriately licensed and regulated, because it does impact the safety of residents and the safety and the confidence of the home buyer as well. But in terms of the work of the interior designer, as I said, we are proposing to provide mandatory licensing for those in the residential sector, but we're also mindful that as it moves up the class, that is from class 1 to class 2, the complexity in the building structure increases significantly, and hence we want to make sure that there's trust and confidence and appropriate regulatory standards which maintain the level of safety for residents and bringing confidence, trust to the sector. But we'll continue to liaise with the DIA as part of our reforms in the building bill.
And Minister, my understanding is that the industry agrees with the idea of licences, but I think it's also important to recognise that there wasn't ever any incidences or concerns around safety. We're talking about people who have rigorous training and have worked in this space for decades, and that their clients are being forced to engage with other areas for really simple things, which interior designers are more than capable of doing, but now they're being really restricted from being able to do that. My understanding is that this is clearly not a safety issue that's happened, and I understand that the issues were prior to your appointment as Minister, but this was really an oversight in the regulatory framework that caused red tape that actually just needs to be resolved so that interior designers can do the work that they're very capable of doing. Can I ask you that this will be a priority that will be rectified so that we can remove that red tape and fix that oversight in the regulatory framework that was put into place prior to you taking on this portfolio?
Thank you, Chair. Certainly the views of the DIA will be always taken into consideration as we finalise the reforms of the building bill. I'm advised that the DIA has been part of a working group as part of the architecture and design licensing working group to ensure that the regulations that we do implement reflect and find a balanced approach when it comes to regulation which doesn't inhibit housing supply and quality housing supply. I would like to reinforce, and as I said, an ongoing conversation that we're having.
As I've raised previously, there's a real gendered element to this issue as well. Women make up 81% of Australian interior designers, and recognising that interior designers in the new building bill will be significant a boost to females participating in the construction industry. And I know the Minns government's invested $20 million in their Women in Constructions program, and yet at the same time, another whole group of women in this interior design space are currently being pushed out of the industry because of this oversight. How are you working to reconcile this, where we've got at one moment investment in making sure that there's women in construction, and at the same time we've got this major oversight and red tape pushing interior designers out of the construction industry, which is a predominantly female industry?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I am aware, and in my discussions with the DIA, I'm aware that interior designers by profession is predominantly females, and we are encouraging more women to get into the construction sector in general, including the residential construction. So, I said, the work that we're doing in the building bill is risk-based, is making sure that we harmonise the building regulations reforms to make it easier for the sector to do their work, to ensure that we can bring trust and confidence back into the system. So the work of the DIA is a part of the conversations that we're having, and I think, you know, these are not, I don't believe, to be mutually exclusive events of the work that we're doing with the DIA and the work of the building bill. I think these things must work in unison to ensure that we can continue to deliver building regulations that are going to be long-term, they're going to be risk-based, and really focus on the areas to make sure that we don't have some of the legacy issues that we're dealing with at present.
Yeah. Can I get a commitment from you, Minister, that that you'll make sure that as this bill goes forward, that interior designers are really considered, and particularly around the scope of their work, and that you are open to considering how the changes that were made prior to your appointment are really affecting that industry, and what changes will need to be put in to make sure. And as I said, my understanding is, you know, that there's a lot of support for things like a licensing system, which you mentioned. But of course, that doesn't overcome some of the problems that have been put through previously. Can I get a commitment from you that you'll make sure that we find a way through that red tape to make sure that we actually protect this industry and protect those that are working in this industry?
Short answer is yes, of course, Chair. We'll continue to engage with the DI. Can I also take this opportunity to thank the DI for their positive engagement with the government? I think in any consultation process, there's never going to be a universal agreement with everybody. I think it's just about finding the balance and finding what actually works and making sure we stick to the principles of what the reform's actually about. Quality building, trust in the market, improving standards, and making sure that those regulations are not inhibiting quality supply onto the market.
Thank you. And my last question is, when can we expect an update regarding the next steps of the new building bill and a resolution of the issues actually facing interior designers?
The department, the Building Commission, is currently working through the submissions that we've received, and there have been quite a number of submissions, I think over 100 submissions, and we want to give each one of those submissions a due process and careful consideration. But certainly, if you would like a briefing further down the track, we'd be happy to organise that for you.
Thank you. The opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, witnesses, for attending. I thought I would start with the Model Constitution and turn to Clause 9 on resolution of internal disputes. And it says, the following disputes must be referred to a community justice centre within the meaning of the Community Justice Centre Act 1983 for mediation. I won't read the rest because I'm just saying the government announced that community justice centres are closing on the 30th of June. So I wondered what advice has been provided to the incorporated associations in New South Wales who use the Model Constitution, and if when was the advice provided, or if not, why not?
Thank you, Ms McDonald, for the question. Can I just clarify your community justice? Is this relating to Strata, relating to corrections? I'm a little bit unclear of what this particular function relates to in a particular portfolio. Are you able to clarify that for me?
It's mainly to say, fair trading. So yes. Fair trading provides the Model Constitution.
Yes.
But it can be, for disputes where there's no resolution, and so in your Model Constitution it says if you haven't got, go to a community justice centre basically. So if it's a dispute between two or more members of the association, but only if the dispute is between the members in their capacity as members.
Yeah, look.
So you could read
Yeah, sure. Look, can I first make a couple of points? Where possible, the government does try to provide mediation and support and advice to the difference between individuals or organisations within for example, a property sector. For example, Project Intervene is one of the projects that we have, which tries to take disputes going to the court and trying that mediation service. I think it's been a good success, and it's an important function of what we do because, as you know, legal disputes can be not only financially really hurtful, but they also can be emotionally draining as well. So we do have models to try, but I think specifically that's quite a technical legal issue. I might ask the Fair Trading Commissioner to provide some answers which might address some of the issues that you've raised.
If that's the case, I might come back to that in the
afternoon. Sure, of course.
So if that's okay, I'll put that aside for this afternoon. As you're aware, I'll turn now to the Strata and Property Services Commissioner.
Yes.
Or actually, that position is vacant, I believe, and has, with the departure of Mr. John Minns. He resigned, citing the lack of adequate budget and resourcing. Is that something that you as Minister would agree with?
No, because the government has just invested $8.4 million in the Property and Strata Task Force to implement the government's strata reforms, to obviously inform, to enforce, to conduct audits and audits. So I don't agree with that assessment regarding any employment arrangements with the former Property and Strata Service Commissioner. He's an employee of the department, and I'm happy to ask the Secretary to provide any commentary if you would.
I might come back to that in the afternoon instead. So I was just wondering then, just on with regard to the Commissioner position, has a recruitment process for a new Commissioner commenced?
Look, I'm advised that's correct.
Yes.
And when will the Commissioner be appointed?
Well, my understanding is that the period of advertisement is closed now, so the applications are being assessed. I don't know what the specific date is for interviews at this stage, but basically it's happening now, and there should be an appointment shortly.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, you just mentioned the $8.4 million investment into this task force. Does this task force exist yet, or is it
yes.
waiting?
No, it does. It exists.
It exists. And what will be their annual budget?
So the allocation of $8.4 million is over the forwards. So divide that by 4. If my maths is correct, it's about 2.1.
2.1 per year, per annum.
Yes,
sorry.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so say if you've got the 8.4 and you're allocating it or dividing it by 4, what has the initial funding allocation been spent on?
So the work of the Australian Force is actually to bring together some specialists. We obviously need the human capital to conduct the work on the reforms that the government is implementing regarding its strata reform. So it's both compliance and enforcement, but also educative as well, to ensure that the sector is aware of the new rules and the new reforms that the government has implemented.
Okay, I might ask in the afternoon some more about the task force, but I wanted to turn now to underquoting.
Yes, of course.
And so we've heard, so again, there's a task force for underquoting. I believe we haven't really heard anything since August 2024. What is the current status of this?
Underquoting as a part of the establishment of the Strata and Commissioner Task Force is a priority. We've been engaging with the sector about how to actually lift the standards. I can also advise in terms of underquoting that almost 380 inspections were conducted in the 23-24 year. And
how many, sorry?
About 379 to be exact in the financial 23-24 year.
Okay. And of that, how many have been prosecuted?
I understand there have been a total breaches of about 148, and the value of the penalty infringement notices equate to about $143,000.
Okay. And is the task force investigating to do with this measures to strengthen underquoting laws? Because that's quite a big number. Or is it just an enforcement crackdown?
No, the underquoting is an issue that was raised with the task force and the stakeholders. Can I also add, in terms of underquoting, we currently have legislation laws in place that actually prohibit underquoting. An agent must give a reasonable price to a buyer, and that price must be actually backed up by evidence. Last year we conducted a number of campaigns. I recall 4, and about 95 infringement notices were actually given or handed out, and we'll continue to work with the sector. But part of the solution to prevent underquoting is regulatory. The other also is the standards of behaviour amongst the agents, and that's why our close engagement with the REI is actually an important function to lift the standard, to ensure that agents, in particular new agents, are aware of their legal responsibilities when it comes to underquoting, and that there are significant penalties involved for those who are found and will be prosecuted for underquoting practices.
Okay, but at this point in time, it's the underquoting. It shows like it's still going on. It doesn't appear to be any slowing down. Why? Like you say, there's action, but it only because you've said it today. But there doesn't appear to be any visible action.
Well, yeah, I said there are strong laws in place regarding underquoting. It is against the law to deliberately underquote, and there are significant financial penalties involved for those who are found to have underquoted. But I said part of the longer-term solution is both regulatory and also lifting the performance and standards, and that's why our engagement, our work with the industry and the sector to lift the standard, to lift the performance, to make agents aware of their legal responsibilities to the market and to a potential buyer is really important. Like it has to be a multi-faceted approach when it comes to addressing underquoting.
So are we waiting for the appointment of the new commissioner before we get more rigorous reforms to be put in place?
No, the work in underquoting is ongoing. As I mentioned, we conducted 4 enforcement campaign blitzes last year. There are about 95, I recall 95, obviously penalty notices were issued. So we do take this issue seriously. It came out of our engagement with the sector through the task force and the work of the task force. So the work is always ongoing, and the recruitment process for the commissioner is a matter for the secretary, but that doesn't preclude the good work that the department is already currently doing.
So will we see any legislation in this current term?
Well, we'll continue to consider what are the best approaches. As I said, it's not just regulatory, it also has to be about normative behaviours of agents to lift the standard, to make sure they're aware of their legal responsibilities to potential buyers. We need to tackle this issue on multiple fronts, but if you're asking me, is the government considering further reform? We will always consider further reforms to bring greater transparency and confidence back to the market.
So do you think, or do you consider, say $2,200 as the average fine, an effective deterrent when real estate commissions on average can exceed, say, 40,000 or 2 million on homes?
Well, look, certainly we'll be on the ongoing journey of reform. Whether those penalty notices are adequate or not, we'll continue to consider all those. But as I said, regulation has to be part of other arms of how we improve standards of performance. I mean, in all fairness, I would prefer not to hand out any penalty, or the department would prefer not to hand out any infringement notice, because it means that people are operating according to the law and actually lifting the performance and the standards.
Okay, so watch this space, in other words. I also now wanted to turn to, say, the construction industry.
Yes.
and we're seeing a lot of construction companies battling to stay afloat, and it's by far the worst performing in say the whole of Australia. Why do you think this is so, Minister?
Well, look, it's no secret that the residential construction industry has experienced significant difficulties. Namely, the cost of finance has been extremely difficult for a lot of builders to get through, but there are also issues around skills shortages, which has been building up for quite some time, and also the changing cost of materials. So these are the core factors which have put significant pressure on the sector. But one of the ways that the government is working on its reform is to actually improve the level of standard of quality build to prevent builders from having to retrofit the works that they've done, which of course will release labour to the market, or actually improve the cash flow of builders. You may be well aware that to potentially retrofit a building work the second time can cost up to 12% of the original capital cost. So that's not an insignificant amount for a company that's obviously got lower margins and doing it tough in a very tough economic environment. We need to make sure that the quality standard is there, the regulatory frameworks are there, and there's more confidence in the market. I think more builders, more construction companies will want to come onto the market because they know buyers have greater confidence in the sector.
So given that and I acknowledge everything that you've said there, Minister, in terms of construction companies, and you've got in place TODs, so we really need to keep up with building. So, and a lot of insolvencies. What safeguards or support is being considered to prevent further collapses? Given all of those things that you've just said, cost of living, increase in building and construction skill shortages, but having to also want to build all these houses, you've got the New South Wales has a target. It doesn't appear that the government is investing in this industry at all.
Well, look, I have to respectfully disagree with that assessment. I think the government's doing significant work in the housing space. It is a top priority for the government. The work of the Minister for Planning to, reduce regulation in the housing supply space. Of course, as you know, transit-oriented development is an important part of delivering more of the missing middle, shall we call it generally. The work of the HDA to speedy up development applications. And in addition, in my portfolio, the work of the building reforms to improve standards, to increase quality, to bring confidence back to the market, on top of the how people live, whether it's through Strata or through rental reform, is part of the government's whole suite to ensure that the housing agenda is being managed and being the reforms are afforded in each one of those aspects.
Yeah, so I understand that, Minister, but what specific measures, like you've sort of outlined, the difficulties and the different departments and that you're trying to spread it across, but what specific measures is the government implementing to support small and medium-sized business companies struggling with rising building and construction costs and interest rates?
Well, I said the government doesn't control the interest rate or the cost of finance, but what we're trying to do is bring confidence back to the market, which is really important. And our building reforms have seen an uptick in the level of quality builds. And I think for any investor or any company, what they're after is regulatory certainty, regulatory clarity, which is what the government is actually delivering both in my portfolio space and also my colleague, the Minister for Planning.
Okay. Do you believe it's enough to give the industry confidence to continue to invest and that home builders will have the confidence to build in such challenging environment?
Well, certainly, our reform has not only clarified the regulatory framework, we've actually taken a number of steps, I said, to speed up the DA process, to make sure there is quality build in the market, because you can talk about supply and demand in the market, but at the core of it, it's actually about confidence and trust.
Yep.
Because if a home buyer doesn't believe or is unsure that they're going to get a quality build, which would be the biggest investment in their lifetime for 99% of Australians, therefore they won't come into the market and there'll be no activity. So that's why our reforms, both through the Minister of Planning, both through the building reforms that we're currently going through, will give the market the clarity and the certainty in the regulatory framework that it actually needs.
I understand that. So, but as sorry, Ms. Fairman alluded to this morning with regard to the push to clean up the strata industry. So that's just one part of it. I don't believe that, say, owners in these strata schemes are given any confidence when you would think that the appointment should have been made by fair trading of a qualified person to run the business while the appeal is on foot, because there's so many strata owners affected by that, and so I don't think that there's any confidence in what you're doing here.
Well, look, firstly, as I said, the government has moved 3 tranches of strata reform in less than 2 years. Some of those are about making sure strata committees work better. And I said the standards now set for strata managing agents to ensure that they disclose any conflicts of interest, that they disclose the commission breakdowns for insurance work that they've done, and that they disclose any conflicts of interest or personal relationships they have with a supplier is a huge confidence booster for residents and for the owners corporation that strata managing agents are acting in the best interests of residents. So I do think that the government, as reformed, has actually really given the boost and the confidence that the strata industry need, and the reform has been long coming. In all fairness, I wish some of these reforms would have been done even prior to our election to office, because there are, in addition to the reforms, there are also significant punitive measures in place for those who are found to have deliberately contravened the new strata laws that we have.
Thank you. Sorry, forgot where I was up to. Just on that, yes. Like with the NCAT focus, it favours. From this article, it appears to favour 8 staff over 500 schemes in allowing an appeal process where somebody, a strata manager, is continued to allowed to operate whilst on appeal. That doesn't give anybody any confidence, especially the owners.
Well, I said I'm not privy to the article that you're referring to, but what I do know is that the government has moved significant reform to improve the standards of behaviour, to improve the level of disclosure when it comes to strata managing agent, in addition to increasing the punitive and penalty measures in place for those who are found to contravene the law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill 2024 introduced new provisions regarding animals in rentals that were due to commence on proclamation. Can you provide an update on when those provisions will actually commence? When will proclamation be?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I can provide an update on that. At the moment, we are currently going through the consultation process of the drafted regulations regarding pets, regarding no grounds, to make sure that it actually works in practice. Now, I'm advised that finalisation of those draft regulations should be completed by the end of the month.
So we can expect the actual commencement around what late April or?
Yeah. So once the has been gazetted, has been signed, the draft regulations have been signed off, which I mentioned is at the end of this month. That's the expectation. Mm-hmm. Then we also want to go through a very short education campaign across the sector to make sure that those within the sector are aware of the new rules, because we want to make this to be the smoothest transition possible, given the significance of the rental reforms that the government has implemented.
Great. And so that consultation on the draft regulation section, that consultation's happening right now?
That's correct.
And who has Fair Trading consulted with? Does it include groups like RSPCA, Animal Welfare League, Lucy's Project, and the Tenants Union?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to ask the Rental Commissioner to identify which specifically, but I do know that our consultation process is always extensive to make sure that voices within the sector, both those in the property and those in the advocates, get their opportunity. So I might ask Ms Jones to further enlighten.
Thank you. I can confirm that all of those stakeholders have been involved, and it's an iterative process. So we've had roundtables, but we've also had workshops, particularly on the pet guidance, and we have a range of pet welfare organisations, property management experts and tenant advocates involved in those sessions. So we're really trying to do that in line with the people who will be most impacted.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Minister, you recall that when those groups were consulted on the primary legislation that their feedback was rejected essentially, and the bill that came forward was very different to the consultation draft. Is there a risk that the same outcome will happen here with the regulations, that those groups won't actually have their concerns heard?
No, well, all groups will have their concerns heard, and I will always take on board the comments and the advice and suggestions that every stakeholder has. But as a government, we have to listen to across the spectrum, and we have to deliver a package that is balanced, that is reasonable, that's also practical as well. So, in short, yes, of course, we will consider those thoughts and those suggestions, but the final package that the government will deliver will ensure that is balanced and practical.
Thank you. We now go to questions from the government, if they have any.
Chair, just on an unresolved issue, can I get my document tabled, please?
Yep, we can sort that out as a committee. Was there concerns in regards to the?
Perhaps we should move into a deliberative.
You need to have a discussion. Okay, thank you. We will now break for morning tea, and we will be back at 11:15. Thank you. Thank you.
I got something.
Thank you and welcome back to Budget Estimates. I'll dive straight into it and throw to Ms Kate Fairman.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to turn quickly in the time I have to the issue of fire doors. I've been approached by the Fire Brigade Union, also Fire and Rescue New South Wales have concerns with what are fire doors with activated bolts. So Fire and Rescue New South Wales has said that these are activated to secure the, during a fire, to secure the door shut by locking into the door frame. They suggest that manufacturers are using fire bolts as a shortcut to pass fire resistance requirements required under the Australian standards. Firstly, are you aware of this issue?
Look, fire safety is important to the government. For this particular
bolts
issue,
on the door.
I might ask the building commissioner.
The issue is that
they
are the risk, of course, is they bolt. They're bolting at certain degrees in fire, and occupants and firefighters can be locked inside or outside a building as a result.
Yes, I can answer those questions.
Mr. Sherrin, great.
Yeah, I can answer all those questions. So the fire bolts, you're correct, they fire out of the fire door and secure the door once your temperature gets to 200 degrees in that local area. And we've had a number of meetings with Fire and Rescue around fire doors, and indeed we're hosting a workshop on fire bolts and fire doors at our initiative, co-hosting with Fire and Rescue in the next couple of weeks. The issue, as you correctly point out, is the question of access. So it's actually, as far as a safe and compliant system, that's not in question at this point in time, although there is some debate over the certification of them. But the question really is, can the fire brigade access after that area cools down in order to get to other areas? So we're working on it at this point in time.
So I think, thank you for that. I understand the same concerns have been raised by the ACT Fire and Rescue Victoria, as well as in industry forums. And I think there's no doubt about the risks that they could keep, for example, occupants or the firefighters locked inside a room, and they lock at the wrong time, for example. So does the government know which buildings these fire doors have been installed? Is a paper trail being established so that if there does need to be urgent remediation, something can be done?
Yes.
Okay. I have heard a number of people talk about this as potentially the next kind of flammable cladding saga, that concerned about it. So is the Minister, have you been briefed on this matter?
On this particular matter, I think in the fire doors one, look, I said fire safety is a part of the National Construction and the Building Ministers meant as a general topic.
Possibly.
But in terms of the fire doors, that hasn't been raised, but certainly we can take that on notice to make sure we continue to examine
Minister, I'd
the
also
issue.
suggest that you request an urgent briefing as opposed to just taking the issue on notice, given the serious concerns.
Of course.
Thank you. I will go now to just back to the Net Strata, the report. Now, with the Net Strata contesting findings, and you're saying, I think you might have mentioned, Minister, before, different versions. So are you referring to, in relation to this report, different versions of the report or different versions of findings that the Net Strata is quibbling over?
No, different interpretations of the findings. That is, the McGrath-Nicol report raises the issues of commissions that I believe hasn't been properly disclosed, but Net Strata saying no, their view is that it's not a commission, but it's a fee for service. Therefore, there's, it's a contestable arena here, one saying black, one saying white. So that process to determine what is the more accurate version will have to go through a legal contestability framework.
So does that mean that, so here, for example, under section 2.2 of the draft, of the report, of the summary of findings, page 2, it says that Net Strata was provided with the opportunity to review and comment on the draft report before it was finalised. Ms. Mann, I asked you in the September budget estimates the question, has Strata been involved in that report as well? And you replied they have not. Why is this report seeming to contradict what you told me?
There's no contradiction. At the time of budget estimates, they had not reviewed or received or reviewed the report, but pursuant to the undertaking, the public undertaking, they were afforded the opportunity to do that, and they have done that subsequently. I will say that after they provided their response to McGrath-Nichol's findings went from 6 breaches up to 9 breaches, so it actually had the opposite effect. But yeah, so that's the reason, the timeline of it.
Okay, so on the 10th of September last year, by the time that the first draft report, it was delivered to the legal team in fair trading, you said late last week on the 10th of September. So you're
That's
saying
right.
that between that time and the time, obviously, of release of this, which was a week or two ago, that was when Strata first got the opportunity to review and comment on the draft report before it was finalised by the independent investigator?
That's correct. So I've actually got a timeline here if it would help clarify the matter.
Thank you, because they provided the response to a 67-page response on the 1st of November.
So as I mentioned at the last hearing, I had received the first draft of the report on the 5th of September. Strata was provided the report on the 2nd of October. They provided their response to McGrath-Nichol on the 1st of November. So that's the first time that they were able to do that. On the 2nd of October it was provided to them. The 1st of November they provided comments. As I said, that then resulted in the number of breaches that McGrath-Nichol found increasing from 6 to 9. Then the summary report was sent to them on the 17th of February. They responded within 2 days on the 19th of February, and again, that's pursuant to the undertaking. The final report was issued to me on the 25th of February, and I released it the next day on the 26th of February.
Okay, I'll come back to that. I've run out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister, I've got some more questions about the animals in rentals.
Yes.
Will the regulations that we were discussing before, will they be approved by Cabinet, or is that a final approval decision just with you as Minister?
Well, it'll be, as I understand it, will just be based on the regulations as me as Minister, which will go forward to be finalised and then approved. And as I mentioned, we want to make the smoothest transition possible because these are significant reforms, and the regulations obviously examine the practicality of how we implement those reforms, and therefore an educational campaign, I suppose, or partnership with across the sector will be part of it.
And will they be made available for public consultation before they're finalised at any point?
We're going through the consultation as we speak now.
But a public consultation, will they be made public? I haven't seen a copy, for example. Is that something that will be made available to people before it's finalised?
Look, my understanding of the procedure is that we are going through the consultation process at the moment to have it finalised so we can actually implement the government's reforms as soon as possible.
So that'll be a closed consultation process rather than a public consultation
It's open and closed, I suppose, in one sense. It's open to all stakeholders who are engaged with fair trading as we implement these reforms. But if we were to go through a broader public consultation, I think that would significantly delay the implementation of the reforms. And what we want to move, what the government wants to do is implement these reforms as quickly as possible, and also making sure that the transition is smooth, so that if there are things that need to require further changing, then we'll make that as we go. But I'm happy to offer you a briefing if that would help.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you. And when do you expect the consultation to be finalised? Do you have a bit of a timeline around the consultation process?
Yeah, well, the consultation process will be finalised shortly, and it will be formalised by the end of the month. I'm happy to ask the Rental Commissioner to give an exact date, if that would help.
I might speak with her this afternoon. Sure. I'm sure we've got a few more questions. But can you explain any options that tenants will have under the new regime. So, for example, if they're concerned that their landlord or potential landlord's not complying with the new rules regarding animals and rentals, and I know obviously within the strict terms of the legislation that going to the tribunal was their only option, and I know that you know my concerns around that given the power imbalance between tenants and landlords that's already in place. Is there going to be any other ways to safeguard tenants? Have you asked, for example, Fair Trading or the Rental Commissioner to offer support to tenants to help with assisting with landlords, investigating reports for any wrongdoing on landlords' behalves, anything like that outside of that tribunal process, which is quite a big step to take?
Yeah, short answer is yes, Chair. That's mainly through the rental task force, which the government has established and allocated $8.4 million working towards. So it's both a compliance and enforcement and also an educational role as well to ensure that the sector is aware of the new rules so that we can have the smoothest transition possible on what is significant reform.
Okay, and so tenants can actually go to that body if they have concerns that landlords are not following the rules, and they could go to them prior to going to the through the tribunal process?
Yes, that we would always prefer things not to go to the tribunal because it is time consuming for both sides, and better to try to mediate and at least clarify the new rental reforms, and certainly that's one of the roles of the Rental Commissioner and also the task force that's been established.
Great. I'd also like to ask you some questions about short-term rental accommodations and the short-term rental accommodations register. Are you able to advise how many enforcement actions have been taken in respect to breaches of the Code of Conduct for short-term rentals? I
might ask the Fair Trading Commission in terms of the Code of Conduct breaches or the Rental Commissioner?
Yes, it's actually the Rental Commissioner has those figures.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just grab my notes on that one for you. So, as it relates to the short-term rental register, that's the responsibility of the Department of Planning, but we certainly keep an eye on it as we are responsible for the Code of Conduct within fair trading. In terms of the contacts and responses, just bear with me. New South Wales Fair Trading holds the Code of Conduct. So the code applies where there are issues relating to noise complaints, significant issues, and significant issues raised by either another regulatory body like local government or the police. So last financial year, we had 59 contacts, which included 17 complaints and 42 inquiries that came under the consideration of the code. And since the code's inception, we've had 288 complaints and 627 inquiries. What I would also like to add is this is something that my team are looking at specifically, and we're considering how we can improve our responses to the issues that may be raised under the code. We're speaking to Local Government New South Wales and some other larger local government areas that are impacted by issues in short-term rental accommodation.
Thank you. And what sort of powers or resources does Fair Trading have available to be able to investigate potential breaches of that Code of Conduct? Are they able to go out and actually investigate, or are they mainly just responding to some of those complaints that come in and collating what they can?
So the New South Wales Rental Task Force will be looking at the Code of Conduct matters within fair trading going forward, and the code steps out our responsibilities and our obligations as it relates to the Fair Trading Act. There are penalties that can apply and there are enforcement actions that we can take. It includes a range of measures from warnings to education to statements of complaints to outright strikes against hosts and guests should they be deemed to be warranted. So for us, we're really going to be looking at what are the major risks and harms in the community, who are the offenders, the types, and what action can we take so that we can have lasting outcomes.
Thank you. The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, do you think there's a reasonable public expectation and a responsibility for you that when people go into a supermarket in New South Wales, according to the labelling they've got on the various packaging, that they can be assured that if they follow that labelling and instructions, the product is safe, no one's going to be injured, none of the animals or people around them will be injured from that consumption.
Oh, well, of course, product safety is important. I mean, people who consume, go to their supermarket, whatever they buy off the shelves, they'd like to have confidence that it's gone through the food and regulatory processes that have been established before those foods come onto the shelves.
Do you think there's a problem that we've got pet food products that are basically unsafe, dogs and cats choking to death, and the labelling will say in fine print right at the bottom, don't leave your dog alone with this rawhide treat, chew, implying if you leave them alone they could well choke to death. You've got to stay with the dog. Well, not everyone reads the fine print, so would you look at the labelling of those products, VitaPet and the like, to ensure that there's a very clear, obvious instruction to the consumer about the danger involved, and it's much more than fine print, so there's an awareness of what you're buying?
Look, I do believe around food standards, in particular pet food standards, is a matter for Minister Moriarty, but in terms of any consumer law aspects that fair trading can enforce, and certainly we would consider that.
I realise that about the Food Authority, but I would have thought in this matter the low-hanging fruit at least is to take some responsibility for the labelling that's underway. A lot of these products are made in China, Thailand. They're made with chemicals that make the dogs vomit. The choking is the most severe problem. So haven't you got a responsibility for all the labelling of products that are sold?
Okay, might be a very technical legal matter. Can I ask the Fair Trading Commissioner to provide Mr Latham with some advice in terms of fair trading's role in food labelling?
Yes, thank you, Minister. So, as the Minister said, and I reiterated earlier, Mr Latham, New South Wales Fair Trading actually has no remit regarding pet food regulation. It is the New South Wales Food Authority. No, that's right. So it's the New South Wales Food Authority, and they have that authority by virtue of the Food Act and the food regulation. The other point that I will make, Fair Trading is the consumer protection regulator, but under Australian consumer law, we look at unsafe products for persons, for humans, so animals, pets are not within the remit of that.
Right.
So that's the legal
situation. Minister, I think since the time of Sid Einfeld, well before your time, consumers in New South Wales have looked to Department of Consumer Affairs, now Fair Trading, for playing a role in the safety of all these products that are available. There are 9 million pets in New South Wales, 2.3 million households own pets in our state. Would you consider simplifying this by Fair Trading taking over the pet consumption and labelling role?
Well, I think, look, I acknowledge certainly your concerns, Mr Latham, regarding pet food, but at the moment the New South Wales Food Authority does have jurisdiction over this matter. If the Minister for Agriculture may consider this, then certainly that's something for the government to consider.
Right. On a separate matter, what's the interaction between Fair Trading and the New South Wales Police in a circumstance where at a charity someone misappropriates the funds that are raised?
Look, certainly, as Minister for Fair Trading, I do oversight charities and their performance and their disclosures. In terms of course, if there are criminal behaviours, we would work with the New South Wales Police Force to ensure that those who are doing the wrong thing...
Who actually does the prosecution if it gets that far?
Fair Trading Commissioner, what's the legal avenue there?
Yeah, so it will depend on the circumstances of the case. We work hand in glove with police on these matters. If the fraud is substantial, it's likely that New South Wales Police will assume prosecution. However, we do also do prosecutions of fraud, both for charities but also for trust account fraud for real estate agents.
Right. On notice, so not the details, but just the numbers, for each of the last 3 years, how many prosecutions have been undertaken by Fair Trading in those areas?
For real estate agent trust
for both the
account
matters
fraud.
you mentioned, charities and real estate, and you say substantial matters. What's the cut-off there? How much money needs to be misappropriated before it becomes a police matter?
So there's no set threshold. It will depend on the circumstances in each case. Often if there's an organised crime element, the police will take that on.
Right.
If it's a straight real estate trust account fraud, we will retain.
Well, what about a fundraiser where they raised a lot of money and $50,000 was siphoned off to a different purpose?
So I wouldn't like to comment on
How does
the
that normally
specifics. Look, if there's a specific matter that you have, I'd very much welcome you providing me with the details.
Thank you.
with that.
I'll write to that. Minister, just following up the Honourable Jackie Munro's questions earlier on, in terms of industry, what are you responsible for?
As my role as Minister for Industry and Trade, so my role is to coordinate our government policy to bring the whole of government together towards working towards the 3 identified missions that we've identified in the document, which are the most pressing acute issues that are affecting the New South Wales
Is there a sector
government.
you're directly responsible for?
Sounds
like you're the Minister for Industry Coordination.
Well, it's setting the government's strategic framework regarding industry policy, taking it on a different path, and with the ultimate goal of building a much more resilient and more productive economy.
Okay. Well, in the era of Doe, shouldn't we just abolish this industry function? Because it sounds ridiculous that all you do is coordinate policy that, we've got a small army of bureaucrats to do that as well.
Well, no, I disagree with that assessment. This is about making sure governments and the sector is focused, and in all fairness, the public commentary from the sector has been nothing but supportive. You would have seen the article in the Innovation Oz this morning, both from Professor Roy Green at the CSIRO and Miss Esther Coe from the Centre for Policy Development.
There's never been a public dollar spent that Roy Green didn't like, I can assure you.
That obviously supports it. I do think this is where we want to go.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, New South Wales Labor is home to a number of high-profile AUKUS opponents, including Bob Carr, the Honourable Cameron Murphy, the Honourable Anthony D'Adam. Do you support AUKUS?
Well, I thought that AUKUS is a federal government matter.
So, as the Trade and Industry Minister in New South Wales, you won't issue a statement as to whether you support or don't support AUKUS?
Well, AUKUS is an agreement between the Commonwealth and the United States and the United Kingdom. If you're asking whether I support the defence and aerospace industry, the short answer is yes.
Okay, so will you ask the Premier, for example, to appoint a specific defence industry minister?
Well,
given
defence is a federal matter,
Ms
Munro. Defence is a federal matter. As Minister for Industry and Trade, we are focused on making sure there is a whole-of-government approach to stimulate our local manufacturing sector.
So if there were AUKUS benefits in New South Wales, for example, down around Port Kembla or even in Newcastle, would you support that industry being developed to support AUKUS?
Well, as I said, I repeated, I do support the defence and aerospace industry where there are opportunities to provide jobs and to grow regional economies. Of course,
and you would say that AUKUS would allow you to do that?
Well, AUKUS is, of course, it's part of the broader industry and the agreement between the Commonwealth and the United States and the UK.
Are you doing anything as Trade and Industry Minister to set up the kinds of industries that are required to support AUKUS? Are you doing any of that work?
Well, the government is doing work in the defence and aerospace industry
to support
ensure,
AUKUS?
To support, well, as part of the broader framework, it may be of valuable information to you that the defence and aerospace, 40% of the nation's defence and aerospace happens in New South Wales.
I'm asking specifically about programs or initiatives that you have championed or implemented that support AUKUS.
Well, all our defence and aerospace industry in New South Wales is obviously part of stimulating both not only our local manufacturing but also the IP that comes with it as well. And the government does a number of fronts in obviously supporting, in particular.
So are you doing anything for AUKUS or not? It sounds like you're not.
For SMEs in particular in this area to make contact with suppliers and buyers to ensure we can stimulate the industry.
Okay, well, look, other Labor states like South Australia and Western Australia have come out to support AUKUS. So I'm just going to ask one more time, will you, as the Trade and Industry Minister, support AUKUS like your Labor compatriots in other states?
AUKUS is a national agreement. I support the national government in its desire to obviously provide greater security for the nation, and New South Wales will play its role to ensure that we stimulate the local manufacturing industry.
Minister, where is the trade strategy?
Well, as part of the government's approach to a structured strategy that's currently being developed.
Okay, but are we going to see it?
Yes.
When?
At the appropriate time once it's been finalised.
Well, yesterday, I believe the Sticks and the Ticks were asked to provide feedback on the trade strategy, given a deadline of Monday. Do you think that's appropriate, that they get 5 days?
Well,
a weekend even?
Well, I said the trade investment strategy is be part of the government's stage approach to policy development. The industry policy is the overarching objective of where the government wants to go, addressing the acute issues in the economy,
But
being
I'm just
supported.
talking about the trade strategy here. Do you think it's appropriate that our senior trade and investment commissioners receive a couple of days, including weekend, to respond to your trade strategy?
I said the trade investment strategy is currently going through the development process and will continue to take feedback internally and externally.
So you're comfortable with our senior trade and investment commissioners being given 5 days,
Well,
including
I'm not
the weekend?
aware. If you have a specific email or document that says that's what's the case, I'm happy to see it now. But
I'm
the trade
asking you
and
if that is
investment-
something you're comfortable with.
Well, the trade investment strategy will continue to be developed, and I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary.
But do we know when it's
to-
coming, Minister? Because you said originally that it was this integrated policy set of documents with strategies and they're all supposed to work together. But now we have an industry policy, not a strategy, that you've called it a policy. We don't have any trade strategy. We don't have the innovation blueprint. So when can we expect the trade strategy?
Well, the strategy, I said, as part of the government's approach into having a stage clear policy
But it's not
development,
clear, Minister.
the industry policy is being supported by the innovation blueprint and the actual trade investment. Can I also make the point, Ms Munro, that your senior colleague, the member for Oatley, has criticised the government for saying they don't need any more reports, any more strategies and any more ideas, but you're saying you need to do more of this. So
No, Minister, I'm holding you to account with the promises that you have made as Minister. That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking about your plans.
Well, as I've said, the government has a stage process to
Okay.
ensure the policies
Right.
that are released are consistent.
I'm glad
and
our trading
clear
partners
and have
will be
policy
comforted by
alignment.
the fact that we have a stage process. Do the Sticks have any KPIs or any formal review processes with you?
That's I'm asked the Deputy Secretary to determine.
Okay, well,
performance.
if you don't have any KPIs associated with you, then
Well,
that
that's
speaks for itself.
inaccurate.
Does-
I'll ask the Deputy Secretary to provide.
Look,
information.
honestly, I'm happy to ask later, but we have.
there's been a point of order. Yep.
I've been sitting and listening very intently to the exchange that's been going on. The Honourable Jackie Munro has now interrupted the Minister mid-answer multiple times. I'd ask that you direct her to the procedural fairness resolution under paragraph 19 to treat witnesses with courtesy at all times.
Yeah, look, I will remind the member to allow the Minister to answer the question. I do understand that you may want to come to other witnesses this afternoon, and maybe just make sure you make that clear that you'll come back to that this afternoon if you want to continue to ask questions directly to the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Ms McPhee, I'm very much looking forward to speaking to you this afternoon. Minister, have you met with Atlassian?
Yes, I recall, in an informal sense. I've met
Informal.
Mr.
It's not in your diary disclosures.
Well, I said all my disclosures are happening. I recall meeting their head of public policy a while back. I can't recall the exact date.
But not a
and I've
formal
met,
meeting.
obviously, Mr. Mike Cannon-Brooks and Mr. Farquhar at events. For example, I think the event we held around the Dexus building down in Central.
Right. So are you aware that the Premier met with Atlassian in a formal meeting on the 19th of November last year?
Well, meetings are for the Premier, matter for the Premier.
So why didn't you attend the meeting?
Well, I've met all stakeholders, including those for Atlassian. And the
But
Premier
you
has
haven't had a formal meeting with them?
Well, I've met Atlassian formally, and obviously they're part of the engagement that we've had in the development of the innovation blueprint.
So you have met Atlassian in a one-on-one formal meeting?
Well, as I recall, I met their head of public policy, yes.
Okay, and how long ago was that?
Oh, look, I couldn't give you the exact date, but I know it would have been appropriately disclosed.
Okay, so, I mean, we're not talking about the second half of this year. Did the Premier tell you that the Sydney Startup Hub had to be closed following his meeting with Atlassian?
Well, one, I don't discuss conversations I've had with the Premier or anybody in public.
Well, unfortunately, you don't discuss enough of the things that you do in public, but I'm wondering why you haven't met with Atlassian before announcing that closure of the Sydney Startup Hub and immediately.
Well, one,
before that closure.
the decision to close the Sydney Startup Hub has been supported by the sector.
It's been supported by Atlassian, of course.
It's supported by the sector, and we've had extensive engagement with the tenants down there to ensure that the framework that we wanted to deliver for Tech Central actually delivers for the people of New South Wales.
Well, that's certainly not the feedback that we're getting about the Sydney Startup Hub tenants,
Well,
that they haven't actually been given the courtesy of proper engagement and actually had to reach out to you, which you admitted at the last budget estimates before you would speak to them, almost 2 years into your term. But are you familiar...
Gratuitous commentary from the Honourable Jackie Munro. It doesn't assist at all in the exchange of questions, and it isn't in fact a question. So I just ask her to remind her to withhold such commentary, because a lot of it's quite discourteous to the witness.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of commentary all through this this morning, so I do ask the member to restrain. Thank you,
Chair. Minister, have you asked your department to write a Tech Central strategy?
Well, that's currently being developed as the media release that was released last year.
Okay, so this is in addition to the Innovation Blueprint?
Yes, that's correct.
So can we expect that every innovation district will have its own strategy?
Well, we'll continue that policy development as we speak.
So when you said that you wanted, there was a quote that you gave, a clear and innovative strategy that takes us beyond a complex and confusing tangle of programs. Can I just confirm that there will be additional strategies to the ones that you've already said? I mean, I've already shown you this, reflected this back to you. How is adding more strategies that are not incorporated into the ones that you're already developing, like the Innovation Blueprint, how is that not a complex and confusing tangle of programs? I mean...
Well, it's not. The Tech Central strategy that's being currently developed is about making sure there is a reshaping and realignment of the relationship between government and the sector to ensure we give policy clarity and consistency, and that the Tech Central is focused more than just on innovation. So it's actually focused on the broader precincts of how we can actually grow the sector within that precinct, whether it's the cultural aspects, the transport links, the cultures within the organisations. I think it's more than just a place where companies it's part of the much broader economic structure.
When can we expect that, Minister?
Well, we want to always take a careful and considered approach in our engagement, an engagement with the sector on this particular front.
So when can we expect the strategy? I mean, you're making announcements like the closure of the Sydney Startup Hub. We've got an innovation blueprint apparently in the works that we were told by your department that was actually completed last year. When can we actually expect the Tech Central strategy? We've got to put another deadline on something.
Well, like I said, we are going through the development process as we speak, and we want to make sure that stakeholders are given adequate time and input, and to make sure that the final product meets the needs of the sector for the long run.
Okay, but I think the stakeholders that you're engaging with are very, very keen for some clarity. So can you give them some clarity on when they can expect a Tech Central precinct strategy to be delivered by your government?
That's why we're going through the engagement process, and it will be released when the policy is finalised.
Are you familiar with the Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement?
Yes.
Could you please tell me about that, Minister?
I think can I just clarify, is this the agreement between the Texra and the GCC?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm asking you.
You're not sure, then how can I be sure?
Because you're the Minister.
I get the impression that I get, you're not only confusing all of us, you seem to confuse yourself.
Minister, I'm asking you a question about something that is clearly within your purview, the Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement. I'm asking you about it because I genuinely don't know what it is. I mean, I've got this Atlassian Central Project Development Agreement signed in 2022 with the government. It speaks about the Framework Agreement and the Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement. So, as the Minister, I'm asking you what that is.
Yeah, as I'm advised, that particular agreement you're referring to was one signed by the former government and Atlassian. Specific further details on that, I might ask the Deputy Secretary if she has further information she would like to advise.
Thank you, Minister. Ms McPhee, I'll ask you about the specifics of that later. I mean, it's a $22 million agreement. So I'll get into those specifics. Have you met, Minister, with anyone in the planning department about the Central Sydney precinct, state significant precinct development?
Oh, look, I think obviously we continue to meet with across all of government regarding the development of the Tech Central strategy.
But have you met with anybody in the planning department about that?
Well, I regularly take advice from obviously the Secretary, and I regularly meet with the Minister for Planning to discuss a range of issues.
But have you discussed this issue?
Yes, in this particular issue, of course, we discuss this and other issues that are where there are co-joining input into the policy development.
So who's leading on that?
Well, the Tech Central strategy is being led by Investment New South Wales.
Okay, so it's being led by you as the Minister?
That's correct.
Okay, so what parts of the Central Precinct strategic framework are you committed to?
Well, we're going through the process as we speak to ensure that the policy that is finalised meets the long-term future of the sector.
So you're saying that the Central Precinct strategic framework that already exists, that's being abolished and you're doing something new?
Well, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is that the government is currently developing a policy agenda regarding Tech Central to ensure that it provides clarity and certainty for the sector in going forward.
So what is the status of the Central Precinct strategic framework, and what parts of that are not currently in play?
Well, like I said, there's a difference between the agreement. We'll continue to consider those
This is the strategic
agreements.
framework, Minister.
Well,
I've moved on from the agreement.
As part of the policy development making process, it shouldn't come as a surprise to you or anybody that we'll consider the status quo of what's happening and therefore engaging with the sector to determine where changes need to be made.
So are you committed to the 25,000 new jobs in the area, for example, affordable workspace for startups, 250 square metres of net lettable floor space?
All of those things will be considered as part of the policy development process.
Okay, so we can't rely on your government to deliver the $25,000 new jobs in that area?
Well, the government will make all these considerations as it finalises the policy.
So, it's very difficult, Minister. Minister, what measurable progress has been made in implementing the priorities outlined in the 20-year New South Wales R&D roadmap?
The R&D roadmap, obviously R&D is important. We'll continue to work towards that particular goal. And as you see, the industry policy is part of that, setting that strategic framework to ensure that we continue to provide R&D and support to the R&D sector.
Okay, but the R&D roadmap is in that big triangle. It's under your industry policy. Yes. So what measurable progress has been made in actually
I think one great example is the RNA manufacturing facility we're doing up near North Ryde. I might ask the Chief Scientist to provide further specific details on the R&D work that the government, whether through his organisation or others, is contributing to this goal.
Okay, well, I'll ask about that this afternoon. What is the annual funding allocation for the implementation of the roadmap?
The industry roadmap, I'll have to take that on notice, but I know Oxy, the Office of Chief Scientist as an organisation, has a budget of around $104 million, which includes both the OPEX and the CAPEX.
Thank you. What level of funding has been allocated to the Western Sydney Startup Hub, and how did it compare to the Sydney Startup Hub?
Well, look, I'll have to take those specific details on notice of the funding that's allocated, but, you know, as part of our innovation policy development, we'll continue to make sure that all sectors or areas, like in the innovation sector, gets properly supported.
Mm-hmm. So out of 12 meetings or so you held with companies in the second half of last year, so this is the Q3 and 4 diary disclosures, just under 3/4 of them were actually with companies that were headquartered interstate or overseas, like Satire, Blocktex, Amazon and Microsoft. Are these companies more important than New South Wales-based startups and scale-ups?
No.
So why are you meeting significantly more with overseas and interstate companies rather than supporting New South Wales-based companies?
We are supporting New South Wales state startups, and that's why the engagement process that we've done, including the development around regional New South Wales, and the Hunter, the Illawarra, down in the Riverina, engaging with small to medium-sized businesses, we'll continue that front.
So could you confirm with me that the MVP Ventures grant has been extended into the forward estimates?
Well, as I'm advised, it's part of the grant process going forward, the MVP, yes.
Okay, so the 24-25 title of the MVP ventures in your big triangle, that will be extended to next year.
Well,
it doesn't just relate to that.
The budget allocation has been provided for the MVP in the forwards.
Yeah, and it will remain. So that's like a bit of an error in that triangle.
Well, no, it's not an error. I think that's an incorrect characterisation. The MVP program has been funded in the latest budget allocations.
So it goes into the forward estimate. So you're saying, but I mean, how is that not an error? It says 24-25 specifically. It doesn't go on to list any other years. So people in the sector are rightly worried after your government has already slashed funding to it in the first place that it's actually going to be cut entirely.
Well, that I think is a misunderstanding. The government is funding the MVP, and as records will also show, Ms Munro, prior to the government coming to office, your government had actually slashed $188 million from the budget in the innovation sector.
Okay, Minister. Well, I'm glad to hear that the MVP grant is going to be committed to. And can I just understand, with relation to the New South Wales Decarbonisation Innovation Hub, why have there been no recent public updates on the progress, projects or outcomes of the hub?
Well, so I'll have to take that one on notice in terms of the hub. I mean, we support the work of the clean energy sector, and that might be more appropriate for Minister Sharp.
Have you visited the New South Wales Decarbonisation Innovation
Well,
Hub?
I can't recall every trip or every visit that I've had over the past 2 years.
Okay, so just going back to something that Mr Latham referenced earlier, are you responsible for the New South Wales Decarbonisation Innovation Hub?
Well, that's particular organisation is responsible for Minister Sharp. My job as Industry and Trade Minister is to ensure that the government across all departments are focused on the acute issues that are concerning the New South Wales economy.
Thank you, Minister.
Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, Minister. It's still
morning,
just morning. On this New South Wales industry policy that was released this month, and I know that my colleague has been speaking with you in relation to this as well, did any consultants help write this?
As I answered earlier, I think predominantly it's been internally resourced policy development with some external assistance from more around the engagement process or coordinating our roundtables. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Deputy Secretary.
So, okay, so not in the writing of the actual document.
That's correct. That's correct.
Did AI help write this document?
As in the AI group?
No, as in it. Did you use artificial intelligence?
At
Did you
least
use
you didn't call it
ChatGPT?
A1.
That's fine. Okay. It's just things like New South Wales, even on the very first page, and forgive me, I'm a bit of a pedant, but I just look at it as a forward-looking agenda. Well, that is what a policy is, isn't it? Is there a backward-looking agenda? Like, it's a bit, yeah. Okay. I will go past all of my comments on, particularly on the Premier's. Well, what does he mean? New South Wales has strong advantages to become a global superpower, he says.
Well, as I said, the industry and trade policy is about addressing some of the acute issues that are impacting the New South Wales economy, but also actually going forward to make sure we take advantage of the economic opportunities that are available for the people of New South Wales.
Yeah, it's just, I'm also struggling, and I did hear Ms Munro speaking about this as well. I'm really struggling to understand the value of this document. But I heard what you said about it.
I think I'd also just add, if I can, Ms Boyd, that, external commentary around the policy, as the headline this morning, which, it's ambitious and comprehensive, and it's been welcomed by stakeholders within the sector.
Okay, I would, yeah, fine. We will agree to disagree on whether it's ambitious or comprehensive. But one of the things that particularly annoys me is the lack of reference to accessibility when it comes to housing. So again, we have one of the focuses of the industry policy is apparently around housing, and we've had this discussion before many times in relation to disability accessibility and New South Wales's failure to adopt the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards, and yet again, we have another document that doesn't even make reference to accessible, even though we have safe, secure, affordable. When will New South Wales finally sign on to the National Construction Codes and allow there to be new houses built for people with mobility needs?
Well, firstly, can I say around social and affordable housing, that's in one of our targets. As you'll be well aware, as I mentioned last time, the government is leading from the front when it comes to accessibility housing.
No, it's leading from behind. It's the only state other than the WA not to have minimum accessibility standards in new builds.
The government has been leading from the front, trying to encourage industry to meet the minimum standards, as you're well aware.
But it doesn't
with
work.
Public
That's
and,
why
and
it's been
affordable.
mandated everywhere else.
So when, as I said, with accessibility housing, the government through Landcom has met the silver standard regarding accessibility. Our $8.4 billion investment in social and affordable housing is part of the target within the missions of the industry policy.
Okay, but that's not what I've asked you. I've asked you why New South Wales is the only state other than WA not to mandate the minimum accessibility standards for new builds.
Well, the first point I was making, the government is making engagement with the sector on this front. We did issue a paper earlier this year, and we're engaging with the sector to determine whether what is the best way to consider the livable and accessibility housing. And we continue that work to ensure that we, whilst we want to get there, that we don't add any further difficult pressures on what is an industry that's going through some difficult financial and structural times.
Yeah, and the other people who are going through some very difficult financial times are people with disability in this state. We're estimating around 20% of people require accessible homes, and yet every time I ask about this, I get told largely nonsense about the industry and costs on the industry. I presented you last estimates with data that showed that the industry was overestimating the costs of implementing these standards by over 10 times. So when it comes to people with disability, what can you be telling them in relation to their ability to buy a new home?
Yeah, look,
that's
I would
accessible?
tell those in the disability sector and the advocates for the, people with mobility needs that the government is working through the implementation of the livable sitting standards as part of the NCC. We are open to change, unlike our former colleagues who outrightly rejected any standards in livable housing
So did
for
Labor
the people of disability.
in opposition.
No, well, it's a matter of fact that the former government outrightly rejected any support and assistance in the residential construction
you're both
sector
as bad
for
as
those
each
with
other when it
disability.
comes to
Well,
people with disability.
that's an assessment I disagree with. We're working through the implementation process. We are carefully considering the impact and the changes that this will have across the sector.
Why is it that New South Wales is so different to all of the other states and territories when it comes to this issue? Why are we so behind? This has been years and years now.
Well, I think part of it is because the former government outrightly rejected the work that needed to be done.
Yeah, I think there's only so long you can blame the former
this
government.
government is open to those changes. These are very difficult times for the housing construction sector.
Can I just remind you, though, that when I tried to make this change and lobbied the previous government for this, it was Labor who voted against it and said that the industry, they were worried about the impact on the industry. I don't think you can be blaming the other side for this. So why is it that New South Wales is 4 or 5 years behind everybody else when it comes to this
issue?
issue?
The government is working through its policy implementation in a careful and considered way. We are acutely sensitive to the pressures within the housing construction sector. I mean, housing is central to the way our economy will function.
When will
for
this
the
be
future.
fixed?
Well,
What's the date?
this is being considered, as I mentioned. An issues paper was released early this year. Consultation is happening with the sector and will continue to work through the policy development carefully.
Thank you. Minister, I was asking earlier about the short-term rental accommodation register, and I'll have some more questions this afternoon for Ms Jones, but what I've heard is that there are some major gaps and problems around the enforcement of the rules, particularly around the cap, and there's a lot of confusion as to who is enforcing it, to the point where the confusion is also about the fact that it seems unenforceable in many situations. Is that something that you have been briefed on? Is that something that you're aware of around the concerns in this space and that you're looking to address?
Yeah, look, firstly, thank you, Chair. The government, obviously, there was a review in the short-term rental accommodation space. This particular review is under the auspices of Minister Jackson, who's carefully considering the review outcomes, and obviously we'll propose appropriate changes in due course. But in terms of the regulatory framework in the short-term rental accommodation, it's both Minister Scully, Minister Jackson and myself, whereas from fair trading's perspective, it's around the code of conduct, and we'll provide appropriate input to that, the government's response to the review.
And is there a timeline for your work in that space?
I suppose the government's response is a matter for Minister Jackson.
Okay. Minister, according to your diary disclosures, you visited Val Food on the 8th of October, which is one of the several cell-based meat startups here in Australia. Can you tell us a bit more about that meeting?
Yeah, look, in my role as the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Val Foods is a advanced technology food company. It was important for the company who I've engaged with and seen at a number of events, engagement events, to ensure that we continue to support this particular industry in terms of its innovation.
Thank you. I think we've spoken previously about the fact that there's a major opportunity for New South Wales in this space to become a leader in the production, sale and export of cellular agriculture. But obviously funding is needed to really support and grow this industry in New South Wales. Did you discuss with Val any government supports currently available or that may become available to help this industry to grow?
Well, look, can I first point, I'm not in the, it's not my nature to disclose private conversations I have with anybody, but in general term, of course, I'm always happy to articulate to stakeholders that the level of grant and funding programs that the government has as a general program, not necessarily specifically on discussions with individual organisations.
Okay. I know that the former Liberal National Government previously gave Val a $25,000 minimum viable product grant. Are you looking at pushing for further grants and support programs specifically targeted for this sector? Can we expect something in the upcoming budget, or is that something that your office is pushing for?
Well, look, the upcoming budget issues will go through the normal processes. Certainly what we want to do in this space where government support needs to be more targeted and more focused, in particular on areas that support the industry's missions objectives. So I think making it clearer to the sector about where the government's priorities are, which will then be supported by its multiple policy levers, whether it's in the procurement space, in the planning strategic land use space, or its innovation sector, is where the government wants to direct the limited government resources to ensure that it meets the broad objectives that the government wants to pursue.
And are you willing to meet with Magic Valley? They're another Australian cell-based meat producer who's eager to set up in New South Wales. Are you open to meeting with other organisations that are working in the same space?
Look, all meeting requests come through the normal channel. I'd always consider those requests where the diaries actually permit.
Thank you. And you mentioned the government's priorities and fitting this into the government's priorities. Is this an area that you see can really excel in New South Wales, given that this is an innovative and new industry right across the world? Do you see New South Wales as really being at the forefront globally on this, potentially?
Well, look, certainly, as part of our industry strategy, it's both innovation and technology, but also the manufacturing space. So certainly it fits within the government's priorities, determining how to stimulate where it can, and also try to help these future companies grow.
Great, thank you. Minister, in a press release this week regarding Parklea, you said, unlike private management, the Corrective Services New South Wales operating model is not based on a profit motive. It's based on the objective to reduce reoffending following release from prison, which focuses on rehabilitation, education and safe reintegration into the community. In light of the risk that you identified yourself in that press release regarding private prison management, how are you going to ensure that Clarence Correction Centre puts a priority on rehabilitation and education rather than profit while it remains in private hands?
So certainly corrections, or the Clarence Correctional Facility has an agreement with Corrections New South Wales to operate in accordance with that agreement. Rehabilitation and reducing recidivism is a core part of what Corrections does, and bringing Parklea back into public hands is part of making sure it's part of a wider integrated network, and to also access the full suite of government resources, both in terms of education, training, the issues around justice, health, around the mental health.
Can I just, obviously there was the recent Ombudsman report in regards to this particular facility and their conduct towards inmate discipline was contrary to law, was unreasonable and oppressive. I just want to understand what you're doing to address the risks here of this remaining, this one prison remaining in private hands.
Sure. Firstly, I could say that the Clarence Correctional Facility is a contract signed by the former government that doesn't expire by report until 2038.
I just want to know what
but certainly in
risk. I
terms of the
understand you're in a
operation,
difficult
we'll
position.
continue to monitor and supervise, but I might ask the Deputy Commissioner
and I might come back to him. I just want to know what you're doing as the Minister to address the risks and concerns. I understand you're in a difficult position with that contract. I just want to understand what the Labor government's doing to address those risks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, recently the government just passed legislation, the Inspector of Custodial Services, making sure that inmates have greater confidence in the mechanisms for which to raise any issues of mistreatment or where they feel they've been unfairly treated. So legislatively, we've actually made the reforms to bring that confidence back into the system.
Thank you. The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to take you to your trade role, how many of the MOUs signed, this started about 6 years ago, for the supposed investment at the Aerotropolis have actually resulted in investment?
So the Aerotropolis would be a matter for the Minister for Planning. Obviously my role is to make sure we can stimulate particular sectors in around the industries and sectors around the Aerotropolis.
Have you stimulated any MOUs?
Well,
I think it's true of your predecessor, Stuart Ayres. He stimulated many more press releases about the Aerotropolis than jobs or investment. So what have you been doing in this space?
Well, in this space, also I work closely with the Minister for Planning to make sure that the release of the industry policy is part of that, to ensure that we have a coordinated whole-of-government approach to stimulate the sectors that are important to the New South Wales economy.
Well, in your stimulation role, are you aware of any MOUs that have resulted in actual investment and construction at the Aerotropolis?
Sure. I might just ask for the Deputy Secretary for specific advice around any MOUs we may have signed.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I can actually confirm that the Bradfield Development Authority is responsible for those MOUs, which sits within Minister Scully's portfolio.
Are you aware of any MOUs resulting in investment? I mean, I think people who work in industry, trade, innovation, science and technology would have some awareness about this. You couldn't be blind to it, surely. Sorry?
I'll refer you to the relevant authority to respond to those questions.
Right, there's a lack of coordination role here to know what's going on. Minister, do you think in general terms, unfortunately, the new airport at Badgerys Creek in our part of the world is being over-hyped and over-promised, in that it'll open about the size of Coolangatta, and it has, in various press releases, promises, stimulations around the place. The federal government industrial land on the airport site itself, the Mamre Road Industrial Park, the Sydney Science Park, which has got a nice new metro station for horses and cows at the moment, and the Aerotropolis, which I think has just got one building there. Isn't it time for your government, and you in particular, to bring this back to some sense of reality as to what's possible for investors, instead of holding out all this false hope for people in the region?
Well, I think, as you rightly say, Mr Latham, it is in our neck of the woods. I've seen certainly the community in South West Sydney change substantially in the development, and the Western Sydney Airport is part of that growth. It is, I think, will be the gateway for a lot of aeronautical flights, in particular, I think, in parts of Asia. We saw, for example, Singapore Airlines sign up to the Western Sydney Airport, and in my conversations with other industries, we're trying to engage more organisations to actually set up in and around the airport.
Okay. But do you think there's any realistic possibility in our lifetime that these four large industrial and commercial areas that have been allocated on the airport site itself, Mamre Road, the Science Park and the Aerotropolis, could possibly go close to being built out?
Well, look, certainly, we should be ambitious about it and make sure it can be finalised as soon as possible. I mean, the Western Sydney Airport is a significant public investment from the Commonwealth, and the state government is also building surrounding infrastructure like the road off the M7 to connect it to the airport.
Right, so in that ambition, what are you doing as Minister? What have you achieved so far in bringing jobs and investment to these precincts?
Well, I said we will continue to engage with the sector, and one of the focus that I've had as Trade Minister, Mr Latham, is to access the fastest growing economic bloc in the world, which is the Southeast Asian market.
Right, well, how many Southeast Asian investors have you got for these 4 precincts?
Yes, can I just finish the point that I was trying to make? So, for example, as Trade Minister, the focus in diversifying our export base, as you may be well aware, there is certainly heightened concentration risk within our export base, so diversifying of products and to market is a focus for the government. And in good feedback that we've had thus far, for example, we're having a number of inbound buyers from Singapore and from Vietnam looking to obviously gain products from the New South Wales economy, and I think part of this will hopefully be done through the Western Sydney Airport once it's finalised as we
Right, have
ship
you got
into
any
places.
tangible examples of that? Budget estimates tends to be about results rather than rhetoric. Have you got tangible examples of what you've just said?
In terms of the flying
a
bys?
single job, a single investor, a single project that you as Minister for all these fancy titles have brought to our very important part of Sydney in these 4 industrial precincts?
Yeah, well, look, certainly, I mean, engaging with our trading partners here, both domestic trading, making our industry associations, for example, in the meetings that I've had with the Meat and Livestock Association, I've continually raised with them the opportunity to export meat and livestock products to a fast-growing consumer market, and both in food and beverages. I think trading relationships do take time, and part of the fundamentals to make sure you engage with your domestic business and your foreign buyers.
You've had so many engagements, you should be on Married at First Sight, Anoulack, because seriously...
I'd be a pretty bad contestant, I suspect.
This is all just rhetoric. Who's inside the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Facility?
The AMRF is a matter for Minister Scully.
You don't know who's in there or what it's doing?
Well,
I visited Bradfield. All they had was Liverpool Council putting new street signs on saying it was Bradfield, hello, and so a crane building this thing. Who's in it?
Well, so the AMRF comes under Minister Scully, and he'd be best
But surely, as Minister for Industry, Trade, Innovation, Science and Technology, this is, I assume, another wasted public investment out there in these precincts. Which companies are in this fancy named Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Facility?
Yeah,
when I get off Campbelltown Station today, I'd love to have a loud hailer and say, Minister Chanthivong has told me these are the great companies where you can get a job at the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Facility. What is it, Anoulack?
So I think the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility, as I said, is a matter for Minister Scully, and it comes under his...
That's not much of a loud hailer message. They'll throw tomatoes at me if I say that. So, thank you.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you,
It's
Minister.
an advertisement for Doge, isn't it?
Order.
If I could turn to Corrections, Minister,
Yes,
and
of
just
course.
ask, how many corrective services staff were suspended on full pay over the past year?
Look, I'm advised that the latest figure that I have about corrections officers who have been suspended for a range of misconduct is about 82.
82. So that was the same as when I asked last year. So they're still suspended. Okay, so I'll move on to my next question. Why do so many remain suspended on full pay, Minister?
Well, I said all staff misconduct go through the procedural fairness process. Certainly where misconduct occurs, it will be reviewed appropriately and the appropriate actions will be taken, but it does need to go through a procedural fairness process.
Okay. And so what steps have you taken, with regard to this procedural fairness?
Well, I said employee and employer relations regarding our officers who are, there are allegations of misconduct as a matter for the department. I'm happy to ask.
No, I'll ask this afternoon on
okay.
that one. So, Minister, do you know what the costs of having so many suspended on full pay is to the budget of corrective services?
Well, I'll have to take that specific question on notice.
Okay.
But I could also add, as part of the reforms, to the ASIL reforms that the government is implementing. The role of the professional standards investigation has now been moved out of corrections and into the department to not only speedy up the assessment of misconduct and also to give it greater sense of independence.
Well, I might ask this afternoon,
Sure.
Minister, what is the extent of your contact with the New South Wales Police Commissioner on dealing with inmates being held on remand?
Well, I said corrections obviously houses those alleged offenders who are sent by the courts, and will continue. Of course, we continue to liaise very closely with the New South Wales Police Force. I know that the Deputy Commissioner, in his role as the Acting Commissioner, has met with the Police Commissioner regarding the remand intake, and obviously based on the bail laws that the government has implemented.
Okay, so is this in relation to the Police Commissioner, Karen Webb? She called for an emergency meeting with the Commissioner for her concerns with regard to what she called cell ramping, with police, with inmates being in police cells for days. So is that in reference to that meeting has occurred?
Look, I understand that the former Acting Commissioner has met with the Police Commissioner to discuss this very point.
Okay, so given that, can you explain as to why cell ramping is occurring despite there being, I presume, 918 vacant beds at the Juni Correctional Centre as at this week?
What at the what? Sorry, at the.
At the Juni Correctional Centre.
So I say corrections, as I make the point, we don't determine the number of alleged offenders that come into the system. That's a matter for the courts. In terms of working through the remand system, one of the things that we are doing is actually bringing greater, connectivity between our different remand centres. At the moment, our major remand centres are at Parklea and at Silverwater, and they operate based on, I think, a sort of a time-based, depending on when alleged offenders are coming into remand. By actually bringing Parklea back into public hands, we'll be able to get greater connection and integration with our remand network, and also working with the New South Wales Police Force.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I wanted to now turn to, because I'm really concerned with regard to, I've just heard with the Silverwater Women's Correctional Centre is currently in partial lockdown today, with three main wings, I believe Brady, Teresa and Willett being in full lockdown. And then we have in December, there were 8 full lockdown days, 22 partial lockdown days, and that includes for public holidays. And I understand 30 out of 31 were in some form of lockdown. And in January, we saw 4 full lockdown days and 17 partial lockdown. So this is having an impact on staff. And currently there are 30 staff members on workers' compensation. And today there are 17, this is just with the one correctional centre. 17 are on sick leave, 10 vacancies on the roster not being able to be filled. If you cannot manage the correctional centres under government control, how do you expect to take over Juni and Parklea?
Well, I think I disagree with that last comment about the government's ability to manage our correctional facilities. They are complex and volatile environments, but fundamentally any operational matter decisions that are made are really based on the safety of our officers and also of other inmates as well. I'm happy to ask the Deputy Commissioner or the Commissioner to further elaborate on
I'll do that this afternoon.
Okay.
So my concern is, Minister, over the last 12 months, the prison population has increased, but the number of prison officers has decreased. So there's got to be an impact there on both the prison population, but also the prison officers. So what planning did you do to accommodate the expected increase in the remand population?
Well, look, the government obviously has implemented significant bail reform to keep our community safe. It's an important part of what any government does to make sure that your community feels safe and that there are strong laws in place for those who are engaged in serious offences. Now, in terms of the remand population, yes, there was an expectation that the remand
Minister,
population
can I
would
just call you
increase.
up there? Sorry, I was more concerned with, say, the well-being of the prison officers who are having to supervise the inmates and people on remand, how it's impacting their well-being.
Well, look, certainly we have been planning for an uptick in the remand population. We have bed planning processes in place to ensure we are accommodating that increase, and certainly there's still capacity within the system to ensure that any increase in demand can be accommodated.
I understand, but it's having a knock-on effect in terms of, the police are having to supervise prisoners awaiting bail hearings and then transfer, they're there for days before they can be transferred to the jails. And then this stops police being on active community. So while you say that you're trying to keep the community safe and also the well-being of the officers, is having the opposite effect.
Well, look, I said we were all expecting the increase in the remand population, and we understand that obviously it flows down through the workforce, but some of the reforms that we are doing as part of the ASTL inquiry recommendations is addressing some of the workplace issues that that Corrections has been experiencing.
Okay. So have you met with the police commissioner? I understand the commissioner has, but have you also met the police commissioner to resolve this issue?
Well, I regularly also have conversation with the police minister. If there are urgent issues that require my attention to meet with the police commissioner, I'd always be happy to meet with her.
Okay. All right. Well, I might just turn back to Junee Correctional Centre. Because it has a sharp increase of vacant beds, is Corrective Services, have they reduced the number of prisoners being sent to Junee because you don't know what you're doing, or that Corrective Services has no confidence in being able to look after that number of prisoners under their watch?
Well, firstly, I disagree with your assessment of the corrective service system. Our officers work extremely hard in a very volatile and complex environment. Now, all allocations of inmates is an operational decision based on a risk assessment of the inmates to ensure that they are accommodated appropriately.
Okay. All right. I don't think I got an answer before in terms of, have you, Minister, met with the police commissioner?
Well, I said...
It's a yes or no?
Well, I said the police commissioner has been in meetings where I have been present, and I said part of the discussions that we have is that if there are operational issues, then she has met with the former acting commissioner, and that the acting commissioner of corrections will then advise me of what the next appropriate steps to actually take.
So you haven't actually met with her personally, though?
I said I've answered that, how the meeting process has actually worked. I said in operational decisions, it's best that the two heads of the operational organisations meet to discuss issues, and if there are recommendations for government, then that will be acted upon appropriately.
And were there any recommendations that needed to be enacted on, and have you done them?
We'll continue to actually engage with our colleagues at the New South Wales Police Force. I'm happy to ask the Deputy Commissioner to further provide some light on discussions he's had with the Police Commissioner.
I can ask that this afternoon, Minister. I'm just wondering, with regards to, say, management of correctional services, how is having 918 beds empty at Junee good management?
Well, I said all operation matters and the allocation of inmates is an operational matter, and they are risk-based, dependent on the inmate and the inmate's profile, and they'll be allocated appropriately. And happy to ask the Deputy Commissioner to provide some detail on how the inmate allocation
I'll
operates.
ask this afternoon when we have more time, Minister. So when Junie is under government control, can you guarantee that the continued operation of Junie without any reduction in current staffing levels?
Well, all staff were offered a position to work with corrective service. So the decision whether an employer wishes to work with corrections is a matter for those officers. But I have encouraged, or the department has encouraged, all officers to be part of the wider corrective services network and family.
Do you know how many currently are employed at Junie Correctional Centre?
Well, I can take that on notice.
Take that on notice?
332 at transition.
332.
And to part of your earlier question, we've instructed DCJ Talent Acquisition to continue to recruit from the transition so we can continue to grow the inmate population down at Junie as the statewide population grows.
And Minister, do you know the dollar amount of economic contributions Junie Correctional Centre has or provides to the local economy of Junie?
Well, firstly, I would say that corrections, it's by no accident that a number of our facilities are based in regional New South Wales to ensure that as a major employer, we contribute to the local economy. But if you're asking me for a specific economic number, then I'll have to take that on notice.
I believe it's about 7.5 million annually to the local economy. I might move on now to the Cessnock Correctional Centre. Are you having trouble hearing me?
No.
Okay, sorry. Minister, do you know which section of Cessnock Correctional Centre the Inspector of Custodial Services has recommended closure of?
Well, I said all recommendations by the ICS will be carefully considered by the government and by corrections to ensure that any decisions to mothball or to close down facilities is done with a wider impact on the network.
Okay, and do you know why Area 1 was closed?
That's an operational matter. I'm happy to ask the Deputy Commissioner to provide
I'll use that for this afternoon then. And what measures will you be taking to improve the working conditions for staff at Cessnock Correctional Centre?
Well, I think I wouldn't say just at Cessnock, I'd say at all our correctional facilities, the reforms that we're doing through the Astor inquiry to change the culture. We've just appointed a new commissioner to corrections who will oversee the implementation of those reforms and to continue to modernise corrections in the way it operates.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have a plan to address area of concern for Cessnock and other correctional centres? I think you just answered that one.
Yes.
Can you outline some measures or examples of how you will deal with this?
Deal with what?
With the improvements or the recommendations.
Yep. So as part of the Astor reforms, we have a multi-tiered a committee structure to monitor the reforms, to engage with stakeholders. The Secretary of DCJ sits on the most senior steering committees and with other stakeholders to ensure that the Astor recommendations are being implemented.
Okay, so as I said earlier, because we've seen an increase in the prison population because of the bail laws, what specific measures have you implemented to accommodate this significant increase resulting in the change in bail laws?
Certainly we are changing the way we receive our inmate population. Members may be well aware that those on remand are at a much more heightened level of anxiety than the general inmate population. So making sure the clinical assessment of, psychological assessment of those on remand is changing. The physical reception is part of change, and that's why bringing Park Lee back into public hands will be part of making sure that the remand reception process is also integrated with our work at Silverwater and across the other whole network.
Okay, and you've alluded to some of those risks just in your answer there. What other, in terms of overcrowding, what are you doing on that side of things, Minister?
Well, firstly, I'd say at the moment we have capacity of just under 2,000 spare beds that can accommodate the increase in the remand population.
Okay. And then there's the other risks of, we see where we have inmates assaulting staff. What steps will you be taking to reduce this?
Yeah, look, I think it's very concerning. As I mentioned, our officers work in a very complex and volatile environment. Not long ago, I visited a number of our correctional facilities to see firsthand our tactical response team where there is a disturbance or violent actions on inmates against our officers or inmates on inmates to ensure that the order can be maintained, and this is one example of where our corrections officers are actually working towards maintaining that sort of stability in our facilities.
Okay, so Minister, you've just said about assessing inmates, and then I want to know, are they being assessed while they're in the police cells?
Obviously, inmates who are, or alleged offenders rather, who are made in the police cells is a matter for the police to manage. But once they are forwarded to a correctional facility, then corrections will undertake the appropriate risk assessment of any alleged offender who's on remand.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, you just said you had 2,000 beds available. Why is the Police Commissioner complaining about cell ramping?
Well, I said,
if you've got 2,000 beds available.
Well, I said that there are logistics involved in alleged offenders being forwarded to remand. As I mentioned, corrections doesn't determine the number that come into our remand centres. We will obviously accommodate those who've been sent by the courts and those sent by the police to our centres.
Okay, and I also want to know what measures you're taking to reduce increases in self-harm incidents?
Yeah, for example, we're investing significant resources into anti-ligature points. You'll be well aware that $16 million has been allocated towards removing ligature points at our facilities, in particular our more older facilities. But there's also the issues around better clinical assessment. You may be well aware that as part of the ASTOR recommendations, we've installed 400 CCTV cameras at Dilwinia alone. And for example, also our officers at Dilwinia now must wear body-worn cameras. So the government is doing significant work in its triaging and clinical assessment of offenders, or those on remand and those in our system, and also investing in the physical structures to ensure that we can remove our ligature points as quickly as we can.
And Minister, with the increase in the prison population, will you be increasing the number of corrective services staff across New South Wales?
Well, I said the operational staffing, it will continue to make sure that our officers are well supported to accommodate the increase in the prison population.
Yeah, so you said that you've got, did you say CCTV?
Cameras, that's correct.
Cameras. So they're sort of physical things. What measures will you put in place to better support and ensure safety of the well-being of not only the prison population, but also the prison officers? And we also, with the increase in the prison population, you would assume that there would be an increase in incidents and at the correctional centres. So there's a lot of safety concerns there, Minister. Are you managing it?
Well, short answer is yes. We'll continue to make adjustments to the operations of our correctional facilities to make sure it meets the needs of the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I've just got a couple more questions,
Yes.
Minister, in regards to Clarence Correctional Centre. And you mentioned legislation that had passed, but I'd really like to hear from you, Minister, in regards to what you're doing to address the very specific risks identified in the recent Ombudsman report in relation specifically to Clarence Correctional Centre.
Well, I said the Ombudsman report, or whether it's the ICS report on any of our facilities, will be carefully considered by corrections prior to implementation of those recommendations. So certainly the well-being of our officers and inmates in general at any of our facilities will continue to be monitored, and where appropriate changes will be made.
Thank you. So the 5 recommendations from the August 2024 Ombudsman report regarding the Clarence Correctional Centre haven't been implemented. Is that what you're saying?
I'm advised that they're currently being considered carefully to ensure that we continue to operate our correctional facilities appropriately.
So they're being considered for possible future implementation, but at this point in time, there's been no action specifically taken.
Well, I'm happy to ask the Deputy Commissioner to provide
Yeah.
advice on this, but we consider all the ICS and Ombudsman.
Yeah, Chair. So the recommendations of that report we kind of received in parallel with the Ombudsman's report into inmate discipline. So we have a team that is working on those matters that were raised both at Clarence specifically and then more broadly with the Ombudsman's report across the state. So that work is well progressed. Perhaps this afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Grant is leading that work, and we're just about finished the first stage of that work. The new Commissioner and the Minister are visiting Clarence next week, so I'm yet to brief the Commissioner on the Ombudsman's report, but certainly that will be a feature on the Commissioner's agenda when he meets with Clarence.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Minister, can I just ask generally what more work is being done to ensure inmates across the board have access to counselling and other mental health treatment and support, noting the critical role this can play in promoting rehabilitation and reducing recidivism?
Well, certainly, in short, corrections will always continue to implement programs to support the efficient running of correctional facilities, both from our officers' perspective and for inmates as well. As I mentioned, in terms of inmates, obviously a better improved clinical assessment and removal of the ligature points, and to maintain any tactical responses that the corrections may need to deploy to ensure that we can maintain order and stability in our facilities.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to clarify, who made the Sydney Startup Hub decision to close it before the Innovation Blueprint was released and before a Tech Central strategy was released?
Well, the engagement with the tenants at the Sydney Startup has been engaged for quite some time.
I'm just asking who made that decision.
Well,
Was it you?
The decision was made by the department, and I'm comfortable with the department's decision.
So you're not
based
taking
on the fact,
responsibility as the Minister for that decision?
Well, I said the decision was made by the department based on engagement because fundamentally the Sydney Startup Hub was no longer commercially viable, and the tenants at the Sydney Startup Hub support the government's decision, and the government has made the decision that is appropriate for the sector in going forward.
Okay, so you're not taking responsibility for the decision, but can I ask where the tenants are going to be moving? Where are they going to?
Yes, this is part of the ongoing process that is happening now.
So you announced it before you know where they were going?
Well, some of those will be going to Tech Central, and we've made the engagement process. So the decision has been made.
I'm going to take a point of order here. Yes. The Minister has been interrupted about 4 times in just 2 questions from the Honourable Jackie Munro, including at a time when she remarked quite gratuitously, which you have previously ruled on. I was loath to interrupt, but now it's just becoming quite,
I will remind the member to give the Minister a chance to answer the questions. Thank you.
So you were just explaining that some of the tenants were going to Tech Central, but I just asked, what is Tech Central to you? When you say Tech Central, what does that mean?
Well, that's it. So the Tech Central Hub in the Central CBD is part of the movement. As I said, Sydney Startup Hub was no longer commercially viable. The tenants and the stakeholders down at Sydney agree and support the government's decision to close the Sydney Startup Hub, and will be transitioning to the new locations as part of the transition process.
So they're all going to the Tech Central Hub?
That depends on the tenant's decision whether they would like to relocate, and that's part of...
So will they be supported to relocate?
Well, as a part of the transition process, we'll continue to have that engagement with the tenants down there.
Okay, Minister, I just wanted to actually raise something that Ms Abigail Boy raised yesterday with Minister Housos. Your diary disclosures are incredibly broad, and they just list that you're speaking about portfolio matters in your different portfolios. And I'm just wondering if I can get a commitment from you to actually be much more specific, like we were when we were in government, with the actual purpose of the meeting listed. And I'm happy to table a diary disclosure, for example, from the Minister for Jobs, Investment, Tourism and Western Sydney in 2020, who was very, very specific about the actual purpose of meetings with organisations. So will you commit to that same level of detail in your future diary disclosures?
My disclosures are in accordance with the rules of meeting disclosure, and I'll continue that process.
So you're not going to provide further information that would actually assist the taxpayer to understand how you are undertaking your duties as Minister?
Yep. Well, my disclosures will be disclosed as appropriate.
Unbelievable.
Sorry, Minister, the government, you announced that the bond rollover scheme is finally set to commence later this year. Is there a date for the scheme, for when the scheme will start operating?
Yep. So are you talking about the Strata bond?
The rental bond rollover scheme.
Oh, you mean the portable rental bond scheme? Yes. Well, that our intention is to have that implemented by the end of this year.
But do you have a date, though?
Well, towards the end of this year.
Has a design been finalised?
Well, it's going through the process of development at the moment regarding the portable bond scheme. It's one of the measures that the government is taking to help support
it's still in development?
Rentals. Well, it's a significant reform that requires both rule changes, but also the IT and systems development.
And has there been any extra funding given to the Rental Bond Board to implement?
Yes, our allocation of funds has been given to the portable bond scheme. I recall, just bear with me. I think there's a figure that I've got.
Oh, we could take it on notice.
No, here you go. It's $6.6 million.
That's good.
If I can
Thank you.
say it to you. And of course,
17 seconds. I'll ask one more question. What impact has the resignation of staff psychiatrists from Justice Health had on the availability of programs for inmates in correctional centres?
Well, the matter of psychiatry is a matter for the Minister of Mental Health, and corrections is obviously accommodating those particular changes as best as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the government? No? Fantastic. Well, then that brings us to the end of the morning session. Minister, you are
Thank you
finished.
very much.
Thank you for your time this morning. We'll now break for lunch and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Could I just ask members of the committee to remain behind? We've just got to deal with that matter of that table document.
Sure.
But everybody else can Thank you and welcome back to Budget Estimates. Before we start with crossbench time, I just want to recognise that Mr Head and Mr Tipple need to leave early, so you're both welcome to leave when you need to go.
It's just disaster related, Chair.
100%, yes, thank you. So thanks for letting us know, and when you need to leave, please just make your way out. But thank you for letting us know. I have some questions for Ms Jones. We were talking about short-term rentals early on. You gave me some of the actions that can be taken in regards to penalties and other enforcement actions. I'm wondering if you can provide a breakdown of what sort of enforcement actions have actually been taken in those cases that you had raised.
Yep, absolutely. Very tight real estate down here, unfortunately.
Okay.
So, as I said earlier, fair trading are responsible for the code of conduct, and so the figures that I'm referring to there relate to the code of conduct matters.
Yes, thank you.
So, in this financial year, the types of issues that have come under are misrepresentation. So, there was 14 matters relating to that. There were 14 matters relating to noise and parties or disturbances.
Mm-hmm.
There were 6 matters relating to issues relating to the premises register that we would have spoken to the Department of Planning about. There were 10 matters relating to damage to premises or use of shared facilities. There were issues relating to personal information for specific matters on that. And in that time, there was about 11 general matters as well.
Mm-hmm.
As I said earlier today, these issues are now sitting with me and the rental task force, and I've asked the team to do a comprehensive review of our processes within fair trading.
Mm-hmm.
From the moment we become aware of an issue that could be under the code of conduct, but also proactively through working closely with local governments. So I've had a conversation with the City of Sydney. I've also had a conversation with local government New South Wales, and they've provided me with who they think are the key local government areas to work with. And so that's absolutely the intention of me and the team over the next couple of months.
Thank you. And so with those cases, are they sort of sitting with you and the team in regards to sort of further action, or was there warnings or penalties or strikes already put into place for any of those?
So there's only been one strike since the Code of Conduct came into force, and there have been a handful of warning issued. I think there's an opportunity for us to improve in this area, and that's something I'm very focused on.
Thank you. And how many full-time equivalent staff from fair trading are assigned to work on the Code of Conduct breaches?
So in the task force, we will work on a range of regulatory priorities and issues. The task force has kind of 2 limbs. The original task force is a team of multidisciplinary resources from across fair trading. So we've got policy expertise, we've got complaints handling expertise, compliance and enforcement expertise, intel, so the people who do the data and the analysis, and we have project arms as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then within my branch, we have a direct prevention and compliance team. So we've got 13 FTE focused on prevention and compliance, specifically as it relates to issues like the Code of Conduct.
Mm-hmm.
And we have 3 roles that are focused on what I would say is complex dispute resolution issues. So this would fit that criteria, because you've got to get in touch with a number of parties, understand whether there's been police issues, local government issues, plus the host and potential impacted residents. So that's absolutely a focus for us, and that would enable us, it's about 16 FTE, and then a broader team. I've got a partnerships coordinator and somebody that can help us to track our outcomes as well. So we're equipped to respond.
Thank you. I mentioned before that there's a lot of confusion from councils and others in the space about the enforcement of the cap. Are you able to provide any clarity about sort of who is responsible and what enforcement actions could be taken and how in this current space?
So the enforcement of the caps sit outside of fair trading, and they are a responsibility under the planning legislation, and that sits between the Department of Planning and local governments. So depending on that local government's context, I know there are different areas that have particular limits in place, they would be responsible for those caps. All of that information is helpful to us, of course, in our consideration to the Code of Conduct, but we're much more focused on what would be often called party houses, or issues that are causing significant disturbances to residents or very poor experiences for guests or outcomes for hosts.
Thank you. And I think we have Mr. McCowan here today as well. I know that you were recently appointed to the role of Commissioner for Corrective Services New South Wales, and I've got the media release from the Minister regarding the appointment, saying the new Commissioner has a mandate to implement significant reforms that will deliver more accountable and transparent corrections systems that keep the people of New South Wales safe. I was just hoping, Mr. McCowan, that you could talk a little bit about what reforms as Commissioner that you'll be focused on, and priority areas or issues that you've specifically been asked to address.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. There is a program of works that's planned for the reform for Corrective Services New South Wales, which I am still working my way through. But essentially, it's the approach centres around all of the management of our staff, the safety of our staff, the support services and programs, and for the inmates within our care, and the implementation and oversight of all the implementation of the ASTEL recommendations. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And so where are we up to with that, with those recommendations?
Chair, can I, if I may?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Consistent with the Honourable Robert McClelland's recommendations, he saw that the Secretary would have an oversight, particularly with an eye to there being a degree of separation from the Commissioner, who clearly is charged with the administration of the Crimes Administration of Sentences Act. I can give you a pretty, as granular as you would like in terms of the 31 recommendations. Sure. There is a 3-tier governance process, with the task force being chaired by myself, then 2 other subsidiary committees that work within that framework, but we have 15 recommendations closed of the 31. We've got 6 which are closed or near closure. We have. Can I, on notice, perhaps give you a schedule of where we're at with the 31 recommendations?
Yes, yeah, I understand that.
Within those, there has been some funding which was announced, which also supports a women's strategy very focused on Dilwinia, but also looking at the takeouts from Commissioner McClelland's report, looking at the treatment and services that we provide to women inmates in the system-wide.
Yeah, thank you. And just going to some of the questions, I know Ms Higginson was asking some questions this morning about access to tablets and iPads generally for inmates. I'm just wanting to get an update on how many inmates currently have access to tablets in New South Wales corrective centres, and the percentage of the total population that have access to a tablet.
I can probably assist.
Can I just also correct something I just said? In terms of actually closed, of those 31 recommendations, 6 are actually closed, but I'll provide that on notice.
Great, thank you.
The expert on the tablets is in
Great, I appreciate that, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Taylor.
So there are 2 types of tablets. So we have over 12,223 tablets to be precise across New South Wales, Corrective Services New South Wales correctional centres. On top of that, we also have IPTVs, and there's 800 of those at the Macquarie and the Hunter Rapid Build prisons. Clarence also have their own solution, so that's about another 1,200. So I won't do the maths on that in my head. The centres that don't have tablets, Parkleys doesn't have tablets, so as the state moves in to operate that will be a priority for us to prioritise capital that government has approved for us in the forwards to bring the tablet capability into Parklea. If that answers to your question, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was just having some problems with the bell. But that is the end of my time. Ms. Kate Fairman.
Thank you. Okay, back to fire safety, but a different area of fire safety. I've been contacted by a number of people in the community who live in apartment buildings who have been concerned about the requirements around retrofitting in terms of sprinkler systems for fire safety. Now, I understand that on the Fire and Rescue New South Wales website, it says that there's a question saying, will older buildings require to be retrofitted with sprinkler systems? And then it says that no, older buildings will not be required to be retrofitted with sprinkler systems. So I've just been contacted by a number of people who are very keen to know what a definition of an older building is. Does anybody have that level of information here today?
I don't.
Take on notice, maybe.
I've noticed it.
Who would that be directed to anyway? Is it a fair trading?
Building Commission.
Building Commission, is it?
Okay.
Yep. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Secondly, could we get an update on what the fair trading is doing in relation to the obviously appalling situation of lithium-ion batteries and what's being done basically to ensure that we have safer products on the market?
Yes, absolutely. So fair trading's been very active in this space and is actually leading the nation in the regulatory domain for lithium-ion batteries. So what I have done is I have declared e-micromobility vehicles that use lithium-ion batteries under a specific piece of legislation, which means that they are now subject to the highest level of regulation. So that's the e-bikes, e-scooters and hoverboards. So from the 1st of February, it's been a month now, sellers have to ensure that their products comply with the standard. From the 19th of February, sellers have had to provide consumers with key safety information at the point of sale. And this is really important. We've actually worked with our government colleagues in Fire and Rescue, in EPA and others to make sure that the information consumers are getting at point of sale is comprehensive. So it's how do you charge your battery safely? What charges do you use? What to look out for? How to dispose of your battery safely and so forth. Then from August this year, there'll be not only will you have to comply with the standard, but sellers will also have to test and certify against the standard. With a view to February next year, they will not only have to test and certify, but every one of them will have to be stamped and labelled. And what that means is I can send my inspectors out and they can quickly look and see whether this is a compliant device or not.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. How does all of that apply to shared bike schemes?
So, to the extent that a shared bike scheme uses e-bikes, all of those e-bikes...
Pretty much most of them.
Yes, all of those e-bikes at the point of sale will have to comply with the new regime.
So there's a hell of a lot of existing shared e-bikes and older e-bikes out there, so you're talking new, which is a good step. What's the plan for the ones that are out there now?
Yeah, so our remit
Probably
has really
falls out
been
of your
about
remit,
so
doesn't it?
nothing retrospective at this point, but we're keeping a very close eye on things and we may expand going forward, but at the moment it's very much about consumer safety at the point of sale.
So in terms of safety information or requirements, for example, for the operators, say just in terms of getting that safety information to them, to their riders, that's still not fair trading?
Well, I think what I would
say... Is there
say...
a whole of government working group
There
on
is
this
a whole...
issue?
Yes, so I meet every fortnight with the Commissioner for Fire and Rescue, with the EPA head and so forth. So we're talking about these issues a lot. What we would say is, although the requirements are only at point of sale going forward, we would encourage everyone to look at the bikes and the batteries that they're utilising and make sure many of them will already be complying with the standard. But if they don't, they should be addressing that. We're seeing more and more fires. We're looking to New York and looking, 18 deaths. It's very, very scary. And that's the reason that we've really taken decisive action. The Minister at the Consumer Ministers meeting said that he would like other jurisdictions to follow suit. Ideally, we would have a national regime, not just New South Wales, and to that end, Fair Trading is convening a national working group, and we are going to try and bring our colleagues along with us in this journey.
And I assume a national working group then would also be responsible for working, I assume it's the federal level, for doing what is possible for clamping down on online sales of dodgy cheap batteries.
Yes, that's right. I mean, the importation of UNS would be a great solution. But in terms of what I have available to me, I have written to the online platforms advising them that these are the new requirements. We work with online platforms in a variety of things in fair trading. They're usually very responsive to us. So I'll be continuing to work with them and make sure that they're applying the law to the best of their ability.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Another line of questioning on, I saw that Fair Trading started recruiting for the Strata and Property Task Force.
Yes.
Talk to me about that in terms of the makeup of that task force and the new roles in that task force and the budget.
Yes, absolutely. So the Minister mentioned that we've got $11.8 million allocated over 4 years for the Strata and Property Task Force. It's made up of a multidisciplinary team. There's new roles and then there's existing fair trading roles. So we kicked that off last year. We've been building it out. At the moment, there's 42 people in that task force. Predominantly, that's frontline compliance staff. So we have 10 inspectors, we have 10 investigators, and we have 13 mediators. But as you mentioned, we've got roles out for recruitment. We're really looking to bolster and strengthen the capability and the numbers of people that we have in the organisation with a laser-sharp focus on strata and property. So we're looking to actually double the number of inspectors, double the number of investigators, and also add some mediators. So 10 more inspectors, 11 more investigators, and 4 more mediators.
Where does that sit?
So that sits within fair trading as well. It does. Yeah.
And is the 11.8, is that additional, or is that just been allocated? Has that been allocated from somewhere within the existing?
It's additional. So it's additional over 4 years. It is augmented. As I mentioned, we've moved some fair trading staff into the task force to be specialists in that area. So it's in addition to that.
Okay. And I did hear that as I was coming down, there were questions before I left the office about the rental task force. So the same questions I think you responded to in there. So what's the budget envelope? Sorry, again, I think I missed it. But the budget envelope for that?
I'm happy to answer those
thanks.
questions.
Yes, Ms Jones.
Yeah, so we've got $8.4 million over the forward estimates, and as I said, we have that's for 13 new FTE in total, and the task force, similarly to the property and strata task force, is made up of existing resources and new resources, and that's about making sure that we have that absolute focus on the issue, and we're bringing all of the best minds in the organisations together to work on the problems.
Okay, and so this is for example, preventing no grounds evictions. Has that process started yet in terms of?
So The regulations are currently being finalised, and while the legislation has passed, it hasn't commenced yet. So once that commences, it will be, obviously, will start. But in the meantime, we're certainly tooling up to be ready for that. So making sure that we've got all the processes internally, that we've got all the education ready, and we've already commenced our communication campaign with the industry and the sector. And the task force is effectively getting ready in terms of the intel models that we'll use to prevent and act on breaches of the law.
And so I assume the aim is for this new rental task force to be very visible, so that we've got a new
we've
broken
broken problems. I'll let the member finish a question.
I was wondering what was happening. I was thinking, where is the time? So I assume that, just finishing this one question, that the idea is to have a visible rental task force, so that renters will be able to, there'll be online or phone numbers for people to phone in relation to this, different to what they can do now in terms of making complaints. Is that correct?
I would.
This is for the renter.
Yes.
As opposed to,
So the rental task force is about making sure that we have good regulation of the rental market. So that's about operating within the existing processes. So when you contact Fair Trading, we want people to continue to contact us in the same way. But what happens now is that the task force are established and ready to respond to those issues, particularly issues that are relating to our regulatory priorities. So, for example, with rent bidding, the task force has had significant wins with a 99% compliance rate on non-fixed price listings and issuing, over $140,000 in penalties. We've had wins on intervening on issues where people are illegally selling background checks, and that has resulted in refunds to the consumers of almost $50,000. The task force is also taking a really strong view of speaking to both the tenants and the agents and the landlords, so that we can get the whole picture and make sure that we can prevent problems before they start and identify systemic issues that can help us contribute to our reform agenda. So it's really just about having a strong focus and then taking action to prevent and act on breaches of the law.
Thanks. Thank you. It looks like we might have our timer back, and so the opposition have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms McPhee, you may want to get comfortable. Thank you. Firstly, just on the policy paper, the industry policy paper, how much was spent on consultants? Was it just the James Martin Institute?
It was just the James Martin Institute at
$22,000.
$22,000.
Thank you. And how many staff were working on that in Investment New South Wales?
I'll have to take that question on notice. A small team dedicated but working across, so I'll look into that for you.
Thank you. And how long were they working on that, or when did they start?
So it predates my joining Investment New South Wales, but I believe through 2003. But again, I'll come back to you, take that one on notice.
Okay. And they were solely dedicated on producing they had other tasks?
No, so there were other tasks as well.
Thank you. Can I just be really clear about the MVP Ventures grant? It notes that it's only 24-25 in the industry policy. Is that essentially incorrect?
That's an error.
Yeah,
so
okay.
that is the title of the current program,
right,
that is live on the grants website.
Yeah.
But the grants website does also note that the next program will commence on 1 July.
Yeah.
So that program is funded over 4 years.
Okay.
So that runs right through to 26, 27, and we're happy to correct the online industry policy because we don't want to cause any concern.
Yeah, that sounds good. This is a really small thing, but if there is a better pixelation option for the image as well, it's a bit rough, so it's a bit hard to make out. But anyway, on the Text Central precinct, is your department aware or engaged with the Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement?
Yes, we are.
Could you please explain to me what that is?
Yes, absolutely. So the it's called the Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement, and it was signed by the government in 2020, and it's an agreement between the government and Atlassian. It is a commercial agreement, so I can't speak too much about the details, but it describes how we will work together to help the Tech Central Precinct achieve its full potential.
Okay, and is there an end date to that agreement, or...?
I'll take that question on notice.
Okay, and in terms of the agreement, are there elements of it that are public that don't relate specifically to commercial aspects?
No, I don't believe that agreement is public.
Okay. So with the Atlassian Central Project Development Agreement, which partly is public, do you know what mechanism that was made public through?
I'm assuming that is a... no, I'm not going to assume. I'm going to take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, obviously there are large parts of that are redacted, but just wanted to understand how that came through. Because that actually does have an end date, which I think is 2029 or 2031? 2029.
Yes, so that agreement relates specifically to the delivery of the Atlassian headquarters building.
Yeah, and there's been no extension or amendment to that agreement, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Is there a plan to engage with the tenants from the Sydney Startup Hub to get them into this Tech Central Hub? And does that plan involve any financial assistance?
So yes, there is a plan, and that engagement is ongoing. We met them earlier this week. The focus of the engagement at this stage is to understand the needs of the tenants who are currently at the Sydney Startup Hub, and to determine what changes, if any, we need to make to the layout and the programming down at the Sydney Scale-Up Hub, which is where we will offer those tenants alternative accommodation.
Okay, so are you just dealing with the anchor tenants?
So we're dealing directly with the anchor tenants, but of course we meet with the subtenants as well.
Okay. Is there a timeline on that for the move? I mean, I know October is the end date, but is there an inclination to move people before that? I presume there is.
So there's a program plan in place that looks at design and delivery of any changes that need to be made, and we're in that consultation period to understand what the tenants are looking for, and the speed at which we can deliver that will depend on the design. So, but of course we will work with those tenants, because we already have the Scale-Up Hub, to identify what's most convenient for them if they wish to move.
Okay, and with regards to the Tech Central Precinct strategy, I know the Minister was reticent to provide a date for that, but I mean, I'm sure you won't provide me with a date either, but in terms of what is actually contained in that and what other departments are being involved in that process, who is involved?
Yes, so that work has kicked off. The work that we're leading is the Tech Central Economic Development Strategy, and that work is underway at the moment. We're engaging with external parties and partners in the precinct, as well as with other government agencies. I don't have a full list, but it will include the likes of Transport for New South Wales, who are a key landowner in the area, the Department of Planning, and the Office of the Chief Scientist, other government agencies.
So how does that relate to the Central Precinct Strategic Framework and also the state significant precinct development that is underway?
Yes, so the Central Sydney Precinct and the development application is actually being led by Transport for New South Wales as a major landowner in the area, and they have put in a development application which is sitting with the Department of Planning.
So are you meeting with the Department of Planning about that precinct strategy, or precinct DA, I should say?
So no, that's being dealt with predominantly between Transport for New South Wales and the Department of Planning. We have met with both of those parties, partly in order to provide clarity, I think, to the questions you're asking, which is the role of the economic development strategy, which Investment New South Wales is leading, and the role of that place development application, which is being led by Transport.
So when did the Investment New South Wales involvement start with regards to the Tech Central strategy? What are you calling it? A Tech Central Economic Development Strategy?
It is at heart an economic development strategy. That may not be the branding we use when we publish it.
We can, use that
so, well, Investment New South Wales has been involved in the precinct for a number of years, working with alliance partners. In terms of the development of the new strategy, it was a proposal that we put forward to government at the end of last year that we should refresh the strategy.
Right. Okay.
And they announced that in December.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So is every innovation precinct going to have something like this? Like we've got Macquarie Park, we've got St Westmead, the Minister referred to regional areas that he's interested in. Will there be discrete, geographically specific strategies for those areas as well?
So I think the first step is the release of the Innovation Blueprint, which does have a focus on place outcomes, innovative place outcomes. The decision to develop a specific Tech Central strategy came off the back of a realisation that there was potential for that precinct to achieve more if the strategy was opened up to look at other areas like creative industries, like housing, revitalisation, the nighttime economy, to support the overall growth of that precinct. There are no plans at this stage for other dedicated strategies, but that may change over time.
Okay. Last budget estimates, you noted that there's extremely limited direct investment in defence from the New South Wales government. Is that still the case?
Yes, that is the case. We support the defence and aerospace industry predominantly by engaging with businesses looking to either invest in defence and aerospace in New South Wales or by local companies, typically small and medium-sized enterprises, looking to either export their goods or showcase their goods at trade shows.
Okay.
So we provide that type of support, not direct financial investment.
So are you looking at how other states are engaging with these industries and taking any, I guess, like policy examples from them?
So we do engage with other states around their trade and investment strategies. There are both formal mechanisms, the ministerial roundtables and associated senior officers groups, and also informal discussions between my teams and the other states' teams.
So are there any particular policies or programs that other states are engaging with that relate to AUKUS that we are looking at implementing here?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you. On the sticks and the ticks, horrible acronyms. So, do they have KPIs?
So they have performance plans. So yes, they have KPIs. So they sit within my broader organisation within the Trade and International team, run by an executive director who is onshore. So we do cascade business goals, department goals through our performance and development process, and that includes to the international network. And those network offices also produce, business plans to support delivery of their outcomes during the year, as a normal part of managing a department.
Are those made public?
No, they're internal performance and internal planning documents.
So is there a review conducted by the Minister or yourself with regards to the actual achievement of those internal goals?
So that's part of our internal performance management process.
Okay. So how often do they occur?
So we have ongoing conversations through the year, as you would expect, as part of people management with regular weekly, monthly, 6 monthly, annual processes.
there has been a concern that in the past those performance reviews haven't occurred and that decisions were made basically without regard to the performance of certain commissioners. Are you aware of those concerns, and is it something that you've investigated at all?
So I'm not aware of any of those concerns, but if you have anything you want to bring to my attention, I'd happily hear it.
All right, I'll write to you
Thank you.
privately. With Techstars, so my understanding is that a minimum of 6 of 12 Techstars companies that are chosen have to be from New South Wales, but the other half don't have to be from New South Wales. And I'm just wondering how that decision was made.
So if it's okay, I might invite my Acting Executive Director Fostering Innovation to join.
Thank you.
And help me answer that
Thank you.
question.
Hello, Ms Munro.
Hello. Thank you.
So just to understand, the question was, how was the decision made to set a target of 6 out of 12 of the Techstars applicants having to come from New South Wales?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't around at the time that this was created, but happy to take that on notice. The only thing we can find.
That would be good. Is there any, basically the concern is that New South Wales taxpayer money is going to interstate or potentially overseas companies, and I'm just wondering if there's any mechanism to shift this. Is this a decision that would be with the Minister, or is this a decision that Investment New South Wales can shift?
So I guess for that question, would have to have a look at the program guidelines.
Yep.
What I can share that goes to your question is that I understand that those targets were exceeded for the amount that have come from New South Wales. From what I understand, within cohort 1, we have at least around 2/3 that are New South Wales based.
Yeah.
And within cohort 2, I think that's higher, over 80%.
Okay.
So in some respect, those targets are being exceeded already.
I did have a look at the lists, and I'm obviously glad that there are as many from New South Wales as possible, but it does seem a little odd to me that we've got, there are some in Victoria, New Zealand even, Queensland, there's one in Israel. It's just, perplexing and a little concerning, I guess, as a program that's run out of the New South Wales government. So would love to know if there's a possibility for that to change, basically. The annual report for the department, obviously it's the old department. It says regarding the MVP ventures that in 23-24, 60 businesses received funding support of up to $50,000 to assist in their endeavours to commercialise their products. I'm curious about how much money was actually distributed in total.
So I might take that, Ms Munro. So a number of these programs are underway still, because these programs were, I guess, awarded in that time, but actually some of the programs do take longer to actually complete the activities. So we will have to get back to you on the amounts that actually would have been expended or shared at the moment.
Are you anticipating that you'll fully expend the budgeted annual amount?
That depends on a range of factors, some of which are up to the organisation that that is undertaking the work. So obviously they have to meet certain milestones and payments to be able to qualify for that. And I think in the MVP that might actually be a series of stages as well. So that would be a limiting factor whether all the money would be spent, and there might be other reasons as well.
Okay, it would be good to understand how much, I mean, basically get a breakdown of how much was expended, and also if there were any organisations that didn't receive their full allocation because of some discrepancy in their own reporting or some reason that they didn't fulfil the terms of the contract. Is that possible? I mean, it doesn't have to be by, like, it doesn't have to list the company, but just a report on the number.
Sure, we're happy to take a look to see what kind of aggregate data might be available for how many full applications are fully completed and fully funded.
Thank you. And also in that, not just not fully funded, but were like terminated for some reason, essentially. And also if there could be information about what percentage of that was distributed to regional companies, that would be helpful.
Sure, I'm just taking a look. I've got that to hand, but I think we'll have to come back on that.
Thank you. Is the women's entrepreneurship industry reference group still active?
That group, I don't believe, is still active.
Okay.
That was has completed their task of which sitting, which was a report.
Yep.
And I understand that that work is now completed.
Yep. Okay. All right. Will the Quantum Computing Commercialisation Fund be extended? Will it be funded in the forward estimates?
I'm not aware that that is a program within our portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly it might be within Office of Chief Scientist or Engineer, but I'll have to check.
All right. Yep. Are you working with Treasury on their work to investigate the viability of a venture capital fund?
We, as part of the Innovation Blueprint policy development process, one of the key bits of feedback that's come out of that from industry has been the sort of mismatch of venture capital funding across certain sectors, where there might be a certainly strong evidence of investment into places like fintech and software as a service, and less strong evidence in other areas, particularly, for example, like manufacturing. So
when you say that, do you mean private investment or government?
Private investment.
Okay.
That's what the data shows. So as part of that, yes, we are advising the government on what might be some approaches to help address those gaps in venture capital funding.
Okay, and one of those is some sort of like VC fund, like
that would be one
Victoria
of the options that
Queensland.
might be explored. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got some more questions about the access to tablets in New South Wales correction centres.
Sure.
In regards to the data that you gave, in regards to the facilities that do have access to tablets, do these inmates have access to a personal tablet in their cells, or are the tablets just generally shared across? So, for example, in the library or in another.
No, for maximum security, they are given that tablet as they are locked in their cell in the evening, and then they have that available to them all evening. That the phone call function ceases at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
The other functions can be used for as long as they have charge in the tablet.
Thank you. And I know Ms Higginson has previously asked questions in former budget estimates about facilitating access to counselling through the tablets and the iPads. And Corrective Services said at the time that that's something they were looking into. Where is that work up to?
Can I ask my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Grant, to speak to that? Sorry.
No, thank you.
That's a functionality we've looked at that has some challenges, so is not one we're about to implement. But I'll allow my colleague to
thank you.
explain more.
Yeah, so we were really interested in using the MindSpot app, which is available generally in the community, funded by the Commonwealth. It seemed to be a very good strategy for managing things like depression, anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder. Despite our best efforts and having people working on it for a lot of months, there was some software and other issues that ended up meaning we couldn't use that app. So we are now engaged in discussions, and there is some money has been allocated, and the project hasn't started yet, to work with the Black Dog Institute and other people at the University of New South Wales to try and find an app that would actually meet that purpose. So it's not through a lack of effort, and the tablets themselves are a platform where you can put anything on it, but you have to find things that are actually compatible with the system that can't be undermined for other adverse purposes and so on. So it has been a real challenge, but we are committed to constantly adding things to the tablet as they become available to improve their utility.
Thank you. And apart from the sort of counselling apps, I think you were also looking at specifically video counselling itself. Is that still something that's on the table?
Well, we in addition to having, the tablets themselves are not activated to run video conferencing. So we do have, however, standalone video conferencing suites that enable professional visits to occur. And I think, if you combine it with the lawyers last year, there was something like 225,000 of those professional visits that included some of them, assessments with psychiatrists and others. Very few of those would be in the form of counselling, but there's technically an opportunity to do it. But there is other ways of people having counselling in custody, in terms of the use of our own psychologists. We've got about 200 odd psychologist roles, and our service and programs officers do counselling around wellbeing and around various mental health issues. And in addition to that, Justice Health, as the health provider, provides a variety of services. And beyond that, there's very specific counselling services for people in some circumstances. We've heard about the Astle inquiry, and as a direct consequence of that, some funding was made available to provide services for counselling specifically to women who were affected by that. There's a tender out for that. That's going to be an ongoing thing.
Thank you. When you say the video counselling is not activated, I assume that's was a choice that was made?
The videos on the tablets? Well, basically because so with the tablets we purchased a series of solutions. We under contract with a provider. They do have a video capacity. That capacity, the way it was designed, wasn't to occur in the in-cell space, but they could potentially have been turned on in the day areas. Instead of that, we opted and came about during COVID separately to introduce tablets for the purposes of having visits. So the primary purpose for people to contact their families. And we had, I think I heard the Minister say before, since we started that project, we had about 750,000 odd video visits done by tablets. And we've had those tablets also running, since that time, since COVID, about 150,000, I think, a year, something like that occurring. So we didn't activate the tablets for that purpose because we had an alternative. The tablet solution, there's a cost associated for under the current contract, whereas the video contact that we provide ourselves in our tablets is actually for free. We don't charge Inmate for that service.
Okay. And what about secure messaging services to contact friends and families? I know that the ACT prisons have made that available since 2008. Is that something that's being considered?
No, absolutely. So the solution has been developed and we're just negotiating with staff as to how that would occur. So notwithstanding it being secure messaging, it still requires a level of vetting and supervision and so on.
Yes.
So we have a solution. We've worked out the solution. We've made it bespoke to our requirements. All of our security requirements have been put into play. We're just about ready to go out for a trial, but we need to negotiate with our staff and work out what the consequences will be, because we'll require some level of monitoring and supervision to make it work.
Yeah, I imagine though that currently they have to spend time checking, photographing, doing other things with letters that are sent. So I'm assuming it would be sort of a switch. There's so much sense to it, exactly, because you can imagine how much easier it is to interrogate a digital message than it is to actually look at something that could be written in various forms of script. So we're absolutely looking forward to it, and it's something we're committed to doing. It was built into the specs of the solution from the outset. We made a conscious decision to incrementally introduce functionality because so much could potentially go wrong. We've been waiting for so long to have this solution. We don't want to jeopardise it by having a problem because we don't test something out properly before we put it into play, or to have some industrial problems arising from people who have concerns about it. So we're progressively introducing content, and we've only seen the beginning of what tablets will be able to do. We've just brought online now a learning management system that we've built from the ground up that will enable people to do more interactive educational stuff on the tablets. So we've always had the capacity to run videos or to have instructional material in static forms, but now we have a proper learning management system that's similar to what public servants have, doing online training, that captures what people have been doing and gives you access to a whole range of solutions. And that's something we're rolling out at a couple of jails with a view to a widespread rollout a little bit later in the year. Thank you. And do you have a rough timeline on the trial for the secure messaging services?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't have that in my mind.
No, that's all right. Thank you. And do the current tablet devices allow for the creation of things like art and music and writing?
No, well, not directly. So not using the tablets, but they can include things. For instance, say one of the programs that one of the community organisations, the Community Strata Centre runs, is a music writing workshop. So the videos that are around those sorts of lessons have been incorporated into the tablets, and as a video that you can watch to encourage you to write music. And more recently, we're really interested in Aboriginal art in custody. A lot of Aboriginal people love to paint. They paint a lot in their cells. They often rely upon each other to capture the images, and so we've started to develop some material. We've made the first one of those videos that isn't on the tablet to explain the nature and origins of various styles of Aboriginal art using a very eminent Aboriginal art curator. So they allow themselves to do that. But in terms of like having an iPad where you can actually do an artwork, they don't permit that at the moment.
It's still got some sort of limitations. And can you provide an update as to when inmates will have access to the Australian resource?
To the
Australasian Legal Information Institute on the tablets?
I'll have to, there's definitely some legal information on there. I'll have to take that on notice to see where we're up to them. Sorry, I don't have that detail.
Yes, thank you. I understand it was something that Corrective Services was looking at making available to inmates, but if you could take that on notice, that would be fantastic. Bless you.
Thank you.
And when will access for inmates be reinstated to the Australian Electoral Commission website so they can enrol to vote in the upcoming federal election?
I know that's definitely a plan, so I just can't tell you the date. I'll have to give you the date for that as well. Just to explain something, it's not a simple matter pointing these devices at websites. One of the problems with most websites is they've got capacity for people to use the keyboard for other purposes, and if it's an external internet site, then people from the community can log into the same site, share the password and communicate, and that's why you might have heard about us having to take off things that you might assume to be as benign as the BBC or the Triple J website, where people found workarounds and were using it to communicate with each other to engage in criminal activities, which just really potentially undermine the whole utility of the system when people are too worried about it. So we do a lot of work to get a website actually to work, and we test it. Even when we test it, we find there are problems with it, and that the Electoral Commission we're definitely having that. I'll just have to find out where we're up to with making it come live.
Can I just point out, however, Chair, for the upcoming Commonwealth election, for the first time in prison, mobile voting will occur. Similar happens in retirement villages and those types of places. So, notwithstanding the issues that we have around the AEC website, for the first time this upcoming election, inmates, other than in a handful of our very small centres, will have an option to vote via mobile polling, whereas in the past it's just been postal voting.
Great, thank you. And I think we sort of mentioned before about the fact that many of these inmates will have access to tablets in their cells. And my understanding is that they may suffer from battery limitations without access to a charger, for example, and that limits their use. Is there an update on the rollout for chargers for inmates or some other sort of way that they can make sure that they're able to use those tablets for longer periods inside cells?
So we now, in-cell charging, is it everywhere? Yeah.
Oh, it's everywhere?
Everywhere now. Yeah,
Okay,
that
great.
around Christmas time, that change was made.
Great.
So.
Great. And what about the supply of keyboards to inmates? I think keyboards may have been mentioned briefly.
Those devices were never designed for someone to stay to do a tertiary program. They've got an on-screen keyboard. Mr. Taylor mentioned that the IPTVs that are in some centres, they've got keyboards. We have a separate system for inmate educational purposes, the Offender Access to Computer Network, which is not an in-cell device. For people who are in their cells, we're trying on a limited basis now to enrol people in distance education programs through 2 universities, and to use that we're using laptops that are secured. So a secured laptop is much better. The tablet's not the solution to everything. It's a very convenient, simple to use device, but it won't solve problems like enabling people to do work on a tertiary program. So in the day, if people can access the Offender Access System, there's a standalone networked computer system for that purpose. But ideally, the use of laptops, secured laptops for the purpose of enrolling in external programs is our preferred approach.
Thank you. And what's the current contract for the supplier for the telecommunications services to New South Wales prison cells? Have we still got a long way to go on that current contract?
No, we don't have a long way. We've gone through 5 years of the first phase. So the contract for the telephones and the contract for the tablets is the same contract.
Mm-hmm.
It had a 2-year, I think a 3-year extension. So I think it's got another 2 years left to go, but I can give you the exact date for that. Unless you have it, Leon, do you have it? You know?
No, but it's the options around extending that the Minister discussed this morning, that there are some options in front of him in triggering the next extension around the issues that Ms Higginson has raised with the committee.
Great, okay, so there will be sort of an opening up to tenders for the future of that space.
They won it on a competitive tender the first time round, and very importantly, when that occurred, which was more than 5 years ago now, the cost of calls was reduced. And not only did the calls go down by about 25%, but we introduced the tablets within the same cost structure. So we've already done well, and we're going to do better on that even within the life of this contract.
Great, thank you. Just to turn back to the Astle inquiry, I note that the government allocated $30 million to implement the recommendations. Based on sort of early modelling, will that be enough to deal with all of those recommendations, or what are the next, or will there be sort of more work to get done?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
Chair, it's a $30 million allocation over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
The Astle implementation, notwithstanding that special purpose allocation, there will be within the existing allocation of resources within corrections, there will similarly be a contribution from it, and we will work through the recommendation systematically, which we're doing, should it be the case that there is a need for additional funding that will be considered in future budget rounds.
Okay, thank you.
But I think that $30 million is a pretty powerful launch pad for the work.
Great, no, thank you. And you did mention the women's strategy earlier as well. Could I just get a bit of an update on where the work is up to in that space?
There is quite a comprehensive women's strategy which has commenced with, again, from that allocation, $1.2 million of that amount just mentioned over 4 years. The strategy sets out a number of elements to it. It has 6 enablers: connection and belonging, health and well-being, identity and transformation, safe environments, community participation, and learning and work. And I would be happy, Chair, to table this report or to provide this strategy to the committee. It sets out the strategy focus areas. It talks about each of those heads, which I've just alluded to, those 6 heads, in quite some detail.
Great. And is that strategy going to be made public, or has it?
I consider no.
We haven't made a decision, and it has an end date of June 26, so it's to develop the strategy and implement it. Obviously, the implementation will certainly be public. We haven't made a decision.
I think what that is something that I would like to socialise with the Minister.
Yeah.
But I think that in terms of where we're going with the strategy, we would want to be clear and transparent to our staff and to the community, and obviously inmates in the system.
Great. And are there external stakeholders that have been involved in the development of that strategy, or is it just more done internally?
If I might speak, so the Secretary is referring to a strategy which is in draft form.
Yep.
There's a consultation strategy at the moment that's just being signed off, and it absolutely involves people with lived experience plus the stakeholders. We've got a very effective Women's Advisory Council in Corrective Services. One of the members of this House, Anne Simons, was one of the initiators of that Advisory Council, and she made a great contribution to women in custody space. It's been running since that time. So they'd be our first group that we go to seek advice about what they thought about the strategy. They're aware of it. They've gone through various iterations and drafts, but the finalisation of the strategy will not occur until the feedback has been provided and has been absorbed into this approach.
Thank you. And Mr. Tibble, what are the next steps and priorities in implementing the Astle Inquiry recommendations generally?
We have an ongoing governance framework, as I've said, with 3 tiers to it. That work is ongoing and will continue. It will report in consultation with stakeholders, including the PSA, and we constantly update our progress on the work that we're doing in relation to those recommendations. There are challenges in those recommendations, a couple that we need to work through very closely with the PSA and with our staff, which we will do. But I am very happy to provide to the committee a written update on where those recommendations are at, and it will move forward over the next year, with more of those recommendations being in an active state of implementation.
Great. And tell me if I'm overstepping here, but is there any chance of getting an understanding on what some of those challenges are that you mentioned?
Oh, look, I am happy to say I think that there is a challenge around one of Mr McClellan's recommendations in relation to staff in intimate relationships working together. That needs to be in the same location. That needs to be worked through in a careful way. That would be an example of such a recommendation.
Great, thank you. And Mr Taylor, at previous budget estimates, you advised that there was, I think in the March 2024, we spoke about the number of inmates in custody for animal cruelty offences. Are you able to give an update on how many inmates are in custody now charged with animal cruelty offences?
I can. 102 currently, inmates charged with animal cruelty. 27 of those are convicted and sentenced, 75 on remand.
Thank you. And I'm happy for you to take this on notice if you need to, but it'd be great to get a breakdown of what specific offences those offenders had committed, acts of bestiality, serious animal cruelty.
I have that.
Okay, great.
So 58 of those 102 inmates have bestiality conviction or charge.
Mm-hmm.
5 inmates for both bestiality and possess bestiality material. 6 of those inmates convicted or charged with bestiality only, and 47 inmates convicted or charged with the possession of bestiality material only.
Mm-hmm.
If I preempt your next question.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
60 of those 102 also have a charge or a conviction for a sex offence, and 57 of those 60 sex offences relate to children.
Thank you.
Chair, can I supplement my earlier response just briefly, if I may?
Sure.
Just in relation to the progress with recommendations, the government accepted 20 recommendations in full and accepted 11 recommendations in principle. And as I've said, I am happy to provide a more fulsome written report on where it's at, but 6 recommendations are closed, and to make the point that the CAS Act amendments have been made, and very relevantly in relation to the Astle Inquiry, the law's been changed to make it easier to convict prison staff who have sexual relationships with amendments. The CAS Act amendment passed in February 2025 to remove the requirement to prove that a sexual relationship between a member of staff and an inmate poses a risk to the safety and security of the prison. Under the change, all sexual relationships between staff and inmates will be illegal without having to prove risk, with staff facing criminal liability, including a potential prison sentence.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. The opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. I will start with Strata. So I was just wondering whether it's being looked into provide non-mandatory model strata agreements. I'm not sure.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes, absolutely. We Fair Trading, we're constantly looking at ways that we can help demystify for people living in strata, help them make the right decisions. One of the things that we have discovered through our increased focus on the sector is that many agreements are different. They're hard to compare. They outline costs in using different methodologies, and so what we would really like to explore is, could we, as the government, create a standard pro forma strata managing agreement that everyone had to describe, every strata manager had to describe their services in the same way, so that consumers are comparing oranges with oranges.
And in doing this, who are you consulting with for the content, and will that be released?
We're very fortunate that we have a group of very experts with deep expertise and deep level of investment into this. So we will be using that stable of experts that we have, but absolutely we will then go more broadly once we have a draft agreement, and more broadly to broader public consultation, and make sure that we've covered off on everything that needs to be covered off on, and that it is indeed an accessible agreement for consumers to use.
And have there been discussions on whether that you'd make the plans for model strata agreements compulsory?
We're still thinking those things through, but I think the model that's been compared to is the residential tenancies agreement, and so we would be looking at that as a starting point for how we go with a model strata managing agent agreement.
And is there a plan to ban insurance commissions from strata managers?
That's a very big question, but yes, I'm happy to take that one. So the government and the parliament, as you know, has just passed significant reforms around disclosures that commenced in early February. That's important around accountability. It's important around consumers knowing where there are conflicts, where there are commissions, where there are other fees for service. I think there is a question, though, about whether disclosing those things cures those things. The Minister asked me in September last year to look at the issue as to whether those sorts of commissions, strata insurance commissions, should be banned altogether, and I have followed his instructions and I have done that. We've held multiple forums. I've held multiple conversations with many people from consumer groups to industry, strata managers, associations and so forth. I've provided my advice to the Minister's office. We believe that there is a way forward. It's not going to be easy. As you know, strata managers have subsidised they've charged lower in the managing agreement, and then in the background they've had to subsidise their fees through taking of insurance commissions. So this, if we were to ban them, it's not something that can happen overnight. It's something they would have to recalibrate their whole framework. And we also don't want to see strata managers go out of business. We need a vibrant and a sustainable industry. We've only got 4,000 licensed strata managers. We've got 1.2 million people living in strata and growing. We've got 86,000 strata plans. So we need the strata managing agents and the industry to continue to be sustainable. But the consultation that we've done, and we do think that there is a way to wean off those insurance commissions and actually charge upfront and clearly in the agreement. But ultimately that is a matter for government and for Parliament.
So you answered my next question, which was, will there be time to bed this down? So I believe you've answered that. Are there any reforms under consideration to further regulate termination fees or notice periods to make it easier for strata plans to, I guess, shop around?
So there was a reform in the most current tranche of legislation which does make it easier for strata managing agreements to be terminated. So there is already reform in that space. We're always open to further, to developing further ideas for the government to consider that would make that easier. I will say we are aware that some strata managing agents offer cooling off periods, so it's a try before you buy, and either the managing agent or the building, the owners are able to terminate the agreement if one or the other is not happy. I'd like to encourage other strata managers to use a similar process, because people don't want to be locked in. I think it's having to go to the tribunal and seek to have agreements terminated is probably not ideal. So there are reforms already in place to make that easier for consumers, but obviously always open to further suggestions.
Sure. Ms Mann, you said you have provided advice to the Minister. How long ago was that advice given?
The Minister asked me to provide advice by the end of the year, and I provided it very late last year to his office, I should say, so I'm not sure that he's actually received it, and I have not given him a briefing on it yet, but certainly his office has the advice.
And in the past, have you provided advice, and what's the timeline between when the advice is given to the office and when you provide a briefing?
So that can obviously vary, but what I will say is I know that the Minister's very focused on this issue, and that's why he asked me to do that piece of work. So I'm expecting that we'll have conversations shortly about it. I know that the office is already thinking very carefully about it.
Yeah, so do you have in a timeline where you think that you'll get a response?
No, I mean, I think I've done what the Minister's asked me to, and of course, he's usually very responsive, and I'm very much we're looking forward to having some of these conversations. And I will say that this is something that will be subject to much further consultation in terms of how any ban would be implemented and what it would look like as well. So it's not a process that's going to happen overnight, but I think what I would say is that I'm seeing leadership in the strata managing industry as well. There are many people, many leaders in that industry who have come to me and said, we agree, we think the time is right, we're already going to do this ahead of any legislation, and they're already taking steps to stop insurance commissions flowing. So I think that there's leadership being shown, but as I said, we do need a sustainable industry, and we need consumers also to be informed about what they're paying for, what their rights are and things like that. So on the other side of things, it's important that we're working with consumers so that they fully understand what it means to live in strata and what their rights and responsibilities are as living in a strata building.
Okay, so on the flip side, working with consumers, how many complaints have Fair Trading received in say the past 2 years relating to strata management? Particularly, say, conflicts of interest or overcharging or phantom fees or kickbacks or other commissions?
So I think that was the interesting thing to me as Commissioner, is that the number of complaints to Fair Trading was quite low. And I think there's a variety of factors related to that. The first is that I think people are busy and they're living in strata buildings, and they often don't have the time or the expertise to engage in some of these things, and so they may be unaware. I think the second thing is that they didn't realise that New South Wales Fair Trading was the regulator and could investigate these matters. We're trying to turn that around now, and I think that is turning around. In terms of the numbers, last year we received 462 strata complaints. What I will say is still the complaints that we're receiving relate more to repairs and maintenance of common property rather than the conflicts issue. However, with a lot of the media coverage, but also a lot of the work that we've been doing in the space, that is starting to shift. So we do have live investigations underway in relation to strata managers and conflicts and fees and things like that. So I think the community is growing more informed, and I would encourage people that do have issues with strata managers to come to us. And we are we have a laser sharp focus on the issues. We've assembled a task force within fair trading. We're building out our capacity. We're building out our people. So please come to us and we will progress these matters as a priority.
Thank you. And so you mentioned the task force just then, and the Minister confirmed that yes, it has been established, and there's an annual budget out of that 8.4. How many full-time equivalent employees are there assigned to the task force?
So currently there's 42 assigned to the task force, and they're predominantly frontline, so 10 inspectors, 10 investigators and 13 mediators. As I mentioned earlier, we are recruiting for more. We're looking to double those frontline numbers, so we're looking to recruit another 10 inspectors, another 11 investigators and another 4 mediators. We are building that capacity, and we do have that laser sharp focus.
Laser sharp, like that. And are any of these employees redeployments within, say, fair trading or department or DCS? Or are they all new roles?
No, there's a combination of existing roles and new roles. And that bolsters the strength of the task force, absolutely. So not just new roles, they're augmented and by existing roles also. People that were working on these issues but were dispersed throughout the organisation, and it's really about bringing these people together in a very focused way so that we can achieve the right regulatory outcomes and protect consumers' interests.
Okay. And so when they're reporting, the reporting lines, is the task force, is it under the direct direction of the Strata and Property Services Commissioner?
It is. So just as a point of clarification, both the Rental Commissioner and the Rental Task Force and the Strata Commissioner and the Strata Task Force are part of my team, so they report to me and they're part of fair trading. This is really just fair trading has always had the responsibilities, we've always had the legislation, but this is really about us pivoting our regulatory priorities, our regulatory focus, and really honing in on these issues of strata, property and rental. So it's really a recalibration of our organisation at New South Wales Fair Trading to be tackling these issues.
And you mentioned before about awareness of, say, issues that, say, people hadn't complained before because they didn't know who to complain to. Is the public able to contact the task force directly, or is it through other channels? Or
so the task force sits in New South Wales Fair Trading, so we would encourage people that the front end for them looks no different. They still complain to New South Wales Fair Trading as they would have, but it's more in the back end now, is all those complaints now go to the task force and are managed through that focused
okay, so
resource.
If I understand, then if somebody makes a complaint through fair trading, will that be then referred to the task force?
Yes, so the task force is part of fair trading, the dedicated workforce in fair trading, and yes, so the matters will flow to the task force who will be dealing with them.
Yeah, so it's all under, okay. And will then the task force be empowered to look at the issues of education and training for Strata agents and other participants in the Strata systems?
Absolutely, and you raise a very good point. Education and training is a very key element to uplifting the Strata sector. The Strata Commissioner has always had the powers of the Fair Trading Commissioner delegated to them to tackle the issue of training and CPD, and that remains the case, absolutely.
And I'm just wondering, with regard to, say, the scope, is it just focused on Strata, or does it include, I think you said it includes property services?
That's right.
Or can you just explain sort of what the full scope of?
Yes, absolutely. So you're correct, it is a Strata and Property Services Task Force. So what that means is it is looking at Strata issues, but it also looks at other property issues, for example, underquoting.
Okay,
Underquoting is an issue that, it's a difficult issue to tackle as a regulator. We are working very hard on potentially new ways of tackling underquoting, and that is within the remit of the task force. one of the things that I am very keen to do, and we've just done it for the first time last week, is to really start naming and shaming those agents who we fine for underquoting. We haven't done that in the past. We're going to start doing that now, because really we need to use all of our regulatory tools to stop underquoting. It's a hard thing to prosecute. That being said, we do have prosecutions in the pipeline, but there are also other ways that as a regulator we can stop this behaviour, and naming and shaming is one. I also just wanted to take you back. I know you mentioned earlier about the penalties and whether we would look at...
I was just going to ask that as a follow-up.
So I just did want to clarify that the penalties, whilst the penalties are on-the-spot fines of $2,200, if the matter goes to court, there is a $22,000 penalty per breach. So potentially an agent could have breached multiple times, and so that penalty then does add up. But there's also a provision which is as yet untested and unused, but it does exist, which says that the court can order commissions to be removed from an agent that has engaged in underquoting of the property. So if the commission was $30,000, for example, there is a provision in the existing legislation which would allow that commission to be removed. I'm keen to test that provision, and we intend to do that. And then there's also remedies under Australian consumer law for false and misleading, which again has very high penalties. So there are options available to us, and we're very much looking at how we avail ourselves of the best options in each circumstance.
So I know you said, like, I only said the minimum, say, 2,200, and you have that 22,000 as the maximum. It doesn't appear, though, that fair trading usually would try and go for that the maximum penalty. It appears are at the lower end rather than, and you just said like naming and shaming. Wouldn't it be if there's clear evidence of underquoting, wouldn't that be where you would aim rather than at the lower end?
So fair trading, almost without exception, issues fines at the highest level that we can issue fines, and that's the $2,200 mark.
Yep.
For us to get those higher penalties, we need to prosecute a matter in court. As I mentioned, we have a few of those matters in the pipeline that we are looking to prosecute in court, and that's where we can get some of the higher penalties. The other option, of course, that we have available to us is licence removal. That's a very powerful option, actually. Again, we are exploring under what circumstances we might do that. It's a significant thing to do, to take away somebody's livelihood, so it's not something that we can do easily, and we wouldn't do it unless there was good reason to, but it's certainly another regulatory tool that we have.
So can I ask how many cases then have been taken to court where you have sought to, go for the maximum?
So in my time, there have not been any prosecutions of underquoting, and that is something that I have asked the task force to look at very closely. We want to start prosecuting these cases. They're not easy ones to prosecute. They take a lot of investigation. We have to take lots of statements. Sometimes vendors don't want to come forward and give us that they've sold their house, they've moved on, they don't actually want to get involved. So it's a difficult thing. That being said, I can assure you that the work that we are currently doing is very pointed, and I have confidence in the team, and I'm hoping that by the time that we are sitting here next time, that we will have some prosecutions before the court.
I have just one more question, because you said that the alternate was to remove the licences. How many have you, as an alternative to taking it to court, how many licences have been removed?
Yes, I have that information for you. So in 2023-24 year, there was one permanent disqualification and 16 temporary disqualifications that were issued. This year to date, there have been 11 temporary disqualifications and 7 suspensions. So as you can see, we are starting to move on this, and we really want to make sure that this, that industry changes its practices. But of course, we also rely on the agents to do, there needs to be uplift, and industry needs to be doing its part as well. The regulator can't shoulder the whole load, and we do expect, and I know that REI New South Wales is focused on trying to lift standards as well. So it's a joint effort. It's not something that we can do on our own.
Thank you. My time's...
Thank you. So I've just got a couple of questions quickly for Mr. Taylor. In respect to the 27 individuals that you identified as having been convicted of bestiality-related offences, are you able to provide a breakdown of how many of those individuals have also been convicted of child abuse or child sex offences?
Yes, on notice. Yes.
Yep, sure. And on notice, are you able to also provide what type of child offences those people have been convicted of?
Yes.
Thank you. And it feels like quite a big jump in the number of inmates in custody particularly for bestiality offences. Is this unusual compared to historical data? I mean, I'm only looking at the number 9 from March in 2024 to this data that you've given us today. Does it sort of...
We might look at that on notice if that's okay. That I noticed that as well as I was preparing for my evidence today. So if you allow us to do that, there has been. I won't speculate. No, I won't speculate.
Yeah.
We'll get Boxer to probably assist us with an answer on notice.
Yeah, thank you. Just to sort of get a bit of an idea as to the data and if we've suddenly got a big jump or if it's sort of been moving up and down quite significantly for some period of time.
The fact that there's 75 on remand might indicate, additional policing and other things. But we'll give you a thorough response on those.
Wonderful, great, thank you. We now come to 3:30, which is afternoon tea. I understand that Mr. Head and Mr. Tibble probably won't be returning, but so thank you both for your time. We'll now break for afternoon tea for 15 minutes and be back at 3:45.
Thank you, Chair.
together those lawyers.
Thank you, and welcome back to Budget Estimates. I throw now directly to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Let's go to the Chief Scientist and Engineer, given we've only got a few questions, and then I think we can let you loose in the world. Okay, are you, could you give an update on the state of funding to the quantum industry? I understand that through your budget, there was some funding that went to the Sydney Quantum Academy.
Yep.
And I just wanted to get an update on that. Also, whether that included funding to the new Australian quantum group, and also if there's anything regarding the Quantum Computing Commercialisation Fund that's been extended under your budget.
So there are a variety of sources of funding for the quantum industry. I'll start with the Sydney Quantum Academy. There was $1.5 million in the last budget, but we managed also to secure, for various reasons, another $3 million. So we provided $4.5 million over 3 years for the future of the Sydney Quantum Academy. Separately, we provided through the RAP budget $1 million for Quantum Australia, which was secured from the federal government, which brought in $18 million. Interestingly, Quantum Australia is actually really only an 18-month project.
Right.
All right, so it's quite short relative thing, although it spans 3 years, quote unquote. If you see what I mean. And then separately again, we also provided funding through the RAP program for the ARC training program in quantum as well, which also was at the University of Sydney. So 3 separate sources of funding.
Okay.
I can also update you on the investment fund round that we ran a year and a half ago, which was in the end very successful. We did the initial investment, for example, in Dirac, Q Control, and a number of other areas. And separately, those companies have raised an additional, for the $7 million I think we put in, they've raised over $120 million. So it's been super successful.
So that commercialisation fund, is that now at its end?
It always was only a single round.
Yeah, okay.
But we do, I will say, the Physical Sciences Fund, which is not being run this year, it'll be run again next year, often has quantum computing companies apply to it.
Okay. So that ARC training program, is that similar to the SQA remit?
No. SQA is an entirely New South Wales government effort. It has been for quite a long time, 6 years now. Whereas the ARC one is dominantly, it's federal funding basically, and we just provide leverage funding effectively.
Okay. So what's the value of funding the federal Quantum Australia?
18 million.
But what's the actual, what's the measurable impact, or what's the impact that you're hoping to achieve with the funding?
In total, with the quantum programs that we run, our strategy, and we have pretty well defined quantum and semiconductor strategy combined, in effect, right? Is to build the quantum and semiconductor ecosystem in general, right?
Yeah.
So that spans attracting companies here, and we've been quite successful doing that, as well as growing local companies, as well as, for example, investing in the equipment to manufacture quantum systems, and the support that we provide through training programs, because again, that's a very, very big attractor for people wanting to come here.
So does this fit under the industry policy in any way?
It does in the manufacturing one, yes. Despite the way the feds have gone, New South Wales is leaps and bounds ahead of anywhere else in Australia and most of Asia in the scale of the quantum industry that we actually have here.
Totally agree. Thank you. So we mentioned the Decarbonisation Innovation Hub to the Minister. Are you able to provide an update on that, please?
Yep. So the Decarbonisation Innovation Hub is actually funded by the Environmental Trust, okay? And so it's actually technically run through DECU. and it's in Minister Sharp's portfolio. Having said that, we established it, and
When
we
you say
basically
we-
mined it, but we do not fund it.
When you say we, your office?
Oxy, apologies.
Yeah.
Apologies, right?
Yep.
So we mind it and look after it and so on, but it's the primary, what can I say, the recipient of the Innovation Hub is a consortium that's led by UNSW and the University of Newcastle.
Okay. I mean, with something like that, what was the reason for passing it over to the department, as in to DQ?
No, it started there. So it was originally a Matt Keane initiative,
Right.
And so it was out of his department at the time.
Okay.
And he chose, for various reasons, to fund it through the Environmental Trust. But we established it out of the report that we wrote on decarbonisation innovation.
Okay, I see. All right. What is the status of the RNA research facility?
Good. The RNA pilot manufacturing facility.
Yep.
It's about halfway finished now. So the walls are up, the roofs are on, some of the equipment's arrived, and so on. And we are expecting to complete the building, the shell, or the building itself should be completed by the end of the year. And it should be the TGA. We're hoping the TGA will approve it for human use, as in human RNA, in the first quarter of next year.
Okay.
And just to remind everyone, that's a fairly large capex, 109 million in total.
So do you have any interaction with the Macquarie Park Innovation District?
Yes, we do. Yes.
What is that?
Well, mainly because there are a lot of companies there that have a lot of interest in this area. This is not the only investment that we as a government have made in that area. We also fund the Genome Foundry in that area, and we funded a program in biomanufacturing, of which, just to follow on an earlier question, VOW was also a part recipient of that funding. So there's quite a mixture of different things that are going on, and I've given presentations in the Macquarie Park, the group that run it, and so on.
So that, again, you would say fits under the local manufacturing part?
Yes, absolutely. Again, I'll perhaps emphasise, in addition to the CapEx, there is effectively 119 million in an investment fund allied to RNA Industries, which is designed very explicitly as a venture capital fund rather than a granting funding program, and is designed also to bring in companies who want to manufacture phase 1, 2, 3 clinical trial RNA in the facility.
So with those projects, have you been asked to provide information that relates to the targets that have been set by this policy?
Not sure I understand that question.
So there are a series of targets under each of these pillars that the Minister has released that relate to local content and value add, essentially.
No, we've not specifically, from the RNA project, been asked to contribute to those.
Okay,
to
or
the best
any
of my
of
knowledge, at least.
any of your projects?
Yes, we work very closely with investment on the industry strategy in general.
Okay, so, but with all the projects that you're responsible for through your office, are you being asked to provide information?
Can I take that on notice?
Yep, of course.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I think, do you have any responsibility or relationship with the 20-year R&D roadmap?
Yes, my office wrote it.
Yes. So are you measuring the progress of those goals?
Yes, effectively almost everything we do is aligned to the 20-year R&D roadmap. So the semiconductor and quantum piece is very explicitly the program that we have, in digital. And the bio program also lines up all the different bio programs I've just been talking about. And clearly there's a big energy stream as well in that roadmap. So everything we do is lined up with that.
So do you report on that progress against
yes,
the
we do
roadmap?
actually. We report effectively to the Minister, every time we meet, which
Okay.
is about every 6 weeks, in a fairly standard template.
Okay. Is that something that is ever made public?
No.
Okay, so it's a private briefing.
Yes.
Is there an intention to make the information contained in those briefings at some sort of high level available
I mean,
No,
like
not
it's
at this
obviously
point.
not at this point. Okay. 20 years is a long time. It'd be good to know how we're going in the meantime.
Not long enough for research.
Fair call. We'll develop the 50-year strategy next. Unfortunately, the industry policy, I think, only goes to 2030 or 2035. I think that is all from... Oh, just finally, did you have any input on the innovation blueprint?
Yes, a huge amount. My office was very heavily involved with investment. We are effectively co-authors of it, I would say.
Okay. Very good. Hopefully I'll see you at a launch.
Yes.
If I'm invited. You'll be invited. I'm not sure if I will be. Sorry, and just very finally, do you have anything to do with the Space Plus program?
Unless it's known under a different name, no.
Okay. Is there anything to do with space?
Yes, we run the Space Research Network.
Okay.
And it is co-located at the Space Industry Hub,
Yep.
Which is down at Cicada.
Yep. Okay. So what is the funding for the Space Research Network?
It's about $1 million a year.
Okay. And what happens in that network?
Well, it's one of a family of networks.
Mhm.
We run the Defence Innovation Network, the Sensing Network, it's called something slightly different, NSSN.
Yeah. Yep.
And they all three are innovation networks, and their big objective is to create the ecosystem in that area, particularly around research and attraction of federal government funding, particularly in that area. And they have all been very, very successful in doing that.
And is the Defence Innovation Network aligning with the goals of AUKUS?
Yep.
Okay. Is that explicit?
Yep. We have very specific calls for proposals around AUKUS Pillar 2.
Mhm.
And for various reasons there is an involvement in AUKUS Pillar 1 as well.
Okay. Is that public?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on the DIN website.
Fabulous. All right. Thank you very much.
No worries.
I don't know if anyone else wants... All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Sorry, the Honourable Aileen McDonald, did you have further questions for the Professor? Or otherwise he could leave.
Are you going on?
I'll keep going if
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
okay.
that's
Thank you, Professor. You can leave if you'd like. But thank you so much for your time today, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Miss McPhee, please, and your colleague. Are there any plans to update the Investment New South Wales homepage? Because at the moment, on the homepage where you click Find Out More, it goes to a 404 page not found.
So the Investment New South Wales website was updated earlier this week when we launched the industry policy.
Mhm.
So I'll need to check whether there's been a technical glitch. It worked for me
Okay.
the other day with the
Okay.
new information which links to the industry policy.
Okay.
So yes, it has been updated.
Okay, all right. There was information about the Going Global Export program listed in the annual report. I'm just curious about there was a report of the 15 New South Wales fintech companies going on a 3-month Going Global Export program into Singapore, but it's not actually listed on the website except for a 2021 program. And I'm aware that there was an Austrade program that occurred, but just wanted to understand why it's not listed on the New South Wales website.
So just to be clear, that's in relation to that specific Going Global program
Yeah.
that was in the annual report, because we obviously run a lot. We've got 14
Yeah.
ongoing at the moment.
So
There's
this
that
one was specifically referencing 15 New South Wales fintech companies and going into Singapore, but it wasn't listed on the website as any of the projects.
Okay, let me take that one on notice.
Thank you. With the international landing pads, last budget estimates, we got advice that
there was one business currently in residence at the International Landing Pad. Have any more businesses taken up residence?
I'm going to pass you to Mr. Rao for this question. Thank you.
So there are 4 businesses that are, I guess, incoming, that have applications that have been approved.
Okay.
And that, I guess, at some stage in the near future, they may come to operate out of the International Landing Pad.
Okay, so they have applied and been, so 4 have applied and been approved,
Yes.
but you're not sure when they might actually use the space?
Not right now, but I think that's ultimately, they're able to join, I guess, from now.
Yep.
But it's partly down to their needs specifically, but we're ready to host them.
Okay, so how many spaces are available?
I understand that there are 5 spaces that are available at the International Landing Pad.
So how do you manage that? I mean, are you expecting to only have, for example, 5 successful applicants, or is the intention that you have 50 successful applicants and then you have some sort of booking system, or?
I think at the moment, I think in last budget estimates as well, this was discussed, and I think it's kind of still in the stage of working through what will work most effectively.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a significant extra amount of demand, we will find a way to manage that most effectively. Obviously, it's really an interesting opportunity to have these organisations with us.
So, is there one business there still, or no one's there at the moment?
So the information I have now is that there is no business there at the moment.
Right. There was an MOU with Living Labs in Jakarta signed for up to a 4-month residency for startups. What is the status of that arrangement, and were any of those, the 4 incoming businesses related to that MOU?
So my understanding is that is still current. And I guess we're expecting, I'm not sure whether any of those specific approved organisations are part of that.
Okay. Is that something you're generally tracking?
Yes.
So we were also advised last estimate that there was an intention to sign MOUs with Sci-Hub in Ho Chi Minh City and also Common Ground in Kuala Lumpur for a reciprocal agreement. Could you give an update on the status of those MOUs, please?
I'll have to get back to you on those ones.
Okay. And are you setting any goals or KPIs around how much foreign investment these arrangements with businesses at the landing pads are expected, or ideally targeting?
Not that I'm aware of the specific KPIs for investment required. I think it's key just to get them in location and work from there.
Okay. So when the announcement was made in September last year, it was noted that up to 9 New South Wales companies will be given the opportunity to base themselves in Southeast Asia. Have any companies been selected to do that?
Can you just confirm which program you're referring to there?
My understanding was that that was related to the MOUs.
Okay, I'm not aware at the moment, so I'm happy to take that on notice and get back to you with that.
Thank you. The Female Founders Program, what's the most up-to-date number of the amount of women who have completed the program?
Sure, if you just bear with me a second.
Thank
have that
you.
information. So we understand that there are 6, this program is over 2 years, from 23-24 and 24-25. That is for a total of 6 cohorts of 50 women in each cohort. I understand that 4 cohorts have been completed now. The 5th cohort, I understand, is currently underway, and the 6th cohort will start in May.
So will that be funded into the forward estimates?
I understand that the funding, this program is only ever designed to be a 2-year program.
Okay.
So the 6th cohort will be the last cohort of this program.
Okay. So is there any program that is designed to engage female founders specifically into the forward estimates?
So I think what I'd refer to here is the ongoing work to help develop the innovation blueprint. The Minister has made various comments about diversity being a really important part of the innovation ecosystem and the need to address where there is imbalances, particularly on gender, and actually how we can get more female founders, enterprise investors into the innovation ecosystem. As you know, that blueprint is sort of undeveloped, being finalised, and so there'll be more to say on that in that document.
Thank you.
It's my turn. Wow. I'll follow up where I left off because the bell rang. So I was just wondering, with regard to the one real estate licence that had been cancelled and then the 16 temporary suspended for the 23-24, and then you said there was 11 this period. Are these specifically for underquoting only, or are they for other breaches such as rent bidding?
There'd be a whole range of breaches included in those figures.
Okay, so are you able to say how many would be just for underquoting?
Not today, no.
Not today. And is this information public?
Yes, it is public, and one of the initiatives that we are taking is to try and make these things more available. We're trying to publish, we have a Property Matters newsletter where we publish the last prosecutions, compliance outcomes and so forth every couple of months. So we are trying to get this information out more than we currently do.
So that would be your name and shame initiative?
Partly that, yes, partly that.
So if someone who wanted to look, where would they start?
So I would encourage them to subscribe to our Property Matters newsletter. That's sort of a new initiative that we are surfacing a lot of this information. Follow Fair Trading on social, so on Facebook and LinkedIn. We do a lot of sharing of our outcomes on those platforms. But where we are aiming to get to is to have sort of a year in review where we publish all of this data regularly.
Will that be on your website or?
Yes, and the intention would be for that to be on the website, absolutely.
Okay, and is there, I don't know, like with real estate agents, warnings or?
Yes, so we would be looking to publish as much data as we can. That includes warnings, that includes fines that we've issued, that includes disciplinary action that we've taken, and also prosecutions that we've initiated. The other thing that I'm looking to do, and the team's done actually a really good job of this over the last few months, is the public register. In the past, people would look on the public register and there weren't a lot of details about the licensed real estate agent. The team's done a great job of working to surface a lot more of that detail. So, for example, in the Whitney Wang matter that was referenced earlier, if you go on, you'll see that it says subject to compliance action from Fair Trading. So we're really trying to surface a lot through that platform as well.
But at the moment, so the general public wouldn't be true. They'd have to go sort of deep diving to find this information.
Well, we publish as part of the department's annual report, so that's sort of the general place that most agencies publish their data. But we would like to go further. We're obliged to do that. We would like to go further than that obligation and publish more frequently, more widely, and in a more accessible way. So annual report starting point, but as I said, subscribe to our Property Matters. You'll get all of the outcomes that we're achieving. Social media is a great place. And then, as I said, that year in review is something that we're working towards also.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to corrections now. Is this like our last session?
If you need more time.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So I asked the Minister previously with regard to staff that had been suspended from community corrections, and the number was 82, I think you said.
Across all of corrective services,
yes.
And I have a more update number of 79. But
At 79 now, okay. All right. And that they're all suspended with full pay?
3, I believe. I'll correct the record if I'm wrong. I think it is 3 from memory are without pay. The others are with pay.
3 without pay. And I asked the Minister and he said he'd provide on notice. I don't know if you would know, but do you know what impact this is having on the budget for corrective services? Like a figure?
No, we'll answer that on notice.
On notice?
But yeah, clearly there is a cost that we can aggregate for those 70-odd people that are without pay and provide on notice.
And the Minister also mentioned, sometimes the length of time, it's for procedural fairness. Some of these matters, like of the, say, 79 that are, are there any of those that have been going on for longer than 12 months?
Yeah, there are. And part of the ASTL recommendations and the significant focus of Judge McClellan's inquiry was around the professional standards processes that existed in corrective services in those times, and some failings that allowed a longer period of time before Mr. Astl's criminality was identified to occur. So the new model and the decision of the government to move professional standards and investigation into DCJ is resulting in a complete rebuild of that function, including how it reports and how it manages corrective services misconduct. So one of the features around that is timeliness. Some of the periods of time, particularly where other agencies, particularly police, but there's also ICAC and other bodies that are involved in matters that involve our staff, that make some of those periods of suspension particularly lengthy and make it challenging for professional standards to put allegations to staff. Will continue for some of those to be lengthy, but and in the handover with the Commissioner, we've already shared that list of people, and it's certainly our intention to work with DCJ as they are rebuilding the professional standard and investigations model for it to be more efficient, so that particularly low-level matters and people that are suspended, there's a real triage of those matters, and it's only those people that absolutely warrant being suspended to maintain the safety of staff, inmates, and the integrity of the system are ultimately suspended.
Okay, thank you. And I did ask the Minister during that session with regard to the New South Wales Police Commissioner requesting an emergency meeting, and I understand that has occurred with regard to what she called cell ramping. Was there any sort of recommendations or a strategy put in place to deal with that?
So the meeting with the Police Commissioner a week or so ago was a productive meeting, and we mainly went to the information sharing around police or data sharing between police and corrective services. I mean, there are a number of agencies beyond police, particularly legal aid, the judiciary, Justice Health, that also assist in managing the flow of inmates from police cells ultimately into corrections custody and before the courts. And it might be helpful in our answer to this question is just to point out in New South Wales, corrective services receive people bail refused directly from police stations. In other states, there are police watch houses between police stations and corrections, and in this state, people come straight from police stations to corrections, and we man what would otherwise be watch houses in other states, and that's to maximise the policing out on the street, so people come to us before they've even been before a court. So there are lots of pressures on the system at the moment, as you're aware, and the remand numbers really have gone through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
In 10 years, the amount of people on remand have gone from kind of 24% to 45%, but there are other pressures as well. So, for example, through COVID, the practice of the courts has changed. So in 2019, we had 90,000 people that we presented before AVL. Last year, it was 350,000. So courts have changed their practice. Lawyers have changed their practice in terms of access to their clients. First appearance in courts is now predominantly by AVL. Early guilty pleas by AVL. So there are lots of different factors, and the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Grant met with the Chief Magistrate yesterday. Their practices influence the flow of inmates through the system significantly. We work with Justice Health in terms of the people that they put on medical holds within the metropolitan Sydney. That prevents us moving people on remand that we would otherwise seek to move out into the regions and other places to free up metropolitan beds. They are working with us to minimise the people that they hold for health reasons. That prevents us from flowing inmates through the system. So it is a systemic response. Following the meeting with the Police Commissioner, we made a number of operational changes. We converted some beds at the Shortland Correctional Centre in Cessnock from a sentence cohort to a remand cohort, and on Friday, last week, a week ago, 55 beds in that correctional centre started receiving remand inmates. And we have at the MRRC, the Minister mentioned in evidence this morning that we continue our Hanging Points program. So there is 55 beds at the MRRC that are turned off for those works to happen at the moment. Whenever we do that, that causes significant pain and potential blockage in the system. That work is too important not to do, and those beds come back on in April. So we continue to kind of adjust the system to manage the demand. We kind of influence the demand very little, but we need to respond with the supply. But just so in the week that's just gone, last night, the only inmates that we knocked back from police were in the Tweed and Lismore for the weather event that's occurring at the moment. And then the night before that, on Wednesday, which I just pulled out in the break, Amber Laurel, which is the complex out at Emu Plains that services Sydney metropolitan area. There were 2 inmates that we refused from the police, one in Granville Police Station, one in Penrith Police Station, and that's because at 4:10 in the morning we had to take an inmate to hospital, and staff had to escort that inmate to hospital and close the cells. And one inmate on that same evening in Dubbo we were unable to receive from police because the cells were full.
Okay. Thank you. The Minister mentioned that there were, I believe he said 2,000 beds that were available. Obviously that's across the state. And then at Junee there's also beds there, I presume. Why aren't those beds? Is it because they're not set up for remand, or?
No, they are. And maybe I'll answer the question first by mentioning Cessnock that you was a line of questioning this morning, if that's okay. So Cessnock, for example, is a 750-bed jail if we opened every bed. As you pointed out in your questions this morning, there is old infrastructure at that facility. So 250 old beds are turned off at Cessnock at the moment. So we are operating that as a 500-bed facility. As was mentioned this morning, Corrections finds itself, as many public agencies, we have some very new and some very old infrastructure and kind of everything in between. So at Cessnock, we have 500 beds that are early 1970s vintage, and we have 250 beds that are brand new. So we've taken the decision in that centre, as we do across the system, to operate new fit-for-purpose beds at the expense of older infrastructure. where we can. So that's an example there where we have mothballed 2 of those old wings in favour of the newer wings. And if we suddenly got a surge in the inmate population, we could turn those beds on. Now they're minimum security, so they for sentenced inmates. So that really doesn't address the remand issue that your question started with. But if I go to Junee, Junee is a 1,280 bed centre. It has never operated at 1,280 beds. I'm not sure there's been ever too many inmates in that centre, over 900. So that centre will grow, and I mentioned in my evidence this morning that we will continue resourcing that centre and recruiting to that centre to initially grow that centre to be able to accommodate 944 inmates. There are 628 operational beds in that centre at the moment. Now, that centre's operational state was planned to reduce over the period of transition, which is not uncommon, and I think my evidence in September, I discussed that as well, to support the transition, to enable, we have the GEO staff that are coming over to corrective services that are required to do corrective services training. So working cooperatively with the operator GEO down there, we reduce the state in that facility to enable the transition to happen in a safe way, but also so that when the state operates that centre from 6 p.m. on the 31st of March, we can operate that centre safely and efficiently and continue and ramp that up. So later in the year from March, we will be able to increase the population in that centre, which will take some pressure off as well. That centre, we can pretty much hold any inmate of any security classification or gender, but the pressures are on the metropolitan. So we need to place people carefully. And just because someone's from the metropolitan, we need to place them properly, and where we can place people in the regions we can, but often people are from Sydney, families are in Sydney, and they're attending court in Sydney. Just because there's an empty bed in Junee doesn't necessarily mean we can fill it where the kind of pressures are, right?
Yep. And with your discussions with the police police commissioner, was the issue of, say, transport for prisoners discussed in terms of who has ultimate responsibility of transporting?
No, that's been discussed at other times with police, but not in that meeting. The issue that police was discussed in that meeting is some of the transport around the weekend bail court. That is having an impact on police operations, but insofar as the conversation around kind of the boundary between corrections, court escort responsibilities and police, that wasn't a feature of that conversation, nor is it a factor in the current pressures that we're experiencing at the front end.
It's not a did you say it's not?
It's not a significant factor in the front end being able to move. The issue is having cells full or closed to be able to receive fresh receptions from police stations.
All right, thank you. And you mentioned that we have a significant in prison population where people are on remand. What measures have been implemented to accommodate that? And I know you said you can sort of. It sounds like you switch on to turn beds on or off. I'm sure it's not that simple though.
Oh, look, it's not. I mean, it's one thing to house an inmates, and inmates on remand are largely held in custody as maximum security inmates. It's more the services and the challenges that come with remand inmates. Inmates on remand are far less stable than sentenced inmates. So operationally, we have greater challenges in managing and increasing remand cohort, and our uses of force are up in the last 12 months, as are our assaults inmate on staff, unscheduled escorts to hospital, the amount of people that ultimately find themselves at risk of suicide or self-harm that we have to we have to manage, and the AVL issue that I mentioned a minute ago. So we are addressing all of those additional pressures, some of those that cross over with our Justice Health colleagues, to make sure that we can adjust the system and our resources to focus on the demand that is coming through the door, because the number of prisoners in custody is still lower than March 2020 when COVID came along by about 950, albeit the proportion has really flipped from the sentenced and remand mix, and the work that we're required to do is far more labour intensive in terms of managing the features that remand inmates present, and also presenting them before the courts, giving them access to...
So with the increase with remand, and then you've got inmates that have been sentenced, does that, in terms of programs for inmates that have been sentenced, are they still able to... are they still having those programs, or is it, like with the population
So
mix?
we have the same amount of program staff as we had before the cohort changes. We do 250,000 or something hours a year. I mean, that it's the same thing. It's reprioritising some of those program staff to do additional remand programs, and some of that will come at the expense of sentence programs. It's in Deputy Commissioner Grant's area if you want a more detailed answer about remand programs, because there are some areas that we're looking to expand in response.
Okay. I'll have to ask him my next. It's up to you.
To that, but the bell went.
Can we just keep rolling for a little while? You go. I've only got a couple of questions left, so
okay.
Continue.
So while we're on remand, sorry. I just wondered, with regard to First Nations people, that there's also been an increase in that number. So remand population increased. And it's directly to the government's bail laws. Where am I? Are you still sort of planning on the run to accommodate the expected increase, or do you think you knew what was coming?
Oh, look, our planning's a little more sophisticated than on the run. I mean, we are an agency that does have experience in responding to crisis, but we're certainly not deploying a crisis response here. We are methodically planning. We are responding to data. The Commissioner gets regular data around kind of the flow in custody, and we've just been maturing that data and how it's presented, and that allows the Commissioner to make informed decisions, well evidenced by data that comes from our front entry points of the system. So we can see where the trends are going, and we can respond. We also get data from our DCJ colleagues, particularly legal aid and places like that, where we can foreshadow where we think the pinch points are and respond. The courts are changing their practice again in July, where regional bail courts will be dealt with centrally in Sydney. So that was one of the topics of conversation with the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner yesterday with the Chief Magistrate. So we're connecting with the Chief Magistrate and the Magistrate in charge of bail, and that was a topic of conversation with the police as well, so that we can work together as a system, which includes legal aid and Justice Health and the other agencies. So the changes that come in July through court practice, we can be as ready as we can to make sure that we're not having to implement a crisis response when there's something on the horizon that we know is coming.
Yeah, okay. And you mentioned Justice Health prior. Has there been any change in the number of forensic scientists working in prison hospitals?
The numbers are an issue for Justice Health, but I can report that the provision of psychiatric services in corrections has not noticeably declined through the current industrial actions and resignations of psychiatrists within custody. And I don't think we've seen evidence of our Section 19 under the Health Act where we have to take people to hospital where there's been significant delays. So I'm sure there have been delays, but insofar as the issue that we're talking about front end, we don't think that is a major feature in the blockages that we're working to
And just on that, has there been any change in employment status of the forensic psychiatrists, like from staff specialist to VMO? And if
all
so,
the psychiatrists work for Justice Health. We have psychologists that that aren't obviously caught up in the resignations. So that's a question for the Health Minister and Justice Health.
Okay, all right. And do you know what, like you said, that sometimes they'll have to wait. Do you know what the average time would be for an inmate to wait to see a psychiatrist?
I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll see what we can provide on notice. Our answer might be to refer you to Justice Health.
Yep. And do you know what percentage of the prison population requires mental health assessment? Or mental health treatment, sorry?
Yeah, look, we know that there are 40% of inmates in custody with known mental health condition. Unless my colleague has anything, the treatment provided by Justice Health would be a question for them in terms of treatment that they provide, but certainly a high proportion of people in custody have mental illness.
I might clarify the answer as well, if I might.
Sure.
So really importantly, when we quote statistics around mental health, there's a big distinction between someone having a mental health disorder like an anxiety, depression, or some situational mental health response to custody, and people who've got serious mental illness. So people with serious mental illness are often overstated when it comes to the prison population. It's bigger than the community representation, but it really is a disservice to prisoners to assume that they're all a bunch of mentally ill people. But the number is definitely high. Justice Health manages the serious mental health, but Corrective Services puts a big effort into managing mental health more generally. So we have psychologists, and in the last period of time, the last 12 months, I mean, we had 46,000 sessions with our psychologists working with subacute mental health impairments. We had 13,000 sessions of people working with suicide, self-harm, 3,500 on cognitive impairment, and our other group of non-custodial staff, the service and programs officers, engaged in 2,094 sessions of mental health support and 13,000 sessions related to general improvements in wellbeing. So there's a lot that we can actually do for people's mental health, and a lot of it's situational to try and improve the environment that people are in as well. And only the narrow end of it at the top is what Justice Health really need to focus on, which is the seriously mental ill. And we do that collaboratively with them as well. And we've got mental health screening units. We've got beds that aren't gazetted beds like for mental health patients. There's quite a big effort that is undertaken between both groups. So we share the responsibility very broadly.
Thank you. And I mentioned or spoke to the Minister about staffing shortages, as in, prison population is increasing, staff shortages leading to extended lockdowns. How many prisons in New South Wales are currently understaffed, and what is being done about this?
So we have a challenge at the moment, as many public sector, particularly frontline services and law enforcement, emergency services agencies, around workers' comp. So we are fully established. We don't have a high vacancy rate across the agency. We have a higher rate of workers' comp in the last year or two, and that is affecting our availability to fill our rosters in some centres. And you mentioned one this morning, Silverwater Women's, which is a centre today that's got some partial lockdowns for that very reason. It is a real focus of Corrective Services to work to get our staff back to work. DCJ look after workers' comp and injury management for us as an agency, but that doesn't mean we wash our hands of that responsibility to do everything we can to make sure that our staff are fit, healthy and available for work. So we are implementing and have implemented a number of measures that are really starting to bear fruit in terms of returning people to work. We have a long way to go, particularly in the psychosocial injury space, to get people back to work, but we have a pilot program that we ran recently at a couple of correctional centres, and we actually haven't waited to fully evaluate it before we've rolled it out further because, and I'll find in my notes if I had a bit of time too, it is having a great effect in terms of returning people to work early, and so that is adding to, we are putting additional roles on to really intensively case manage people that go on workers' comp over and above injury management, and that's really bearing fruit. And when I had a handover with the Commissioner on Monday, that was kind of, you know, the top 3 items that we spoke about, because we want to get our people to work. We want to operate our centres at full capacity, and where we can't do that, we to make sure our centres operate safely, from time to time we do need to shut this area and that area progressively, so that we make sure that we have sufficient staffing levels, and that's what we do. But to answer your initial question, we don't have a high vacancy rate that we need to recruit to.
Okay. And when you have, say, as we mentioned this morning at Silverwater Women's Correctional Centre, when there is a lockdown or staff shortages, how does that impact access to education, work and rehabilitation programs? Are they put on hold? You know, what happens there?
Yeah, look, there's probably not an answer that, it depends, is probably the quite unsatisfactory answer to that. When inmates are locked in cell for any reason, be it an operational reason, then they don't access other services and programs. But it's often the case that when they're out of cell for a partial lockdown, that the industries and the other things would still continue. But there isn't a policy that when we have a partial lockdown that you know, the other parts of the purposeful day, which includes education and industries and those other things cease. So those decisions are made locally, depending on staffing levels and the activity of the prison on that particular day.
I was just wondering also, New South Wales has one of the highest recidivism, I said it right, rates in Australia. What does this say about the effectiveness of our current rehabilitation programs?
I'm happy to answer that question. So first of all, I mean, there's lots of definitions of recidivism. So yeah. I presume you're talking about making national comparisons. There's only one measure, which is in the report on government services. Mm-hmm. If you read the preface that actually accompanies that, it's not in the corrective services performance framework, because it's recognised that reoffending rates, a low or decreasing rate of reoffending, this is quoting from the report on government services, may indicate a safer and more secure community environment and the promotion of more law-abiding life. High rates may indicate more effective policing and detection of offences. So the measure itself that you're referring to includes the extent to which people who are on, say, parole are brought back into custody. It's not just necessarily an offence, it goes into that category. Yep. So the rate is high, and relative to the other states, it's higher, but it's not possible to determine whether that's the effectiveness of our police force or the enthusiasm they have for arresting people, or whether it's a measure of our success from a program perspective. So our preference is to actually evaluate individual programs and to see whether they have an impact. But putting all those caveats aside, if you looked at the last report, which is the 2025 report, the statement for return to prison, which is the one that people are most interested, say just going back to 2020, you know, it's a terrible figure, 51.5% came back, but the next year it was 49.1%, and the last year it was down to 48.8%. Mm-hmm. So it's tracking in the right direction, even relative to ourselves. We can compare ourselves to ourselves, but other factors like policing, the effectiveness of the courts have a big impact on that number. So we prefer to look at our programs and whether they have an effect. And we've had some really great outcomes from some of our programs. Probably the most exciting one in recent times is the effectiveness of our traineeship program. So putting people in a traineeship where they're doing 12 months of vocational training plus being partnered up with our overseers who are fantastic role models has had a profound impact on reoffending results. And as a consequence of that, we're putting a lot of investment into a program like that. A couple of years ago, we had about 200 or so trainees, and now we're up to well over 700 trainees. So that's an example of a program that works that we're trying to focus on. So we're paying more attention to that type of thing. And the other thing too, recognising, if you look across the jails, we've spoken about the custodial staff, the people who are delivering programs are a small fraction of the total population. We're trying to make it now everyone's business in corrective services. So we're training our custodial staff, for instance, to do brief interventions with prisoners. They represent the bulk of our workforce in jail, so every opportunity they interact with someone, we want them to do that. It shouldn't all come down to just programs.
Yeah.
So we're trying to change the environment, improve the programs. The introduction of the tablets, which we've discussed a lot today, was an attempt to try to improve social bonds with people's families, but also to provide information and give people a sense of agency. So there's a lot going on in that space that we're very happy with, but we'd rather be judged on a high quality evaluation that looked and compared like for like rather than comparing ourselves with other states.
Yep.
But I do admit it looks pretty embarrassing when you look across that line and you can see that other states, appear to be doing better than us.
Yeah. So you mentioned policing in court matters. Would it also another factor could be how many inmates, when they're released from custody, are released into homelessness?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you have figures on people who have been released where they don't have homes? And I'm not counting, where they might have three days. To me, that's still probably released into homelessness.
Yeah, so one of the problems we have, people exiting custody, the ones who we're managing on parole, we know where they are, we know where they're living. One of the requirements for someone exiting custody on parole is to actually have a reasonable place to go to when they're released from custody. A large number of people are unsentenced people who leave unsentenced as well, and we've got no capacity of tracking where they come from. But as a cohort, one of the things we do know when people come into custody, we try to discover their circumstances before they came in. And over the last year, the average percentage of people who are coming into custody who have been either sleeping rough or homeless was about 10.5%.
How many, sorry?
10.5% of people say when they come into custody they've been living in a homeless environment.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very, very happy with some work that's underway at the moment in partnership with homes to try to improve those outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
We have a range of things that have changed in that space recently, including a whole series of new programs and the potential to create connections for people as they transfer out of custody. So first of all, we mentioned the tablets already, and we now provide information on the tablets for people to help them try and understand what the steps they need to take to try and get a tenancy for themselves. But in addition to that, we've got 2 telephone numbers that people can call for free from jail that relate to mobilising and getting homelessness services in place before they exit custody. We have a large program called the Nexus program, which for people in custody a short time, they'll just get a booklet or something, but they'll have a series of modules to focus on their planning for release. We now have people who can actually make provision for accommodation prior to release by I just can't remember the name of the program. Let me try and find its name so I'm not misrepresenting it. There's so much actually going on in this space. It's very exciting. The Inmate Early Assessment Scheme enables people 3 months before exiting custody now. So these are all quite new things. We've had Set to Go for a little while, which is more about the temporary accommodation that you're describing. And we're also doing some new work and trying to piggyback on what homes are doing around training people of how to keep and sustain tenancies through the Rent It, Keep It program that they've introduced to try to provide training, which we're going to put into the tablets as well for people to do that. So there is a lot happening. It's a high-risk proposition for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard for some people to exit custody straight from court appointment to put in place anything. We've got to let them out the moment the courts decide to release them. Mm-hmm. But for longer-term people, for people on parole, quite a lot of planning goes into that space. Mm-hmm. And whilst I said we don't have very good metrics on it, when we have followed it up and data on tracked individuals, virtually no one from jail is released from custody and walks straight out into a homelessness situation. There's some form of accommodation, even unsatisfactory accommodation they go to.
So it's the sentenced population that you do have control of in terms of whether they're released into homelessness or not, and you've outlined some of those programs that you've got in place. What other steps have you implemented or are looking to implement so that when they are leaving custody, that they go into either stable employment, so you mentioned the traineeship program, and housing?
I'm happy to talk to education, because one of the things that we're really focused on that comes out of the getting inmates into vocational training, we have more than 2,000 inmates at a time involved in vocational training. We've got 722 inmates in traineeships as we speak, but our works release program, we have nearly 200 inmates at a time participating in works release, and importantly, and we also have another program called Pathways to Employment, which works to connect inmates directly with employers and have them employed before they exit custody. So in 2024, 156 inmates had a job before they left custody, so they were released and turned up to their employer essentially the next day. So those types of pathways really provide opportunities for inmates to change their life and end up in employment and pro-social things that hopefully means they don't come back to us. And the evaluations there was an evaluation a few years ago by Boxar around traineeships that had stunning results in terms of the effect of traineeships in prison on recidivism, and traineeships lead to to work and employment and money. And the other thing I just might mention in finishing my answer, in preparing for my evidence, I just had staff just look at one of our works release centres, and that centre had 24 inmates on works release. The average bank account of those inmates is $17,000. Some inmates had up to $60,000. So by working in works release, where they earn not a jail wage, they work an award wage or a legal industry wage. We have inmates exiting custody with a job, with skills. Hopefully, Justice Health have sorted out their health. If they've done our programs, dealt with some of their criminogenic factors, and a bit of money in the bank. And people like that, who is the perfect pathway, those people are unlikely to come back. So that's where we continue to focus our efforts and grow.
Thank you.
The big area that we do need to change is changing community attitudes towards people exiting prison. And countries, with a hardline approach to justice like Singapore, have a superior approach nationally to the way prisoners are treated. So the stigma of a criminal record is such an overpowering thing. We can give someone vocational skill and they can exit jail and can't get a tenancy and they can't get a job as people take such a turn. But if you want to look to a fabulous model, the Singaporean model, and their Yellow Ribbon campaign is an extraordinary campaign of success to change public attitudes towards people exiting custody and get business to contribute to it and the community to contribute to it. We can only do as much as we can do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I had a question just following on from the stick and what's happening with them, basically. So I understand there are 2 left. So do their contracts run out in April? April. So are they going to be replaced or re-engaged?
So those roles are being removed per the election commitment as those contracts come to an end, and we'll replace those roles with Trade and Investment Commissioner roles.
Okay.
And those 2 roles are now under recruitment that's out in the market.
Are you aware of where those current sticks are working from? Are they working from the countries or regions that they are representing?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
So they're in those countries?
Yes.
Okay. We've had reports that that's not the case for at least one of them.
That's not my understanding.
Okay. Are there any plans to release any updates with regards to 20-year R&D roadmap obviously the chief scientist said that he provides regular updates, but is there any plans to make public the progress that's been made on the goals that were outlined in that roadmap?
So the R&D roadmap is something that's run out of the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer, so I'll refer you to his comments earlier.
The department's annual report listed around $200,000 that was spent on reviewing the department and its funding arrangements. This was prior to the machinery of government change. Were those reports related to the machinery of government change, or were they? Yeah, what were they for? Basically, is that $200,000 down the drain because the government then changed all the responsibilities anyway?
So they were Department of Enterprise Investment and Trade engagements. I wasn't in the department at that stage, so I don't have any knowledge of what that work was relating to. I don't believe it was specifically related to Investment New South Wales.
So if we, I guess we have to put them through then for a couple of different agencies to look at it. Somebody will hopefully have an answer to that, which is one of the problems with machinery of government changes. Does Investment New South Wales have any dealings with the New South Wales Skills Board?
Yes, we do.
And what work are you doing with them?
So one of the responsibilities for, there are a number of elements. So one is in relation to where we provide support to companies establishing in New South Wales, and we work with our skills colleagues in relation to potentially skills plans for those businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one in place, for instance, for Consberg, who recently located in New South Wales, creating 500 new jobs. We also manage the state skilled migration scheme on behalf of Minister Wan, and we engage with the Skills Board on that as well.
So do you have input into that actual list of what skills are required?
So it almost works, it works two ways. So it definitely flows from the skills list to the migration list. But yes, we're engaged in that process of developing the skills list.
Okay, so do you determine that skills list or advice that you provide about the skills list knowing that there will be particular companies coming into New South Wales? Is that the idea?
It's more of a macro view of the existing, skills gaps and where there are, particular hotspots of trades and skills needed, and less workforce available.
So were they consulted in preparing the industry policy document?
I'll have to take that question on notice.
Thank you.
Sorry, I actually can. Yes, we did engage with our skills department as part of the steering committee that oversaw the development of that.
Okay, and that included the skills board?
I'll have to check that.
Okay. The driving digital skills program, what is the current number of participants enrolled in that?
So that isn't an Investment New South Wales program, so I would have to check who that is run by.
And that comes under Minister Wan's portfolio?
Again, I would need to take that on notice to find out.
Okay. All right, thank you. And are you familiar with the infrastructure build-out program? I understand it was cut. It was possibly before your time. Are you measuring impacts from the Western Sydney Startup Hub and outcomes that are occurring as a result of the activities there?
Mr. Rao, do you have a response to that?
Western Sydney Startup Hub has been supported for a number of years now. I can report, I'm just trying to, if you give me 1 second to find the relevant piece. I believe there are currently 55 businesses resident in the Western Sydney Startup Hub. Like every other program, there'll be regular reviews of how it's performing and what we can do to improve.
Okay. Is there going to be any public reporting about the activities that the Western Sydney Startup Hub undertakes and the success or otherwise of those programs?
I'm not aware of any specific reporting just relating to that. There might be some that come through broader departmental reporting or broader reporting that come through.
Okay. So is that area included in the innovation blueprint?
When you say by that area?
As in the Western Sydney Startup Hub. Like that is a kind of, I mean, it's part of maybe the Westmead precinct in a way.
The innovation blueprint is a fairly broad document that looks across a whole range of areas, including places, which is mentioned.
Yeah.
It's likely to absolutely touch on the various hubs that we do have in New South Wales, and Western Sydney, is already a priority for the government in terms of innovation programs. So yes, it will consider what innovation is in Western Sydney and how it can do more to promote it.
So what are the Western Sydney specific innovation programs that are currently being run by the government or with the support of the government?
Sure. So we mentioned the Western Sydney Startup Hub as one. I did want to make sure I've got the right terminology. There is a Westmead Innovation Ecosystem Fund, which actually runs the Westmead Biomedical Accelerator by Cicada, which is a $7.84 million program to incubate biotechnology, diagnostics and digital health businesses.
Sorry to interrupt, just to clarify, is that through the Investment New South Wales budget or the Office of the Chief Scientist?
That's through Investment New South Wales budget.
Okay, yep.
And there has also been a Western Sydney Pre-Accelerator program as well, which largely operated in 2024.
Okay, but that's not running now?
I understand that has now been completed.
Okay, and no budget for the forward estimates?
That program was designed to be completed last year, and as mentioned, these type of questions will be considered in the innovation blueprint. Okay.
So does the innovation blueprint contain specific funding measures? You mentioned it was quite broad.
So that information will come out in the innovation blueprint itself. Obviously, as has been mentioned, there is a number of programs that are already being delivered by Investment New South Wales in Western Sydney, and also obviously funding decisions do need to go through appropriate government processes.
Okay, so are there any more in addition to that? So the Westmead biomedical one, the pre-accelerator program, and just funding for the Western Sydney Startup Hub. Is that right?
So what I would say, in addition to, so those are programs which are deliberately targeted and I would say kind of exclusively in Western Sydney. We do have other programs which run more universally, appropriate to New South Wales. So we have the Minimum Viable Product Ventures program we've talked about, which I said we will look into information for you for, but will contain, is open to organisations based in Western Sydney. We also have the Boosting Business Innovation program, including the tech vouchers, which likewise has a number of university partners, some of which are based in Western Sydney.
So my understanding is that the universities distribute that money, as in the universities collect that money and then they distribute the money according to their programs.
So that program is $11 million over 4 years. Universities are each allocated an equal share of that funding, and they are then responsible for attracting the right candidates, applicants, going through that process. Once those processes have been completed, the projects have been completed, and the checks are conducted by the government, then the payments are made after that to those.
Yep. Okay.
And if I may also just make a correction to my earlier
Yeah, of
statement.
course.
Driving Digital Skills was a programme which was run by Investment New South Wales and ceased in 2023.
Okay. And Mr. Rao, were there any other programs that you wanted to list?
So again, there are other programs Investment New South Wales operates, including Female Founders, which you've mentioned, which may have businesses, founders based in Western Sydney as well.
Okay. And that's all?
I mean, look, there are other ones as well, like Techstars Accelerator Program as well. So, like again, each of them might have the opportunity for Western Sydney founders to apply to.
Mm-hmm. Or Western Australian founders, as it were. If you could list all of the programs that are running, anything else that you wanted to mention?
Nothing I'd mention right now.
Okay. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the government? Anyway, sitting there patiently.
Chair, I might.
Sure.
Can I just clarify a few items of earlier evidence?
Yes.
In response to a question from you, Chair, around the AEC website, I will just clarify that when the AEC website was available, there was no capacity to enrol or vote, and that will remain when that website comes back online. But I will just refer to my evidence around mobile polling, which is a new feature that's about to start. I mentioned there was 79 people currently suspended, employees of corrective services. That is as of the 28th of February, and at that time there were 5 suspended without pay. And in relation to cell charging, my evidence was that we were charging in every correctional centre. We are deploying in-cell charging progressively throughout the system, and we currently have in-cell charging in 10 correctional centres.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I may just provide one clarification for early evidence to Ms Munro about the size of the international landing pad.
Yep.
Just to clarify, there are 20 desks
Yep.
in the international landing pad. I think my earlier evidence was 5 that reflected, I think, an assumption that businesses might take up to 5 or to take up to 3 desks each. So just to clarify that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anything further? Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you to all of you for your attendance today. The Secretariat will be in contact in the near future regarding any questions that were taken on notice, and also if there's any supplementary questions from the committee as well. But thank you again.
Thank you.